What's going on there, YouTube? And welcome back to another comic book video. This is the channel where we sit down and cover different comic book stories from different comic book companies. Today we're going to jump back over to Marvel Comics and we're going to do another full story video. A full story video is when I take a bunch of videos, combine them together to one big huge video that tells one overarching story. Today, we're going to do that with Brian Michael Bendis' Daredevil run. My favorite run of all time on Daredevil. I know there are other writers that have done amazing jobs, but I really do care for Brian Michael Bendis' run on Daredevil. He showed what he could do with that character, and he did an amazing job. And with that being said, he set up a ton of things for writers to come after him to use over and over again. But with all that being said, I do hope you enjoy today's Brian Michael Bendis Daredevil's full story video. Here we go. Now, Brian Michael Bendis starts his run off with a crazy opening because we pick up with a guy named Sam Silk, and this is a new character that was made by Brian Michael Bendis for this story. Now we see Sam talking to someone in the shadows about how much of a failure this other person is. We learn that person Sam is talking to is the Kingpin. Now at this point, the Kingpin is blind because of a previous story where a character named Maya Lopez blinded him. But you have Sam Silk tell Kingpin that he's no longer a man that anyone is scared of because Kingpin has been beaten down by superheroes so many times it is not even funny anymore. Now we learn that there is some connection between the Kingpin and Sam because the Kingpin knows Sam's father. Apparently, Kingpin let Sam work in New York because of how close Kingpin is with Sam's father. Except you had Sam Silk tell Kingpin that it is time for a change. And this is where things get crazy because Kingpin brought a small army as protection since he is blind now. He can't fight, except we learn that these guys are working for Sam Silk actually, and they start to stab the Kingpin over and over again. That somehow Sam Silk was able to make Kingpin's men switch sides, and it seems that Kingpin is now dead. And this is only the opening scene. Now this is where the story jumps back 1 week before the death of the Kingpin, where we pick up with Matt Murdock, aka Daredevil, in court. Now this is him dealing with a case where a company called the Worldwide Corporation made a product that was not approved to be sold in stores. Except they had false papers where they said they were approved to sell their products. And this certain chemical product was aimed for teenagers. Except when it got in the hands of some teenagers, those teenagers died. And so you had the family hire Matt Murdock to help sue the company because after the teenagers died, there was proof that shows it was the drugs that killed these teenagers. And Worldwide Corporation tried to sue the parents of the teenagers for slander. And so it is Matt Murdock helping these parents out with their case. Now we pick up at the court where we learn that Matt Murdock won the case, and so it seems that another normal day for Matt Murdock and his partner Foggy Nelson. Except this leads to a random character appearing outside the court. As soon as Matt and Foggy are about to get inside their limo, this guy calls out to Matt Murdock and he uses his powers to cause a huge explosion. Now this character is Nitro, whose power is that he can make himself a bomb. Now with that explosion happening, it throws Matt Murdock's senses all over the place. Remember, Matt Murdock is blind, but his other senses were enhanced, and right now they are making it hard for him to move around. Now you have Matt Murdock check up on Foggy, and of course he is okay. And so you have Matt Murdock change into his Daredevil outfit and try to chase down Nitro. And since his other senses are going crazy at the moment, well, it is making it hard for Daredevil to track Nitro down. But after a while, he is able to find him. Now when he does, you have Nitro blast Daredevil away again. But you have Nitro say something that is important. Someone told Nitro if he does this, Daredevil will appear. And Nitro is wondering how that person knew. And where you have Daredevil come back around to continue to fight Nitro. Now, we don't learn who told Nitro this piece of information about Matt Murdock and Daredevil having close ties. The reason why is because you have these two police officers appear out of nowhere because they got a call about Daredevil beating up on a man. And so they don't know the whole story about what Nitro did. But you have Daredevil basically leave and tell the officers that Nitro is guilty for what happened at the courthouse. Also warns one of the officers that if he ever shoots a gun so recklessly again, he will beat this officer down because this officer could have killed someone. This leads to Matt Murdock checking up on Foggy Nelson at the hospital since he was hurt at the courthouse. Now this is where Foggy Nelson tells us that the Kingpin knows that Matt Murdock is Daredevil. Honestly, I don't remember how, but the point is at this point in Marvel Comics, Kingpin knows that Matt Murdock is Daredevil. Because you have Matt Murdock tell Foggy that Nitro did not come to the courthouse to go after him as Daredevil, but came after him as Matt Murdock. Someone is trying to kill Matt Murdock, and maybe because they know he is Daredevil, and the one person who would do that is the Kingpin. But you have Matt leave the hospital to see if it was the Kingpin. This leads to Daredevil going to see the Kingpin, and remember that this is 1 week ago before Kingpin was killed, but you have Daredevil tell the Kingpin about what happened at the courthouse, and ask why the Kingpin tried to kill Matt Murdock. Where you have the Kingpin tell Daredevil he has no idea what he's talking about, and Daredevil used his senses to realize that Kingpin is not lying. Kingpin has no idea about the bombing at the courthouse, but then you have Daredevil realize that the Kingpin has a new man on his team, which is Sam Silk. And so we know that Sam Silk was part of the Kingpin's team a week before Kingpin was killed, except you have Daredevil leave to figure out who was behind the bombing at the courthouse. Now this leads to the story jumping back 3 months ago, where we pick up with Sam Silk in his first day working for the Kingpin. This is where we learn that the Kingpin and Sam Silk's father used to be best friends, and they used to work together years ago trying to make a name for themselves in the underworld of crime. Now Sam tells the other men of the Kingpin that his goal is to work in Hell's Kitchen, where you have the other men laugh at him for trying to take on Hell's Kitchen because of Daredevil. But at the end of this section of the story, we see Richard Fisk, the Kingpin's son, is there as well, but he usually sits alone at the bar and does not talk to anyone at all. But he will play a very important role down the road. This is where we pick up in the present day, where we pick up with Ben Urich, who is a reporter for the Daily Bugle, and he is very important in the Daredevil line of comics, but also he knows that Matt Murdock is Daredevil, except he gets a call where he learns that the Kingpin is dead. Now we pick up with Matt Murdock, and this is where I'm going to say it must take place in the present day, because we pick up with Matt Murdock going to his office, where he sees a letter on his desk, when he comes to find out that it is from Elektra, letting us know that she is going to play a role in Brian Michael Bendis' run. but she tells him someone has a bounty on his head, and she is telling him he needs to be careful. Where we see him go to his window and he sees someone has a sniper on him waiting to shoot him. And so of course you have Matt Murdock switch into his Daredevil outfit and goes after this guy. But honestly, this is just to show Daredevil continuing to find out more clues that point out that there is a bounty on his head. Because when you have Daredevil knock out this first guy who tried to snipe him, Matt Murdock finds a picture and a letter on him that says there is a huge bounty on Matt Murdock's head. Now this is showing that if this one guy here is out hunting for Matt Murdock for that bounty, then that means other people will come after Matt Murdock. And that is when we see what seems to be Boomerang was going to hunt down Matt Murdock as well. Except Daredevil saw him and of course chased him down as well. But just like the sniper from earlier, when Daredevil catches him, he finds the letter about the bounty on Matt Murdock's head. Now the most important part actually comes right after Daredevil is trying to get information out of Boomerang about who put the bounty on his head. Except that is when Daredevil sees Bullseye. Bullseye is Daredevil's worst enemy and the one who has done a lot of damage in Daredevil's life. But of course, when he goes to find Bullseye in the crowd, he's gone. But this is showing that Bullseye is even coming after Daredevil as well. This leads to us going over to Switzerland, where we pick up with Vanessa Fisk. And this is her finding out that her husband, the Kingpin, is dead. Now this is where you have Brian Michael Bendis change things for us in this story. But for a good reason for later stories. Because we learn that the Kingpin is not dead. He is alive, but on life support basically. Where you have his lawyer Denny and his Dr. Rogan basically tell Vanessa that the reason why he told the newspapers the Kingpin is dead so Sam Silk and his men don't come back again to finish the job. Now they don't know it was Sam Silk and Kingpin's own men who did this. The goal is now to move the Kingpin somewhere else while they figure out who did this and get revenge. Now this leads to 3 months ago, where we pick up with Sam Silk first joining the Kingpin's crew, where you have the Kingpin doing the introduction into his crime family. But we learn something very important. We learn that Sam's father is the Kingpin in Chicago, but sent his son Sam away for messing up out there to New York. But told Sam to ask the Kingpin for a favor, to get rid of Matt Murdock. This is where we learn that the court case Matt Murdock was working on earlier in this video about the company putting that product out there that killed teenagers. Sam's father was helping that company, but Sam's father was hoping that the Kingpin would help out to get rid of Matt Murdock. Except Kingpin says no because he knows Matt is Daredevil and does not want anyone to touch him. Now jumping forward in time, but 2 days before the present day, where the Kingpin is on life support, we actually pick up with Daredevil going to a bar to gather some information on who put the bounty on Matt Murdock's head, where he learns from one guy that it was the Kingpin who did it. Except what this guy tells Daredevil is crazy. He tells Daredevil that the Kingpin put the bounty out there, but doesn't want the world to know it was him, stating that a third party came in and put the bounty on Matt Murdock's head and pretended it was someone else who wanted Matt dead. This leads to Matt Murdock going over to the Kingpin again about what he just learned. Except this is where you have the Kingpin tell Daredevil again that he has no idea what he is talking about, that he was not the one who put the bounty on his head. And Daredevil can tell again that the Kingpin is not lying, which means that one of the Kingpin men is doing things under the Kingpin's nose without the Kingpin's permission. The question is, who? But the story jumps back 2 months before the Kingpin went on life support. and we pick up with Sam Silk. This is where you have Sam Silk playing poker with some of the top head people who work under the Kingpin, where you have him talking about the fact that the Kingpin doesn't want anyone touching Matt Murdock. And Sam wants to know why, because Sam's father sent him here to get rid of the lawyer, where you have the men of the Kingpin tell Sam that because Matt Murdock is Daredevil, letting us know that even the people working under the Kingpin know that Matt Murdock is Daredevil. But there is a rule: no one can touch the lawyer no matter what. And Sam asks why, and they tell him to go talk to Richard Fisk, the son of the Kingpin. Now, this chapter closes on a story jumping back over to the present day, where we pick up with Vanessa Fisk talking to Deanie about her son. She asked if her son had a hand in what happened to her husband, that Richard Fisk tried to kill his own father. Now, this leads to the present day, where we see Daredevil meeting up with Ben Urich about the Kingpin supposedly being dead. Remember, Kingpin's lawyer told the world that the Kingpin was dead, but we know he is not. Now, Daredevil and Ben think that the Kingpin is not truly dead. He's out there somewhere recovering, but you also have Daredevil state that with the Kingpin supposedly being dead, but also the fact that people have been coming after Matt Murdock, it means someone else out there knows that Matt Murdock is Daredevil. This is where we jump back over to Sam Silk and Richard Fisk 2 months in the past, right after Sam Silk learns that Daredevil is Matt Murdock, but also the fact that the Kingpin and his men all knew. Now, this is where you have Sam Silk ask Richard Fisk, why don't anyone try to go after Matt Murdock? And Richard says because his father doesn't want them to. Now, the reason why Richard is talking to Sam is because they used to be best friends since their fathers used to work together when they were just starting out in the crime underworld. And Richard even says that the Kingpin men won't listen to him, but they will listen to Sam, stating that Sam could be able to convince the men of the Kingpin to actually go over Kingpin's head and actually kill Matt Murdock. This is where we pick up 1 month before the attack on the Kingpin, where we see Sam Silk meet up with top level people of the Kingpin. These 5 men are the ones who own the different crime families in the city who report to the Kingpin, except you have Sam convince these men to help him and work together to basically take down the Kingpin. This is where we learn how Sam was able to get these men to help him. But he basically says how Kingpin has grown soft because he won't kill Daredevil. But you also have Sam point out how there are more of them than Kingpin, meaning that technically all the men working for the Kingpin can easily overtake him. Then the story jumps forward 3 days after Sam was able to convince some other higher ups to go after the Kingpin, but before the Kingpin was put on life support, where we learned that Sam and Richard were the ones who put the bounty on Matt Murdock's head. Remember that Sam only came here to New York because his father told him to get rid of Matt Murdock for the company that Matt is trying to get rid of. Except Sam now knows that Matt is Daredevil, but also the fact that we learned that Sam and Richard tell this broker who tells assassins about the current bounty that the Kingpin wants Matt Murdock dead. Remember that in the present day, Matt was told it was the Kingpin who put the bounty out, but was done by a third party to make it seem like it wasn't the Kingpin. Well, it was Sam and Richard pretending to be the third party so it won't get traced back to them. But getting back to the present day, we pick up with Vanessa King, where we pick up with Vanessa King telling Kingpin's doctor and lawyer to take him to Switzerland to get him back to health. She is going to stay here in New York to get revenge for her husband. Now we pick back up the next day after Sam and the men of the Kingpin celebrating because they got rid of the Kingpin. And these men think that they are now untouchable since the Kingpin is gone. But you had Sam kind of taking the Kingpin spot, and the rest of the gang are okay with him being in charge of the group. But this leads us back over to Daredevil and Ben Urich talking to each other about the possible death of the Kingpin, where they don't believe that the Kingpin is dead and he's still out there somewhere. The question is where. But then you have Daredevil basically smell one of the letters of the bounty, where he smells chalk on it, where you have Ben Urich basically tell Kingpin about a broker named Falzone, who worked out a biller joint a while back. And so with that information, you have Daredevil go to Falzone's place to see if he can learn who put the bounty on his head. We know it was Sam and Richard who placed the bounty. Now here comes the beginning of the big kicker of this book, because when Daredevil goes to Falzone's place to find him, well, Falzone's place is empty and the lights are all off, telling Daredevil something is up then. That is when you have Daredevil find the body of Falzone. Someone has shot him in the head, meaning that Sam and Richard could be covering their tracks, or someone is out cleaning the house of the people who betrayed the Kingpin. It's the second choice because we pick up with Vanessa Fisk waiting in a dark room for her son to come home, where Richard Fisk walked in and she knows that Richard Fisk was part of the plan that went down to get rid of her husband. Except you have Vanessa Fisk tell her son that she knew he was a wimp and he was a worthless son to have in this world. He begs for her forgiveness, except you have Vanessa shoot Richard not once but twice. Now this leads to Vanessa going outside and telling the Kingpin's lawyer to make the call. This leads to all the people who helped play a hand in trying to kill the Kingpin being killed by assassins who were sent by Vanessa Fisk. Now, if these men are being killed off, and even Richard Fisk, that means Sam is also a target. And when we pick up with Sam Silk, he is being targeted as well, and people are trying to kill him off, except Sam is able to get away. Now, to end this story, Sam runs to the one place where he knows he can get some kind of protection from Vanessa Fisk's men, which was him running to the police, and he tells them everything he knows about the Kingpin, except they want something more than the Kingpin. And so you have Sam offer the one thing he thinks can give him some kind of protection, which is Matt Murdock is Daredevil. Sam Silk tells the police that Matt Murdock is Daredevil, and that is where we are going to end. So to do a quick review on what we saw in our last video, Sam Silk, this new mob guy from Chicago who was sent by his father to work with the Kingpin and get rid of Matt Murdock, only to find out that Matt Murdock is Daredevil, and the Kingpin knew about that but did not want to do anything. And so Sam basically tried to kill off the Kingpin, but then tried to run the organization of the Kingpin. Except we also learned that the Kingpin is still alive but on life support, and his lawyers told his wife Vanessa Fisk, and to get revenge for her husband, she sent out assassins to kill anyone who was involved in the attempt of killing her husband. And Sam Silk was able to escape, and he ran to the FBI and told the FBI that, hey, Matt Murdock is Daredevil. And so we pick up the two FBI agents greeting their boss, Director Davis, to tell him everything they just learned, which is everything I just told you moments ago, except you have Mr. Davis still wondering why this could not wait until the morning. And this leads to the two FBI agents telling their boss how they learned all of this because Sam Silk ran in here confessing to everything and was hoping he could get some kind of protection from Vanessa Fisk and the assassins that are out there looking for him. Now, the FBI agents know that the Kingpin is not dead because they have a source from the Daily Bugle, and with them talking to Sam Silk, and they were able to piece it all together to get a complete story. That is when you have the agents tell their boss that Matt Murdock is Daredevil. And then go on to say that Sam Silk talked about how that anyone who worked for the Kingpin knew that Matt Murdock was Daredevil, but was told not to touch him. Except, of course, Sam Silk did. And this leads into the agents telling their boss that Sam Silk told them how it was him who put the bounty on Matt Murdock's head. Remember, in our last video, someone put a bounty on Matt Murdock's head and said it was the Kingpin, except the Kingpin said he did not do it. And Matt figured someone was out there playing with the Kingpin's name. And we learned it was Sam Silk and Richard Fisk, the son of the Kingpin, who put the bounty on Matt Murdock's head in the first place. Except this leads to them discussing how a lot of things do point out that Daredevil is Matt Murdock. How apparently a while back, a lot of his assets were frozen and his legal practice was brought under a serious investigation. Then suddenly everything was okay again. And this leads to them going on explaining how Elektra is a well-known person in the world as being the Kingpin's right-hand assassin who used to date Matt Murdock in college. And when she died by the hands of Bullseye, there was a puddle of blood in Matt Murdock's apartment. And then finally, Matt Murdock files are tightly secured by S.H.I.E.L.D., which is telling them that Matt Murdock is Daredevil. Now you have the director basically tell his agents to get all of their paperwork together and lock up Sam Silk, telling us that Sam Silk is done for unless he gives up his father, who's a Kingpin in Chicago, and tells his men to forget about Daredevil being Matt Murdock since his files are secured by S.H.I.E.L.D., meaning that S.H.I.E.L.D. could come in here and make the FBI drop the whole case against Daredevil. Also, that no one else in the office needs to learn about how Daredevil is Matt Murdock. Jumping over 3 days later, we actually pick up with Foggy Nelson getting the newspaper. It's supposed to be a normal day for him, except when he looks down to get the paper, he comes to find out that someone has told the Daily Globe that Daredevil is Matt Murdock, meaning now that the whole world knows that Daredevil is Matt Murdock and everything is going to change for him now. Then the story shifts over to Matt Murdock as we see him right now in bed just waking up, except he hears the voices of the people outside and there are reporters waiting for him and they want to know if it's true that Matt Murdock is Daredevil, because that is the word on the street. The Daily Globe is reporting that Matt Murdock is Daredevil, and we see Foggy Nelson arriving at the home of Matt Murdock and has to fight his way through the crowds to get inside to discuss what is happening with Matt Murdock's life. And we jump back a couple days ago and we pick up the two FBI agents who we saw in the beginning in our video. And we see the two FBI agents discussing how they knew that their boss would just let this Daredevil thing go, and telling us that it was not Director Davis who went to the Daily Globe and told them about Matt Murdock. Instead, we learned that it was Henry Dobbs, one of the two agents. Now, we learn why he did this right here. We learned that Dobbs apparently has some marriage issues, also the fact that he has some money problems as well. And so with that being said, we know that his home life is not the greatest at the moment. And you can tell he is trying his best to fix all of his problems, just down on his luck. And this leads to him going on to the home of Matt Murdock to see if it is true that Daredevil is Matt Murdock, except the only thing he sees is Foggy Nelson leaving the home of Matt Murdock. And so he goes to the office of Foggy Nelson and Matt Murdock to see if maybe he can catch up to Matt Murdock there, only to find out that Matt Murdock is not there at the moment either. And so he decided to go back one more time to the home of Matt Murdock to see just maybe he will this time catch Matt Murdock coming home as Daredevil, except he sees Black Widow actually coming and leaving from the home of Matt Murdock. And this is telling Dobbs that this is more proof that Matt Murdock is Daredevil if you have Black Widow coming and leaving your home. Also the fact that Daredevil and Black Widow used to date a while back. Except you have Dobbs go back to his office where he sits down and thinks about what he saw last night. And then he finds an article that tells him that Black Widow and Daredevil caught Stiltman the night he was at Matt Murdock's home. But you have Dobbs go to a payphone and call up someone who works for the Daily Globe. And he tells this person on the phone that he knows who Daredevil is. Now getting back to the present day, we pick up with Matt Murdock and Foggy Nelson talking about their new problem. And this is something we have seen a lot in Daredevil Comics, where you have Foggy Nelson tell Matt Murdock he needs to retire. The reason why, because this is an endless cycle of violence in Matt Murdock's life. Every once in a while, something happens to him in his life or the people close to him. And now Matt has reached a point that everyone for sure knows that Matt Murdock is Daredevil. And the people close to him could have villains come after them. And now all of his legal cases could get tossed out of court now. And Foggy Nelson is presenting the option of Matt Murdock retiring his Daredevil persona. Now we jump over to the Daily Bugle, where of course that means we get to see Ben Urich, who works there, except we also get Jonah Jameson as well. But we see him upset about the fact that the Daily Globe was able to get the word out first of Matt Murdock being Daredevil, because this is the biggest news in New York right now, and rightfully so. But then you have Ben Urich stop Jonah to tell him that the news article about Matt Murdock being Daredevil is not true. He tells Jonah that he knows who Daredevil truly is. It is not Matt Murdock, and he is not going to reveal the true identity to Jonah. Now, Jonah does not believe Ben Urich knows who Daredevil truly is. Except you have Peter Parker walk in and tell Jonah the same thing as well, that he knows who Daredevil truly is, and he is not going to tell Jonah either. This is a way of hoping that Jonah and the other people who work inside the Daily Bugle won't try to push stories that say that Matt Murdock is Daredevil. And you can see Jonah wants to push more stories out there, but he kind of steps back and realizes that maybe he should not do that. Now getting back over to Matt Murdock, we actually pick up with him right now, jumping rooftop to rooftop, and this is him trying to take his mind off things. Except while he is doing this, we can see he is thinking about his life and the people around him that got pulled into the Daredevil life. He is also thinking how this all leads up to the point where the whole world now knows that he is Daredevil. And he is having a hard time accepting this. But this leads into him running over to a spot where there are a bunch of people looking for him, and he is above them watching them. This point right here is showing us that Matt Murdock could be done being Daredevil maybe, or the fact that he is tired of trying to hide the fact that he is Daredevil, except he realized what he's doing right now is a bad idea, because he took his mask off and people can just look up and see him in the outfit. And so he puts the mask back on, and then we see him leave. Luckily, he did, because a photographer saw him at the last second and was about to get a picture of him. Now getting back over to the home of Matt Murdock, we see Foggy Nelson there, except the house is getting attacked by Mr. Hyde. And this is a character we talked about briefly in our Young Avengers video. His name is Calvin Zabo, a man who was really interested into Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde story. And so he made his own formula to become somewhat like Mr. Hyde. Not really an important character, but you have him attacking the home of Matt Murdock, and this is something everyone saw coming. The fact the whole world now knows that he is Daredevil, and now all of his enemies will come after him. Now Spider-Man does arrive to stop Mr. Hyde, and the reason why he is here was to really check up on Matt to see how he is doing really, where we are lucky enough to see Daredevil also come back home to help Spider-Man take down Mr. Hyde in a matter of a few pages, where this section of the story we see Daredevil leave with Spider-Man so they can talk, because these characters are close friends. They know each other's secret identity, and they team up so many times in comics by this point. 26 days later, we see Matt and Foggy meeting up with Ben Urich, where you have Matt thanking Ben for helping out with stopping the Daily Bugle, pushing more stories about him being Daredevil. We also learn in those 26 days, Matt actually went to Japan to get away, meditate, and figure out a plan to fix this. And so you have Matt tell Ben that he must stop being friends for a while, and also the fact the next day he is going to surprise the world with his plan. This is where we see Matt the next day at his press conference, and people are hoping that he is going to finally admit that he is Daredevil. We also see that Luke Cage is there as well as his bodyguard to keep up the appearance of an innocent blind man who does not have any powers and needs protection. Now you have Matt saying that he is going to sue the Daily Globe for slander and hoping to get $40 million for his lawsuit. Of course, everyone is freaking out about this. Now, 3 weeks later, we see Matt is greeted by the Black Widow in his office. And remember what I said earlier, these two characters used to date a long time ago, but they still have strong feelings for each other. And the reason why she is here is because she really is the one person who supports the idea of Matt Murdock being Daredevil, because the fact they are both heroes and they can share that common trait with one another. Now, Matt is trying to stop being Daredevil for the moment to get ready for his big lawsuit against the Daily Globe. But at the same time, it does seem like he could be retiring his Daredevil persona. And the reason why I said that is because we see her go and visit Foggy to ask him what is going on with Matt Murdock. Why won't he put on the Daredevil outfit? And you have Foggy tell her that it is a great thing that Matt Murdock is not putting on the Daredevil outfit, because Foggy brings up the endless cycle of violence in Matt's life, but also the fact that Daredevil is going to get him killed. And when he dies, he'll be taken away from all of his friends. And so it is really Foggy happy that Matt is done being Daredevil, because he can finally be sure that his best friend is not going to die. But after Foggy leaves the room, we see Black Widow actually call up someone we are going to see here in a moment. Now we have something I did not expect to see happen next when I originally read this run. We have Matt Murdock meeting up with Vanessa Fisk, who is the wife of the Kingpin, where they are discussing the fact how she found out who was the one who told the Daily Globe about Matt's secret identity, how she's leaving the country to be with her husband who is still on life support, and then she proceeds to tell Matt that she sold everything the Kingpin owned to his colleagues. Also, the bounty that was placed on Matt's head has been removed. And finally, you have Matt tell her sorry for her loss, because he knows that Richard Fisk, the son of the Kingpin, is dead, and make it seem like he also knows that she was the one who killed Richard. Now we see Matt leave the dinner, and Luke Cage and him get in the car to leave the place, where you have Luke Cage tell Matt it is a bad idea for Matt to spend time with the Kingpin's wife like that, except Matt is not listening. But when they arrive back at the home of Matt Murdock, that is when Matt Murdock hears something or maybe someone, and where he runs to that person, and we see the return of Elektra. And this is huge, because this is the one person Daredevil truly loves, and every time she comes around, he just freezes up. This is where we learn that Black Widow was the one who called Elektra, because Black Widow knows that Elektra and Matt used to date. She also knows that the only person Matt truly listens to is Elektra, because of how much he loves her. Now you have Matt try to talk to Elektra about the fact that it is weird for Black Widow to call his other ex-girlfriend up, except he talks about how everyone is giving their opinion on what he should do, or how he is different, or how he is thinking that he finally reached a point in his life where he faced something that he can't overcome. Also brings up Foggy's idea of the endless cycle of violence again. And you have Elektra just say, the only death that you can take responsibility for is the one you commit with your hand. And she leaves him there to think about that. Now, the next day, we see the lawyer of the Daily Globe is here to talk to Foggy Nelson and Matt Murdock about the big trial, where he basically tells Matt that they don't believe in the fact that Matt Murdock is really blind, that he is Daredevil, and the fact he is doing this is hoping that it will make the world believe that he is not Daredevil. And while this lawyer is going off about the reasons why he does not believe Matt, you have Matt pulled out the note he got earlier from Vanessa Fisk that tells him who told the Daily Globe about his secret identity. And so later in the day, you have Matt Murdock put on the Daredevil outfit and go visit Agent Dobbs, the person who told the Daily Globe about Matt Murdock's secret identity, where you have Daredevil go there and he doesn't say a word, but he goes there just to scare Agent Dobbs, hoping he will run back to the Daily Globe to tell them that he was wrong about the secret identity of Daredevil. This leads to the next day where we see the two sides having a meeting hoping to not take this to court. And so we see that the Daily Globe is actually going to settle and admit that they falsely put information out there about Matt, going to put a new article out there that states that Daredevil is not Matt Murdock, and also give Matt a big payday as well. Where we see Matt agree to the terms as well, and everything seems okay, except you have the CEO of the Daily Globe want to talk to Matt in private. And this is where you have the CEO of the Daily Globe tell Matt that he was originally going to fight Matt in court until it actually broke Matt, because he hates when someone calls him a liar. And Matt basically did that on live television when he did that press conference saying that he was going to sue the Daily Globe, except the CEO said his lawyers told him to settle. And he did. But this is where things go bad for Matt, because you have Matt Murdock smirk a little bit, and the CEO of the Daily Globe saw it and calls off the deal, because to him, Matt is being a jerk now with that smirk on his face, and decided to take Matt Murdock to court. And this is where we are going to end today's video. This story starts off with two random thugs who are robbing a random store in the middle of the night, where if you have read enough comics, you think this is going to lead to just the main character coming in and stopping these thugs. Except we get a cop who rushes in first and try to stop these thugs who are stealing a TV. Now, this cop is a rookie cop who did not wait until backup had arrived before rushing in, and this leads into the thugs and the rookie cop getting into a tussle, and the gun goes off, where it leads to the police officer getting shot. But then we see someone jump in to stop these thugs from getting away with the TV and murder as well. And so you had a story give us a couple pages where we see the thugs trying to fight against whoever this mysterious person is. And this part of the story is going to give us the main plot of the story. And we see the thugs throw the TV at our mysterious person and he catches it, but the thugs get away. And right when he was about to go and chase the thugs down, we see more police officers appear and catch our mysterious character holding the TV and the dead officer in front of him. And we learn it is a character named the White Tiger. And right now, these other officers think he is the one behind all of this mess. So give you guys a little bit of information about who in the world is the White Tiger. He was a character that first appeared in Deadly Hands of Kung Fu number 19. His real name is Hector Alaya, but he gets his powers from three elements called the Tiger Amulets. And these amulets came from a group called the Sons of Tiger. But these amulets were discarded by the group, and of course Hector found it. Where if you wear all three, it gives you enhanced abilities, and of course Hector received enhanced abilities. But getting back into the present day, we actually see Daredevil on the rooftop being confronted by Luke Cage and Iron Fist, because we learn White Tiger was arrested after that night and put in jail. Iron Fist and Luke Cage know the White Tiger is innocent, but also the fact that last night was the first time Hector put on the White Tiger outfit in a long time. He must have a special reason why he came out of retirement just to stop those men from stealing from that store. And Luke and Iron Fist want Daredevil to help because he's an amazing lawyer, and plus this could help him with dealing with the fact the world knows that Daredevil is Matt Murdock. Where we jump over to the next day and we see Matt Murdock and Foggy Nelson meeting up with Hector to get the idea of what happened that night and why he put on the outfit, where Hector tells them he does not know why he did, but he did and felt like he had to. Now Foggy is mad at Matt for one still going around as Daredevil, even though the whole world knows that Matt Murdock and Daredevil are the same person, but also the fact that Matt took a superhero case in the middle of dealing with the Daily Globe problem. This leads into us picking up with Luke Cage and Iron Fist helping out with the case since they care for Hector. When they go to a random house where the thugs we saw earlier in our video were living at. Of course now they don't. Except you have Luke Cage and Iron Fist go there because they were hoping to find the thugs, if not at least be able to get some kind of information about where they could be at now. Except apparently the two thugs have left town to get away from the mess they have made. And so this makes it harder for Matt Murdock to win the case. But then you have Matt Murdock meeting up with Hector's wife, where we come to find out the reason why he retired originally because his wife hated him being a hero, risking his life. And she told him if he ever put the outfit on again, it will lead into a divorce for them, except you have Matt tell her that he needs her help to win this case and get her husband out of trouble. After that, the story does jump over to where we see Matt making sure that the jury never been involved in a superhero situation before, because if they have, it can play a part in a decision in the verdict for Hector, where they all tell Matt they have not, and Matt believes that he is good to go now. And you have the judge also kind of remind both sides that he wants this case process to be simple. And so he tells Matt that he does not want to see superheroes somehow force the jury to change their decision in some way. Also telling Delacourt, the lawyer who is trying to get Hector locked up, that he needs to be careful as well because they are known to be a shady group. Now we actually get to the beginning of the trial, where you had Delacourt begin to talk about how Hector has to be guilty, just trying to paint an image that Hector went out as White Tiger and tried to rob a random pawn shop, and he was the one who shot and killed the cop. Now we know it wasn't him, but of course no one else does. And so you have Delacourt making it seem like there is no way Hector is innocent. Now Matt Murdock jumps in and gives his speech, where he explains how all the evidence shows that there is no way Hector was the one who shot the cop. No gun residue, and there being a blood splatter that shows more of someone having contact with the dead body, not shooting a person. And so to Matt it's like, come on y'all, this should be an open and closed case here. Except Delacourt calls up the police officers who caught the White Tiger up to the stand and begins to have them tell their story, where they go on to tell their story and continue the process of painting Hector as this bad guy who killed a police officer. Even though they did not see anything, they are still trying to make sure that the jury believes them that Hector had to be the one who killed the cop. And you have Matt Murdock go up there and begin to question the cops, where he keeps bringing up facts where you think would help him. There was no gun residue, and somehow you have a dead body in the room that was killed by a gun. And so how come you have not found a trace of gun residue on White Tiger and believe he was the killer? You said there's a blood splatter on White Tiger's clothes, but that can come from something falling into the puddle of blood. Now this leads into a CSI person coming and speaking about the amulet, and you have Matt Murdock question her because The police, for a quick second, thought maybe the amulet played a hand into the reason why White Tiger was out in the city. And she tells us usually when a crime happens and some kind of relic is involved, they call in Doctor Strange, who knows a lot of different relics in the world. Except this time, for the White Tiger case, they did not. And the question is, why? Where she explains to Matt, we just felt like this was an open and closed case. This should give Matt something to work with because this making things look worse for the police officers. Now Matt brings in Reed Richards, and the reason why because Reed's knowledge about different things in the world is top level. He is highly respected across the world, and Matt brought him to talk about the life of a superhero and what makes a person become a superhero. Then explains why some heroes wear a mask and the ones who don't. But after Matt has Reed talk about the hero's life, well, Delacourt brings up the factor of heroes who have turned good to bad. And Reed on accident brings up Namor, and that is all Delacourt needed to show the jury that heroes can turn evil and use that to say, look at White Tiger. He is a guy who turned evil, just to have him win this case. Now Matt calls in Doctor Strange to help out, which honestly makes sense because he was supposed to be called when a relic is involved in a case, which he was not. But you also have Matt call in other heroes as well to help him out. Luke Cage, Iron Fist, Jessica Jones, and Robert Diamond. Now, Robert Diamond is an Easter egg used by Bendis because he was one of the people who was part of the Sons of the Tiger group, where the White Tiger amulet came from. But Matt is trying to show the jury how other heroes know that Hector is an honest man. Now you had Delacourt bring Hector to the stand, and this is where we see Delacourt hit Hector with the low blow by bringing up his marriage. And this is where we learn that Hector and his wife are struggling financially, and it has been hard on their marriage. Delacourt used this as a way to bring up the fact that with them struggling is the reason why White Tiger went out is because he needed money. Because he brings up the fact that maybe Hector and his wife had a fight that night before he went out as White Tiger, and the fight was about money. And Delacourt somehow knows that Hector's wife does not like him being out there as White Tiger, and so he brings up that part as well to paint a picture that Hector's mindset was not in the right place at all because of the fight, and it led to him killing the cop. But getting into the last chapter, we pick up where you have both Matt and Delacourt give their closing statement to hopefully win over the jury. Now, Matt is hoping that the jury will have some common sense here with the idea of the evidence and the way Matt questioned all the people who was called to the stand for him to win this case. And Matt is betting a lot here and hoping he will end up winning. Now, we pick up moments later, and we see Foggy Nelson bringing Matt some lunch while they wait for the final verdict. Now you have Matt tell Foggy that they have lost this case. Matt is using his powers to hear in on what the verdict is going to be. And he hears the jury saying how they are leaning towards saying guilty. And Foggy cannot believe it. But you have Matt tell Foggy that he knew this would happen. Some of the jury lied when Matt asked if they had any past experiences with superheroes. Some of them had, and some other family members are locked up because of a superhero. And there's already a news team outside getting ready to release a piece that will destroy Hector all over TV. This is where we jump a couple hours later, and we pick up with Matt, Foggy, and Hector, and they are waiting for the verdict from the jury, where Matt overheard is correct about what the jury is going to do. They declare that Hector is guilty. And this is just hard for Hector to hear. To him, his life is ruined. And even though you have Foggy and Matt try to talk to him about how they can still fight this, his mind is thinking about him and his wife, the fact that he ruined their lives. And so this leads up to him fighting police officers and whoever else in the courtroom because his mindset is he is going to escape the courtroom. Matt and Foggy try to calm him down, but they can't. And Foggy has to tell Matt not to do anything because they are trying to make the world believe that he is not Daredevil. And so they have to just sit there and watch to see how this will end. Where a gun falls on the ground and Hector takes it and leaves because he's going to use the gun as a way to help him escape the courthouse. Except when Hector gets outside, he sees a bunch of police officers, news reporters, and random citizens outside. And so he just freezes, and he knows that he is not going to make it through all of them. Except the back of his mind is telling him to try, that maybe you can make it. And so he pulls up the gun, and as soon as he does that, he is shot down by all of the police officers, and that is the death of Hector, aka the White Tiger. To close off this story, we pick up with one of the two guys from the beginning of our video. One of the guys who actually shot the police officer that led to this mess in the first place, where he watched the news about what happened to Hector. And we can see he is feeling guilty about it. His actions led to the death of a man who was trying to do good for the world. And you have Daredevil actually find this guy and tell him to make it right. If you feel guilty for what you did because now a man is dead, go and make it right. Which the guy does, and that is the end of this story. So getting into Daredevil again, we have Brian Michael Bendis give us a new character that we are going to see in the next few stories. Her name is Millia Donovan, and she is out with her friend Lori. And Lori is not really an important character, but Millia is going to play a big role in future stories. Now, Millia is also blind like Matt Murdock, but she has no enhanced abilities, except when she is walking away from her friend Lori and crossing the street. Of course, there's a truck that is coming down the street about to hit her, and she can't see it coming because, again, she is blind. Except, of course, you do have Daredevil come in and save her at the very last second. And we knew that Brian Michael Bendis would not bring her into this story to kill her off this early. They do crash land into a nearby store, but this begins the process of Millia having a crush on Daredevil. She can hear his voice and feel his face. Something about his voice and the way his face felt, she felt like there could be something between them already. And so you have Daredevil take care of her wounds from the fall and leaves her there to think about him more. Now we pick up with Matt Murdock at his law office, where he is greeted by Stiltman, who was a villain of Daredevil in his early days. Honestly, a D-list villain. But he came here to tell Matt that the villains are scared of him now. Because remember, the whole world knows that Daredevil is Matt Murdock, but to his villains, they think it's some kind of game to him. Daredevil is known as the man without fear, but Stiltman tells Matt something very important. That Vanessa Fisk sold different pieces of the Kingpin's territory away to different street level villains because the dude is in a coma right now and can't do anything, except she did not give a piece of the Kingpin's territory to the Owl, a mutant character who is also a Daredevil villain who has the ability to fly, super strength, and enhanced senses. His body is kind of altered to give an owl look in a way, but he has always been a little bit crazier in the head than other villains. And so when he did not get a piece of the Kingpin's territory, he attacked other people who had bought pieces of the Kingpin's territory and took it from them, and now he is taking the role as the new Kingpin, and then Stiltman is kicked out of Matt Murdock's office. And so of course this leads into Matt putting on his Daredevil outfit to figure out if it is true about the Owl being the new Kingpin and going around attacking people who could have connections to the Owl. Where of course they don't give Daredevil anything, but they do go and run and tell the Owl that, hey, Daredevil is looking for you. Like, you should be scared. Now, word does get back to the Owl, and he is freaking out about the fact that Daredevil is around again and ruining his plans of being the new Kingpin. We also learn that some of the Kingpin's advisors now work for the Owl, and they are trying to tell him he needs to stay calm because the Owl is thinking about going over to Matt Murdock's office and killing him, but the advisors tell him how that is a bad idea. Except again, the Owl is crazy in the head and kills one of the advisors for not stop talking about how bad it is to go after Matt Murdock. But the story does shift over to Millia Donovan, where we see her on a rooftop thinking about Daredevil, how those few seconds with him have built a crush on him, where her friend Lori comes by and tells her that she should go see him at his law office, where Lori tells Millia about who Matt Murdock is and how the world knows that he is Daredevil. But at the same time, he is trying to make it seem like he is not Daredevil. And Lori encourages Millia to go over and see him. But now we pick up with the random thug who is working for the Owl. But we find out that the Owl is trying to push the MGH drug back into the streets again. MGH means mutant growth hormone, and if you take this drug, well, it gives you powers. Now the powers are random, but you do get powers. In a world full of people with powers, there are going to be people who do anything to have powers. And so the Owl is hoping this new drug will be enough to help make enough money to run his operations. Except once again you have Daredevil appear, and once again you have Daredevil interfering with the Owl's operation. And you have him flip the car over, pull out the two people who were thinking about buying the drug, and also the thug who was selling the drug. And Daredevil tells the thug to run back to his boss and tell him that Daredevil is coming after him. Picking up later that night, you have the Owl, his advisor, and some of his henchmen waiting in their base because they place scouts and cameras to tell them when Daredevil is coming. They knew sooner or later he would finally pop up in their base, and so you had the advisor remind the Owl to let him do the talking since the Owl is a little bit crazy in the head. Now, when Daredevil gets there, of course, he begins the process of throwing everyone around and telling the Owl how this is over. He will not be the new Kingpin of the city. And then you have Daredevil realize that they are calling him Matt Murdock, and he senses that they are recording the whole interaction, hoping to use this in court to lock up Matt Murdock. In the past, supervillains could never press charges on Daredevil because they did not know he was Matt Murdock, but now they do. And being a vigilante is illegal, and with him being here attacking the Owl, they can use this in court. Except Daredevil destroys the tapes and tells them that he's not Matt Murdock. They are mistaken who he truly is and leaves before the cops arrive, also hoping to show the Owl that if he does not stop, he will come back again. Now, the next day, two big things happen. The first being that we pick up with Matt Murdock, and he is with Jessica Jones, who pretends to be his bodyguard. Except when they are about to leave, that is when Matt finds out that he has a visitor, and it is Millia. She is making her move and hoping her move will work, and she does get a date with Matt Murdock. Now we pick up with Yuri Rosendale, who is the CEO of the Daily Globe, the paper that told the world about Matt Murdock being Daredevil. And so you have him in his pool having a calm day and trying to not think about the big lawsuit since he's not backing down on the fact that what he reported is true. Except while he is in his pool, we see someone waits for him at the end of the pool. Then by the next page, we see that someone has cut off his head. The question is now, who just killed Yuri Rosendale and why would they do this? This leads into the police arriving the next day and, of course, trying to figure out what happened here. Where you have Yuri Rosendale lawyer tell them how he was here hours ago discussing the Matt Murdock case. And just like that, the police think that this could be related to Daredevil, that Matt Murdock did this or someone who may have connections to Matt Murdock, and so you have them leave the scene of the crime to pay a visit to Matt Murdock. Now, getting back over to Matt Murdock, we see him right now talking to Milia, and just like her, he's freaking out. By using his enhanced senses, he is getting a read on her while she's going over why she had to come over here to see him. That basically after he saved her from being hit by that truck, she had a crush on him. Now, he tells her that he cannot be responsible for what happens to her since the world knows that he is Daredevil, even though he is trying to fix that. And she offers dinner, and he tells her that he has to think about it, but he does like her. But then you have Foggy talking to Matt in the basement about how Matt should not try to do anything with Milia at all. They have too much going on with the lawsuit, plus the fact that other villains could come after her and Matt as well. And so to Foggy, Matt needs to lay low. Then you have Matt tell Foggy about what the Owl is doing right now, with pushing the MGH drug onto the streets again. And that is why he cannot lay low at the moment. He needs to get this drug off the streets. Now, when Jessica Jones walks into the room, Matt asks for where Luke Cage lives, because apparently after the White Tiger case in our last video, Luke has been avoiding Matt Murdock. And you have Daredevil go visit Luke Cage, where we learn that Luke Cage does not like Matt Murdock because Matt is now a liar to him. Instead of embracing the fact the world knows that he is Daredevil and being a symbol for people to look up to, Matt rather tried to get his secret identity back into the bottle, because it is hard for him to be both Daredevil and Matt Murdock. And to Luke Cage, Matt Murdock should just stop lying, because being a liar is one of the worst things you can be. And you have Matt Murdock counteract that argument with the fact that Matt's father wanted him to be a lawyer. He died trying to make sure that Matt could reach that goal in life. And Matt goes on to say that he did not beg for a chance in life to get trounced in chemicals to make him blind to get enhanced senses. And with his identity being out there now, his private life is ruined, and the fact that he could lose the ability to be a lawyer, all of his past cases could get reviewed and thrown out, meaning that a lot of people could be back on the streets who were bad. And to close this chapter, two things happen. We see Matt does take up the offer from Milia for dinner, and so this could begin the process of them dating. But also we see that when Foggy and Jessica Jones are about to leave, they are greeted by the police who want to talk to Matt about the death of Yuri Rosendale. And so we pick up with Milia and Matt Murdock at the end of their date as they are walking back over to Matt's home until they are greeted by the police who are working on the Yuri Rosendale case. And they are assuming that Matt had a hand in the death of Yuri Rosendale. And Matt is freaking out because he has Milia here. And this is the worst way to end a date. Have your date think that you are some kind of killer. Now, they begin to question Matt on where he was around the death of Yuri Rosendale and who is the person he is with right now. And the list goes on with the questions. And Matt is doing his best job of trying to wrap this up without them arresting him for the death of Yuri Rosendale. And also trying to paint himself as an honest man to Milia because he still has feelings for her. But at the end, they do take Matt Murdock away in handcuffs and take Milia in a separate police car to question her separately. Now they leave Matt in an interrogation room, and you have Matt use his enhanced senses to listen in on what the police is thinking about him in the case. And the whole time Matt is thinking about how he is hating the fact his world is falling apart, but the police don't know what to do really. They are highly debating on letting him go or just going ahead and book him as the person who was behind the death of Yuri Rosendale. And so you have the two detectives walk in and they begin to question Matt Murdock. And Matt does an amazing job of playing it cool. He's playing that he's just a blind man working as a lawyer. There is no way he would be behind the death of Yuri Rosendale. And this is where we learn that these officers are from New Jersey because Yuri Rosendale's home and where he died was in New Jersey. And the police in Hell's Kitchen are just working alongside with them. And the reason why this is important is because after a while, the Hell Kitchen police officers let Matt go because the New Jersey police had no power to interrogate a blind man like that. And so Matt leaves the police station and goes home. And this leads to the story switching over to the Owl again. And you have one of the Kingpin's old advisor hand the Owl today's newspaper, where it shows that Matt Murdock has been arrested. And we learn that maybe the Owl had a hand in the death of Yuri Rosendale. Now, the paper does not say that Matt Murdock was released from the police. And so the Owl thinks that he has won, and he tells his men they can move forward with the plan. Now, the story does a complete switch up on us, where we jump over to Sam Silk, the guy who thought he could get rid of the Kingpin and take over the Kingpin spot. Also was the one who ran to the police when the plan failed and told the police that Matt Murdock was Daredevil, hoping he would get some kind of protection from Vanessa Fisk, the wife of the Kingpin, who was killing people who betrayed her husband. Of course, it did not work, but we see him in prison when a guard told him he has a visitor. And when he goes into the room, it is the Kingpin, letting us know that the Kingpin is back in the picture again. But then the story shifts over to Matt trying to call Milia after getting back home from the police station, only to have her not answering his calls. And so he assumes that she's ignoring him now because he has been painted as a murderer. And this leads to him talking to Foggy about how he is tired of being in a cycle of life where he thinks things are getting better only to be shut down again. After talking to Foggy, he knows it has to be the Owl who killed Yuri Rosendale to get back at him and hoping to get rid of him as well. Now, getting back over to the Owl, he thinks he has won against Daredevil, and so he's going on with his business as usual, except that is when we see the FBI has arrived to arrest the Owl. The person leading this force is Agent Driver, and we're going to see him in a lot of future books, but this man is leading this force, and he tells the Owl that he messed up because the Owl is too messy with his operations, that it will be easy to lock up the Owl. He is not like the Kingpin who knew what he was doing and was able to keep the FBI from arresting him. He even tells him that, hey, Sam Silk is dead now too, hinting that the Kingpin could be back in the picture. This leads to the Owl attacking Agent Driver, thinking that he is going to be able to escape from the FBI. Like when things get tough for him, his only plan is to run away. But the problem is Daredevil is there waiting for him. And so of course this begins a battle between the two, where you have Daredevil beat down on the Owl to let him know that he was warned earlier. If he continued to pretend to be the new Kingpin of the city, Daredevil was going to come back for him. And here he is back and beating down on the Owl and knocking him out for the FBI. And to end this story, you have Daredevil and Agent Driver come to an agreement that Daredevil was never here, that the Owl was taken down by the FBI, and that is it. And so you have Daredevil leave, and this leads to Agent Driver talking to his team about should he have told Daredevil that the Kingpin is back in town once again. And please leave me a like down below, but here we go. So to begin this story, we pick up on some kind of sitcom show, where the story follows this young girl who is the main star of the show around the set. Now, this character is not a well-known character in Marvel Comics, but she is kind of a cool character to have around. But we don't learn who this character is until she goes into her dressing room between breaks and she is greeted by someone. That is when she is greeted by the Kingpin, and the Kingpin knows her secret, that this lady has dissociative identity disorder, meaning she has two different personalities, one of them being Mary Walker, someone who is a star for a sitcom TV show. Her other personality is Typhoid Mary, someone who is crazy in the head, and when she's in her other personality, she's able to access her powers, and we're going to see what her powers are down the road, but she is recruited by the Kingpin to help him with something. Now we pick up with Millia Donovan, who we met in our last video, and she was this new girl to walk into Daredevil's life, as maybe to be his new girlfriend, except when they went on their first date, Daredevil was arrested by the police because they thought he murdered the owner of the Daily Globe. And she has not seen him since then, and so you have her talking to her friend Lori again, where they both come to an agreement that maybe she should see him again, mainly because she found it fun being part of a murder case. This leads to us picking up with the Kingpin, and we see that he is in Bolivia, where he has hunted down his lawyer Dini. Remember that after Kingpin was put on life support, Dini helped Vanessa Fisk, the wife of the Kingpin, hunt down the people who betrayed the Kingpin. But after they did that, well, Vanessa and Demi sold everything the Kingpin owned away. And so the Kingpin is upset that his lawyer allowed his wife to do that, and now he is trying to regain everything he lost. But he also kills Demi for doing what he did. Now we finally pick up with Matt Murdock, and we check up on him to see how he is doing after everything in our last video, where we see him and Foggy are having a normal conversation until we see that Millia appears again. Of course, this leads into them kind of rekindling their love again, I guess. And so we see them try to do a redo for their first date. Except while they are walking on their date to whatever diner they plan to go to, that is when they are greeted by Typhoid Mary. And we learn that she has psychic abilities, including pyrokinesis, telekinesis, and telepathy. And with her pyrokinesis, she set Matt on fire. Now the story does switches over to this random guy who is doing a drug run, and this takes place 2 days before Matt Murdock was set on fire. And with this guy, we see him right now doing his usual run, where he sells the drugs, picks up some money from another guy, and then plans to move on to meet up with his provider to get more drugs to sell in the streets. The problem is that when he arrives to his provider's little apartment, he walks in to see that everyone is dead in the room. And so it seems like another gang just got rid of this random group of thugs. But when this thug runs out of the apartment and tries to get away before he is also killed, that is when he is greeted by a group called Sano, and make it seem like they were the ones who killed everyone in that apartment. And this is showing us that with the Kingpin no longer being around, every gang is trying to take over the city. Even gangs from outside of New York, like Chicago or Philadelphia. This is where we see Typhoid Mary appear, and we see that she's here to kill everyone. Like this Seno gang thing, at first they had the advantage because they have guns and swords, except we see her begin the process of beating down on all of them and gets rid of every single member of the Seno gang except for one, and there is a good reason why she let this one person survive. The reason why is because she is working for the Kingpin, and the Kingpin wants to let this Sano member live. also let the first thug we were following along live as well to tell their bosses that the Kingpin has returned. But then we pick up with Agent Driver, and we were first introduced to him back in our last video, where we saw that he was leading a FBI force, but he was the one who arrested the Owl in our last video. Well, now he is here to kind of introduce himself to the Kingpin, stating that he is going to be the one watching the Kingpin closely, waiting for the Kingpin to mess up, because once he does, Agent Driver can lock him away. And Agent Driver knows that the Kingpin being back in the city is more the fact that the Kingpin is trying to regain what he lost thanks to Vanessa Fisk. And that was really it for that chapter, just showing us, hey, Agent Driver is going to be around for a little bit longer now. Now, getting back to the present day, we pick up with Typhoid Mary burning Matt Murdock, and it does seem like that he could be killed by the flames that she created. And you have Jessica Jones step in to fight her, which you would think would be enough to stop her, but it is not. Typhoid Mary does give Jessica a run for her money, and the flames that weren't on Matt were put out luckily. Now remember, Jessica Jones' powers are really just super strength. She does not have unbreakable skin. And so Mary is able to stab Jessica, which caused her to slow down just a tad bit. Except that is when you have Luke Cage appear, and with him being here, Mary can't really rely on her powers like she wants to. Also, her swords are basically useless too, all thanks to the fact that Luke Cage has unbreakable skin. And so Mary is trying to take on Luke Cage, Jessica Jones, and at the end of the fight, Matt Murdock does jump in too to help knock her out, which they do finally knock her out. And so the day is saved, except at the end of the fight, Matt does pass out because of his wounds from this fight. Now, this fight right here is going to come back and make things worse for Matt later on. Jumping to later on that night, we see Matt is meditating, hoping it will help him recover from his wounds. Emilia is there as well, but she is right now laying in bed behind him. And this is where Matt is confronted by Agent Driver. And this begins them coming to understanding that Agent Driver is here to kind of help Matt out, telling him they locked up Mary. They are doing their best to keep the press from breaking down Matt's front door. And he is going to be here to watch over Matt. But you also have Agent Driver tell Matt that his little fight outside his front door does not help him when he is trying to convince the world that he is not Daredevil. But after Agent Driver leaves, you have Matt get in bed with Emilia, and they discuss the fact on why Matt didn't want her around. Because right now his life is dangerous 24/7. And there is nothing he can do about it, and she could be killed just for knowing him, and he wants her to understand that this is not a game. Except to her, she liked this new thrill in her life, being around him and stuff, and so she is down with being with him still, even though now on a second date she almost died by a super villain. Now we pick up with the Kingpin, who we see that he is making his big move basically, where he plans to go after Matt finally, and we see him meeting up with someone to achieve the goal of messing with Matt's life. And this is where we find out that he is talking to no other than Bullseye. And this is a bold move for the Kingpin, because Bullseye is the one guy who has constantly messed up Matt Murdock's life, and so it makes sense for him to bring in Bullseye. But the story does jump back over to Matt Murdock and Emilia laying in bed, where she wakes up to find out that Matt Murdock is going out as Daredevil again. And she is wondering why, because to her, he should be resting since what just happened to him with Typhoid Mary. But he tells her that he has to go because he needs to stop the Kingpin. He knows that the Kingpin will not stop until he is able to achieve whatever goal he has now that involves Matt Murdock. And so Matt leaves to go handle the Kingpin. Now, when Matt leaves, the story stays on Emilia for a minute. It does not switch over to Matt going over to the Kingpin. And we see her laying in bed, thinking about how much she loves being the girlfriend of Matt Murdock. Except that is when we see that she is confronted by someone, and it is no other than Bullseye. And this is what the Kingpin wanted Bullseye to do. He wanted him to kill another girlfriend of Matt Murdock. Remember that Bullseye killed 2 of the women that Daredevil loved. And so right now, he's trying to add a 3rd to that list. At the moment where Bullseye thinks he's about to kill Daredevil's new girlfriend, well, Daredevil comes back, and it leads into a battle we have seen so many times. Daredevil versus Bullseye. It is something that will always happen, except this time you have Daredevil tell Bullseye that he is tired of him, that he is tired of toying with Bullseye because Bullseye has hurt him enough, taking so many people from him and other people in the world. And so we see Daredevil kind of get savage with Bullseye, like beating him down and making him bleed from his head because he is carving a symbol into his head. Daredevil is tired of Bullseye always coming around and trying to mess things up for Matt Murdock's life. And after Daredevil basically beat this man to the ground, that is when we find out that apparently Daredevil was working with Agent Driver. Like they knew Bullseye or someone else would come here to finish up the job that Mary Typhoid couldn't do. And so it leads to Daredevil just handing Bullseye over to Agent Driver and his FBI force. But the story is still not done just yet. You have Matt go upstairs and check up on Milia to see how she is doing, where of course she is okay and still wants to be part of his superhero life. And this proceeds into Daredevil thinking that he has to finally stop this, and he knows the only way to do that is to go after the Kingpin and stop him. We then pick up with a few pages where we see a bunch of dead bodies, and I mean a bunch of dead bodies, y'all. We are seeing bodies popping up in the most unusual places. But these men had a hand in trying to take over the Kingpin's area while he was away. And so this is the Kingpin coming back and cleaning house basically. Killing them off is him making a statement that now he is back in the picture, everything is under his control again. And we see him calling a meeting and letting people know that he is back and everything is under his control. Now, of course, you have some of these guys trying to tell him no because he has been gone, and things were better for them on their own rather than working for the Kingpin. Except you have the Kingpin tell these guys that if they want to deny what he wants, well, he will kill their family. And so you have them basically agree to the Kingpin's new terms. Now this leads to the best moment of the book because you have Daredevil appear at this meeting, just crashing in and stuff, where we do get to see these two fight out, and Kingpin and Daredevil, a fight we have seen so many times in comics, but this time it is different because this fight is more of Daredevil telling us that he had enough of the Kingpin, like he was more aggressive with Bullseye earlier. And this is Daredevil being more aggressive with the Kingpin as well. And so you have Daredevil just beat down on the Kingpin until the Kingpin is actually knocked out. Now to wrap up this story though, you have Daredevil take the Kingpin to another spot where a bunch of men had already agreed to work for the Kingpin or trying to become the new Kingpin. And you have Daredevil make these men spread the word that he is tired of people like them pushing stuff into the streets of Hell's Kitchen that are killing people. He showed them what he did to the Kingpin and explained that if they continue, he will do the same thing to them as well. That if they want somebody to be their boss, someone to control them, someone to look up to or whatever, he will be the new Kingpin of New York, and they can spread the word. And remember that the world knows right now that Matt Murdock is Daredevil. And so to him, this is him saying that Matt Murdock is the Kingpin now. And this is where So we pick up with Ben Urich, and we have not seen him in a while, except we see him going to a diner and meeting up with someone. and we don't get the chance to see who it is. But he tells us that it has been a year since Daredevil had claimed the Kingpin role of the city. In the year from our last video till now, Daredevil has been going around making sure the city runs in his image, making sure villains are not trying to do anything. He just goes around Hell's Kitchen beating down on bad people. Now this leads into us finding out that Matt Murdock and Foggy Nelson won that settlement. Remember, in our first few videos, Daredevil's identity was told to the world that he was Matt Murdock, and his idea was to claim that the Daily Globe published a false story about him, and so he sued them for $100 million, I think. Except we find out that him and his girlfriend Millia Donovan gave all the money away to the city to help make Hell's Kitchen better, and that has always been his goal for years. But then you have Ben Urich tell us stories how the city wanted him to run for mayor. In 1 year, a lot of things happened to Matt, and every single thing that happened to him is something amazing. And Daredevil Comics usually show Daredevil always struggling to have anything great in his life, and so seeing this for him is great. But then we learn that not everyone is happy that Daredevil claimed himself as the Kingpin, and we jump forward to Matt Murdock meeting up with some other heroes like Luke Cage, Spider-Man, Doctor Strange, and Reed Richards, and we learn that they hated the idea of Matt Murdock claiming himself as Kingpin because he is putting a target on his head and anyone who is close to him, also making it hard for the other heroes as well, because every other villain or bad person in Hell's Kitchen have left there and went to other parts of New York, meaning more work for other heroes. But you have Matt tell them to do what he did. They will see how great it is. Just go there to your part of town and claim yourself as the Kingpin of that city. But we jump forward to the day before Ben Urich arrived at the diner to meet up with that mysterious person, where we see Matt and Millia out on a date. But then you have Matt send Millia away and tell her to call the one person he told her to call if something bad happens to him, because we find out that a group of gang members appear out of nowhere to kill Matt Murdock. And this is not a small group. This is a huge sized group ready to kill him. Now, the second chapter of this book focuses on Matt Murdock fighting against these thugs, and Ben Urich is telling us how epic the battle was, because this is the Sentinel gang who we saw in our last video who Kingpin stopped from taking over the city in the last video. And with Wilson Fisk gone, this gang was looking at trying to take over the city, but here comes Matt Murdock claiming the title, and now these guys want him gone. Plus, they know that Daredevil is Matt Murdock, thanks to the fact that his identity was told all over the world thanks to the Daily Globe. And this fight was so epic that it was impossible not to hear what was happening in the middle of the town. Now you have the FBI appear, and they have been watching over Matt Murdock ever since he claimed himself as the Kingpin of the city. But with the mixture of both the thugs and the FBI, he was able to sneak away before being caught by one of the two groups. This is where the big shocker comes in, because we finally get to the present day, which again is Ben Urich and this mysterious person he has been talking to this whole time. We learn that the person he has been talking to is Millia Donovan, and she was the person Matt Murdock told to find the one person if anything bad happens to him. But we learn that the fight was last night, but Matt Murdock has been missing ever since that fight last night. And so now Millia is asking Ben to find him. But the big shocker of this chapter is that in the 1 year Matt Murdock has been the Kingpin, him and Millia got married secretly. Now getting over to Agent Driver, who we have been seeing a lot of in our last few videos, appear once again, where you have him talking to one of the Sentinel members, well, the one in charge of the group that attacked Matt Murdock, Sentinel Ori, where basically have Agent Driver telling him that he's on the most wanted list, how he is going to be charged with drug abuse, concealed weapons, and a ton of other charges. Now, Sentinel Ori plays like he knows the FBI cannot hold him, and so he's acting more of like a jerk right now towards Agent Driver and giving that vibe off that he'll be able to walk out very soon. Now we pick up with Ben Urich, where we see him going to the one person Matt Murdock trusted besides him, which of course is Foggy Nelson, the best friend of Matt Murdock. Now we learn that with Matt Murdock being the Kingpin, life for Foggy Nelson has been going great for him. At the same time, he has faced a lot of challenges. But Foggy points out that he has been getting a lot of book deals, except he's locked away in some bunker for his protection from Matt's enemies. And you have been asked Foggy if he has seen Matt, where of course Foggy says no. But you have Foggy say something that sticks to Ben, which is, ever since Karen Page died, things have been going crazy for Matt Murdock and the people close to him. But you have Ben go to the one place that Matt would go to if he ever got badly injured and need medical help, but doesn't want to go to the hospital. Of course, that means him going to the night nurse. The night nurse is someone heroes go to when they need to be patched up but can't go to an actual hospital. Where of course, when Ben goes inside, that is when he finds Matt on the table trying to heal from his wounds from the fight from earlier. But the story once again switches over to Agent Driver and his new partner, Angela Del Toro. If you know that name, then you know that later on she becomes the new White Tiger after Hector Alea. And right now we see her and Driver watching as Santa Ori is being escorted out of the police building because somehow he was able to get all the charges dropped. This is where things go bad because Driver and Angela were watching from their car down the street. Out of nowhere, you have a random group of Sentinel members attack Driver in Angela's car. Angel was able to get out of the car in time, but Driver was stuck in the car. At the end of the gunfight, the car blew up and Agent Driver was still trapped inside, meaning that he is now dead. This leads to Matt and Ben finally having a talk. Remember that Matt stopped talking to Ben Urich back in our second video, right when Matt decided he was going to sue the Daily Globe for putting his identity out there. But you have Ben Urich bring up the fact that Matt has been going crazy and making a ton of bad decisions because of the death of Karen Page. Karen Page was of course Matt's past lover, and when she died, it hit Matt hard. It seems like Matt never truly got over it. And so every decision he has made recently is a result of her death. And Ben calls this a nervous breakdown. Now Matt passes out, but you have Foggy Nelson walk in and begins to talk to Ben about what was just said. And Foggy tells Ben that he did not see this as a nervous breakdown until now. And with that being said, Foggy realized that Ben is right. Karen Page's death caused a nervous breakdown for Matt Murdock. But then the story fast forward 9 days later, and we pick up with Matt Murdock back in his apartment, where everything seems to be normal again for him, and he wakes up to Milia, who is currently his wife right now. And so things seem to be better for him now, but of course this is a Daredevil book, and so we know that things about to get rough for him once again. Later that night, Daredevil goes to visit Luke Cage and Jessica Jones. At this point, Jessica Jones is now pregnant in the Marvel Universe, meaning that Daredevil books should be caught up in the Marvel timeline. But we see Daredevil coming here to make amends with Luke Cage since they had a fallout a while back, where of course Luke Cage and Daredevil do make up. But then you have Daredevil ask Luke Cage for one favor, and this is about taking down someone who has done damage in the city. This is where we pick up with Santa Ori, but he's at some bar and I'm guessing that he owns, where we see him thinking that he has won where it comes to with him being able to get the charges the FBI had on him dropped. But while he is chilling at this bar, that is when there's a huge explosion in the building, and we see that Daredevil and Luke Cage had recruited other heroes to help them take down the Sentinel gang. And so now you have Daredevil, Luke Cage, Spider-Man, and Iron Fist. And Daredevil got word what Sentinel Ori did to Agent Driver earlier, and so he is here to make Sentinel Ori pay for killing Agent Driver. Now the final chapter of this book is used as a way to give us the battle between the heroes and the Sentinel gang, where really it is the heroes taking the Sentinel gang down with no problem at all. Truthfully, it is funny to see these guys try running up on the heroes like they have a chance of winning this fight, and each hero does something to embarrass one of the gang members. And one thing to point out is that the MGH, mutant growth hormone, is being used by the Sentinel gang, showing us that the drug is still being run throughout the streets of Hell's Kitchen. Now you have Daredevil go and chase down Sentinel Ori because he is trying to escape, but also the fact that he killed Daredevil's newest friend, Agent Driver, where the fight does go on for a while, but this is Daredevil's brightest moment in the book, meaning that of course he wins the fight against Sentinel Ori. Now, before the fight ends, we see Sentinel pop some MGH pills as well, thinking that it will give him the edge in the fight against Daredevil, where this is not the first time Daredevil had to fight someone who decided to use the MGH drug while fighting him. And so the story seems to end there, but we still have one more part to cover. And we pick up with Matt getting back home, where he is greeted by Milia like usual, except this time you have Milia upset, where she tells Matt that Foggy told her about Karen Page, how Ben and Foggy think that the death of Karen Page has truly affected the way Matt thinks and proceeds with his life. And Matt denies it at first, but you have Milia continue to push the idea in front of Matt, to have him realize that it could be true, where Matt finally agrees that Karen Page's death has played a big part in his nervous breakdown, where Milia asks Matt that did he only marry her because of his nervous breakdown, and Matt says that it could be it, meaning that he may never had truly loved her, and so she leaves crying, saying that this is not something she wanted to hear and be part of. And this is where we are going to end today's video. And so guys, so this story does give us a small recap of what happened at the end of our last video, where we see that Milia Donovan has sent over papers to have her and Matt Murdock's marriage annulled. She felt that their marriage was not real, and Matt only married her because as part of his nervous breakdown from the death of Karen Page, someone Matt truly cared for. And you have Foggy tell Matt to sign it so both Milia and Matt can finally move on, but of course Matt does not want to, stating that he actually does love Milia. But then we jump over to Bulgaria, where we pick up with Madam Hydra, the person who runs Hydra at this moment, or could be just one of the many in charge. Either way, she was supposed to meet up with Murdock. Instead, Captain America appears, telling her that him and the Avengers have captured Murdock and they are now going to take her in as well. And this is going to be the linch point of the story, the fact the Avengers have captured Madam Hydra. And the reason why I say that is because the Avengers did not arrest her on American soil. They captured her on the Bulgarian land, meaning that they had no rights to come to this country and arrest her without permission. And so you have the Bulgarian leader talking to the US ambassador and tells them if they want to take Madam Hydra back to the US, they need to give up Black Widow then, because the Black Widow has done some illegal things there and needs to answer for her crimes. And so you have the US government agree on giving up the Black Widow, and you have the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. call up Nick Fury and tells them that he needs to call in the Black Widow, that she needs to be called in, and he does not tell Fury the reason why she's being called in for. And so you have Fury send out a message to Black Widow, who is right now in the middle of a mission at the moment. telling her to disappear because it seems like something is not right to him for his boss to tell him to bring in Black Widow out of nowhere. And so she gets the message, aborts her mission, and ends up disappearing like Nick Fury asked her to do. Now, getting back over to Matt finally, you have Bendis remind us the main point of his overarching story. The whole world knows that Matt Murdock is Daredevil, and since Daredevil had claimed the role of the Kingpin, people have brought up the topic again about Daredevil being Matt Murdock and now the Kingpin. And so with that being all over the news and the fact that he is going through a divorce right now, you have Matt Murdock tell Foggy he is going home to relax. Except when Matt gets home thinking that he's about to have a quiet night for once in his life, we come to find out that Black Widow has snuck into his apartment and was waiting for him to do the dirty. Now, Daredevil and Black Widow used to date a long time ago, and now it is more of them just having a fling here and there. And she wants some, but he's like, I can't because he is a married man, and he has not told her yet. But he gets a call from Ben Urich, who tells him how Jigsaw, this Punisher villain, is going to do something shady at the docks and wondering if Daredevil wants to handle it. Where of course he says yes to take his anger out on something, but he invites Black Widow, but he tells her that he wants to know why she is here after they take care of Jigsaw. And the first chapter closes with us jumping forward to the next day, and we pick up with the S.H.I.E.L.D. director getting a copy of the Daily Bugle, where he sees Black Widow in the paper, and the headlines are telling him that Black Widow is still out and around, and right now she is with Daredevil, and that is the opposite of what he wants from Nick Fury and Black Widow. But then the story shows us what happened with Daredevil and the Black Widow when they fought against Jigsaw last night, where it is honestly a 3-page fight where they were able to take care of Jigsaw very quickly. It makes sense because Daredevil and Black Widow are both trained fighters, and then there is Jigsaw, someone who is definitely not a well-trained fighter. And so the fight is wrapped up very quickly, and Ben Urich reports the story, and that is how word got out that Black Widow is with Daredevil. And so you have Daredevil and Black Widow go home, and this leads into a section where they kiss. And so we know what Black Widow wants to do. And Daredevil is very tempted to go with her plans, except Daredevil goes downstairs, finds his briefcase, and looks at the papers from Millie Donovan's lawyer, who is again asking to have their marriage annulled. But Matt does not want to because he loves her. His love for Millie makes him turn Black Widow down for the night. But then the story jumps forward to the next day, and we get a small section where Matt and Foggy are working out of their office, and Foggy gets today's paper where he finds out that Black Widow is back in town and asks Matt what is going on between them, and you have Daredevil tell him nothing at all. Now when Foggy leaves the room, we see Jigsaw appear in the office of Matt, telling us that Jigsaw was able to pay off his bail. But the reason why he is here because he knows that Daredevil is Matt Murdock, like the rest of the world. Also throwing in the fact that Daredevil did claim himself as the Kingpin of the city. And so Jigsaw came here thinking that the reason why Daredevil and Black Widow attacked him last night is because he was moving in on Daredevil's turf. And this made Matt angry because he's tired of people thinking that he is that kind of Kingpin, the same kind as Wilson Fisk. And so he tells Jigsaw to leave and he calls security. And then that made Jigsaw angry because Jigsaw has no idea what in the world is Daredevil doing as the Kingpin. Like, what is his game plan being the Kingpin? But moving on with the story, we now see Daredevil and Black Widow having lunch. This is where we see Daredevil finally tell Black Widow, that he is technically married, but it is on the verge of being over, and Black Widow cannot believe it. And you have Daredevil explain everything that had happened between him and Milia. Sadly, before Black Widow is able to continue on to hear that the man she still has feelings for has moved on and got married, that is when you have Matt Murdock senses something in the far distance, that someone is watching them. And out of nowhere, a bunch of bullets start flying all around them. Of course, the sniper does miss Daredevil and Black Widow, mainly because Daredevil was able to detect that the sniper was nearby with his enhanced senses. And so you have Daredevil appear and begin the process of beating down on this random sniper. And we do learn who this sniper is down the road, but for now, he is just some random dude who tried to take down Daredevil and Black Widow, where you would think the fight would be wrapped up very quickly since it is Daredevil. Only to find out that this sniper brought a secret weapon, some device that emits a high-level radio wave, that of course begins to mess up Daredevil because Daredevil does have enhanced hearing. And so it does throw him off and gives the sniper the chance to now beat down on Daredevil. Except the sniper forgot about Black Widow, who appears to help out Daredevil. At first, there is this stare down between her and the sniper, and him asking her if she thinks she is faster than his gun, where she tells him yes, and then proceeds to go after him, only to end up getting shot in the shoulder and have a small quick 2 to 3 page fight with this guy and get thrown off the roof by him. Luckily, she was able to fall into a dumpster that broke in her fall, but of course the sniper is gone, and when she gets back up there, we see Daredevil has been unmasked by the guy, meaning the guy confirms that Daredevil is, in fact, Matt Murdock. Later on, Daredevil and Black Widow go back to the home of Matt Murdock, where you have them mending to each other wounds, except you have Matt ask Black Widow, why is she here? Since he thinks that the sniper was really not after him, where she tells him that Nick Fury called her in, which tells her that something is wrong. She is a top-level S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, an Avenger, and a hero, and so if she gets called in, it means someone is gunning after her. The questions are, who and why? And so you have Daredevil understand why she came here to him in the first place. That is when Daredevil once again detects something. This time he detects that there are a group of people with guns who have broken into his home. Now Black Widow wants to go ahead and handle this now, but you have Daredevil tell her no. He wants his Matt Murdock life to stay clear from his Daredevil life, and he is trying to convince the world that he is not Daredevil. And so he comes up with a plan before sending Black Widow away, and we do not know what the plan is just yet. Except we do find out that it is Jigsaw and a group of his men, and he is still upset about being taken down by Daredevil earlier. Now, the story does shift over to Nick Fury, and we find out that Nick Fury did not know that Black Widow ran off to Matt Murdock. He was hoping that she would really stay hidden from the world, not run to her ex-boyfriend whose face is all over the news right now. And so you have Fury wondering, what in the world is going on? But you also have one of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents tell Nick that someone tried to access the Matt Murdock file. And the question is, who is trying to access that file? But then the story shifts back over to Matt Murdock, and we see him outside of his house while Jigsaw is inside the house looking for Matt. And this is part of the plan, because you have Matt try to call the police, and every time he tells them who he is, they laugh at him trying to call for help, because they know that he is Daredevil and he should be able to handle his problems on his own. And so he has to pretend to be someone else when he calls the police, and which then leads to the police saying they will be there. But while he was doing that inside the house, we see that Jigsaw and his men are looking through the house, and they fall upon Black Widow, who's pretending to be someone who is just visiting Matt from somewhere else, that she is just an innocent young lady and she is scared out of her mind. Now while Jigsaw and his men are looking at Black Widow as someone who is attractive, That is when they hear the police sirens, and of course makes Jigsaw men leave scared. But for Jigsaw, he stays because he realized that this is Black Widow. Of course, before the cops are able to walk in, she takes down Jigsaw. This is where we learn that this was Daredevil's plan the whole time. He wanted to pretend that he was out taking care of business while Jigsaw broke into his home. That led to Black Widow pretending to be someone who was just visiting Matt, and she got lucky with being able to knock out Jigsaw. That was the whole plan, in a way for Brian Michael Bendis to get rid of Jigsaw from this story. Now the story does jump forward to the next day, where we see Black Widow and Daredevil out in the middle of the city. Except this is really them being used as bait, because we see the sniper from earlier reappear again trying to kill the both of them. Where he sees Black Widow and Daredevil give him a look that they know that he is there. But then we see S.H.I.E.L.D. and Nick Fury has shot a tranquilizer on him. Where we learn that this sniper was working for S.H.I.E.L.D. and using S.H.I.E.L.D. files to find Black Widow and Daredevil. The reason why is because he was hired by someone else outside of S.H.I.E.L.D. Then the story jumps over to Bulgaria, where we learn that the country who at the beginning of our video asked the US to hand over the Black Widow for a trade for Madam Hydra has released Madam Hydra. And this is where we come to find out that the whole trade idea came from a man named Alexei Sostakov. Yes, I'm pretty sure I just butchered his last name, so please forgive me, but he is the Red Guardian, who is supposed to be Russia's Captain America, but he has some connection to the Black Widow as well. And he asked for the trade because the US broke the international rule concept so he could give Black Widow because he hates her. Long story short, Black Widow and the Avengers take him away. Now the story finally ends with Matt Murdock going to the home of Millie Donovan, where of course he is confronted by her. Now he does try to talk to her again and tries to convince her that they should try this one more time. And she tells him no. No matter how Matt words it, she is not going to fall back in love with him, because to her it seems that the only reason why Matt married her is because he was having a nervous breakdown over the death of Karen Page. And so at the end of the book, you have Matt give her what she wants. He signed the papers to have their wedding annulled, and that is the end of this storyline. So this story is kind of weird because how it starts off, where we pick up with an old man getting out of a taxi in the middle of the city, leaving you wondering who this guy is and why are we following him all over the place. That is when the story starts to do a flashback with this guy, but when he was about 60 years younger, around the 1940s. Letting us know that he's going to be an important character in this book. The question is, who is this man in the first place? That is when we see him walking down this dark alley and him arriving at this random door. But this is letting us know that he is here to meet someone, and this tells us what era this is. Because when he walks into the room, he is greeted by a bunch of Nazis, who of course praises Hitler. Except they are here for some diamonds that this guy we have been following has stolen recently. And we learn that his name is Alexander Bont, and he is just trying to get paid. Except while the trade was going down, that is when we get introduced to a hero we never heard of from this era pop in to stop Bont and the Nazis from making this trade. Now the hero name is not really important here, and the reason why I say that is because Bont tries to run away and his hero tries to stop him from escaping, and so the hero chased after Bont but lost track of where Bont went to, only to find out that Bont hid behind this hero, grabbed a chunk of wood, swung across the back of this hero's head. Now it seems like Bont killed this hero, but he does leave and heads home. This is where Bond goes home and meets up with his girlfriend Lucy, where he tells her they have to get out of town, mainly because this man just killed a hero, but he also kept the diamonds he was meant to give to the Nazis, except he then hears how one of his pals was sent back to Italy. And with that happening, something snapped in his mind that it's time for him to make his move in the world. And so you have him decide that he's going to use the diamonds for something. But the story shifts forward a few years to the point where we pick up with the early days of Daredevil's time as a hero. And you can tell because he is wearing the original Daredevil outfit. It was yellow and red. But we see Daredevil meeting up with Bond, who is now older and married to his lady Lucy, except it seems like he has become the kingpin of the city by this point in his life. Now you have Daredevil here to tell Alexander Bond that the Fixer is going to jail, a guy who was working for Bond. But Daredevil tells Bond that with the Fixer going to jail, he is going to tell the police who his boss was, which of course the Fixer does, and as soon as Daredevil leaves, the police arrives. We then jump back to the present day, where we pick up with Bond as an old man visiting a video store. He comes to find out that his restaurant that he had when he was the Kingpin was turned into a video store. Then we see him watching Matt Murdock from afar, seeing Matt still dealing with the fact that the world knows that he is Daredevil. And you can tell Bond hates Matt Murdock. But then you have Bond go to a nearby graveyard where he sees the tombstone of his wife Lucy. And so we know that he was in prison. And while he was in there, his wife Lucy died. We then see Bond going to visit one of his friends from the past named Sal, where you have Sal confirm for us that Bond did go to jail and he just finally got out of jail. But apparently Bond is upset with the fact that Sal and Bond's other friends did not do anything to help him when the police took him away all those years ago. And so you have Bond pop a mutant growth hormone drug. Taking these pills gives people powers, and so you have Bond kill off his old friend Sal with his own bare hands, telling us that he was given super strength. Now, with chapter 2 of this story, we come to find out that the story does jump forward a couple days, and we pick up with Matt Murdock being tortured by Bond and an old villain of Daredevil's, which is the Gladiator. Now, he was a long-term villain of Daredevil, but after a while he turned good and opened up his own costume shop. Except for some reason, he is no longer being a good guy and now working with Bond to torture Matt Murdock. We then jump back to the early days of Daredevil, where this section tells us the history of Gladiator and Bond. We come to find out after Gladiator turned good and opened his costume shop, Bond came by to make Gladiator go after Daredevil for him. Except you have Gladiator tell Bond no, because he's trying to be a good person now. But Bond blackmails Gladiator with their history, saying that he will go to the police and tell them about all the people he had killed for Bond, whose bodies were never found. Also, he tells Gladiator that if he does not help out, he can take the costume shop away from him since he owns the land. Now we jump back to the 1940s again, where we pick up with Bond meeting up with the gang leaders in the city, where we come to find out that Bond is trying to convince them to form some alliance under his control. And they are wondering why in the world should they do what he wants, because right now the only thing Bond has under his belt is that he killed a random hero. But in the middle of the meeting, you have another hero appear in the meeting to capture all the gang leaders and Bond. Except in the middle of the fight, you have Bond kill off this hero as well, showing the other gang leaders that Bond can handle pressure very well and gives him enough credit that they should follow under Bond rules. Now we pick up with Angela Del Toro, who we met a couple videos ago, where she was the partner of Agent Driver, who is now dead. But we pick up with her arriving at the crime scene where Bond had killed his old friend Sal, trying to figure out what happened here, where one of the ladies who found the dead body tells Angela that she saw Bond actually kill this man by punching him to death. We then jump back in time where Bond was the Kingpin and it was the early days of Daredevil. Now remember, at this point the Fixer went to jail and we found out that the Fixer told the police about Bond. And so now he needs a lawyer to help deal with his legal problems. And so he goes to Matt and Foggy hoping they will help him because back then they were brand new to being lawyers, and he was thinking that they will be starving for a chance to prove that they can be great lawyers, except he does not know the fact that Matt is Daredevil. And so when he goes to visit Matt and Foggy, they tell him no. Plus, they have another case where their client is trying to sue him, and so he is right now in a tough spot at the moment. But getting back to the present day, we pick up with Gladiator and Bond still torturing Matt Murdock. Except we now know that Bond is planning to make Matt Murdock last day something to remember. And so he starts to record everything while Gladiator continues to beat down on Matt. Now, while Gladiator is torturing Daredevil, we can tell that Bond is holding on to something to blackmail Gladiator with to make him do all of this. Because by this point, Matt Murdock and Gladiator are somewhat friends. But the story jumps back again, back to the early days of Daredevil, where we see him fighting against Gladiator, telling us that back when Bond was the Kingpin, was able to convince Gladiator back then to go after Daredevil. Now even back then at this point, Gladiator was trying to be a good guy, and so when Daredevil beat Gladiator, he knows that something must be up for Gladiator to attack him. And so he asks, why did he do this? Who made him do this? That is when the story shifts over to Bond, who's at a nearby club cheating on his wife with another lady. Except that is when he hears a loud crash outside, and it was Daredevil laying the body of Gladiator on Bond's car. And so when Bond goes outside, he sees Daredevil letting him know that Gladiator told the police and Daredevil it was Bond who hired him, and now the police are arriving to take Bond away to jail. Now this is where we build towards having Angela Del Toro become the White Tiger, and it takes place one day before the present day. Remember, I stated a while back in a previous video that she was going to become the next White Tiger, and this is how it all began, because we learn here that she was assigned by the FBI to build a case against Matt Murdock. But we pick up with Matt Murdock and Foggy leaving their office, where you have Matt realize that someone is watching them. Of course, he knows that it is Angela Del Toro, and so he sends Foggy home and goes back inside to have a one-on-one conversation with Angela. That is when there's a knock on the front door, and Matt is greeted by Angela. Now Matt is thinking that she's here to find some evidence that he is Daredevil, because again, Matt has been trying to convince the world that he is not Daredevil, except you have Angela tell Daredevil that she is not here for the case, and that is when she reveals that she has the White Tiger amulet, the same amulet that let Hector become the White Tiger. And the question is, how did she get the amulet? Where she tells that Hector was her uncle, and somehow the amulet was given to her. Now getting back to the present day, we see Bond and Gladiator still torturing Daredevil, except now Bond wants to take this to the next level, and so he instructs Gladiator to take Daredevil outside for the whole world to see, because under Matt Murdock clothes is the Daredevil outfit, showing the world that it is true. Daredevil is Matt Murdock, and he is going to continue to record this whole thing. But the story had to give us a section where Bond learned that Daredevil is Matt Murdock, like the rest of the world did. He was just chilling in prison until one of his friends hands him a newspaper from the Daily Globe that tells him that Matt Murdock is Daredevil. But we once again pick up with the early years of Daredevil, where we see him teaming up with Spider-Man in the original White Tiger, Hector Alea. And this is just establishing that Daredevil and the White Tiger have been friends for years. And so we really just get a couple pages of the heroes beating down on Doc Ock. Then at the end of the fight, you have Spider-Man introduce White Tiger and Daredevil to each other to establish their first meeting. But we then jump back to the day before Daredevil's being tortured by Gladiator and Bont, where you have Daredevil talking to Angela about her having the White Tiger amulet. Now at first, Matt thinks this is some kind of trick by Angela for her FBI case, except she tells him that she wants to know why Matt tries to be a hero, that she's considering becoming one, to use the White Tiger amulet to help people like her uncle did. That is when Matt is able to use his enhanced senses to tell that she is not lying, and so he tells her to meet him on top of a church the next day, which is the same day we know that Matt is currently being tortured by Gladiator and Bont. Now the book does give us a quick page to tell us where Bont got his MGH drugs from. It was given to him by someone in the prison. That is really it. But getting back to Daredevil meeting up with Angela at the church, you have her put on the amulet, where of course the powers of the White Tiger now flows through her body, and she climbs the building. At first, it does seem like she is by herself when she gets on top of the church, except of course, that is when Daredevil does appear. But this is Daredevil testing out to see if Angela is serious about being a hero, and will she be a capable one? And so he begins to attack her, and she has to defend herself and learn how to use the White Tiger power. But to close on the 4th chapter, we see that a couple days before Bont and Gladiator began torturing Matt Murdock, we see Bont confronting Gladiator to tell us that as soon as Bont got out of jail, Bont went to Gladiator and blackmailed him to help again by saying that if Gladiator does not help him, Bont will go and find Gladiator's 4-year-old daughter and kill her. And so of course we know that he helped Bont to save his daughter's life. But then we jump back to the training session between Daredevil and Angela, where Daredevil is testing her to see if she has the ability to be a hero, also to see her fighting skills as well. The White Tiger does give her the skills of past warriors, so she has the fighting skills. Honestly, I think this is Daredevil just having some fun with her, but then the big question does come up. Why does Daredevil do this? What motivates him to be a hero? And so you have Daredevil tell her to follow her to show her what motivates him to be a hero. And so what Daredevil does, he leads her to a robbery that is currently happening at some random store. And you would think that Daredevil would at least try to help her with this robbery, except Daredevil leaves for her to handle this robbery on her own, which of course he knows that with her being an FBI agent, she is not going to stand there and not try to help out. And so we watch her fight against this random thug, and at first she struggles with the guy, but after a while she starts to get the hang of it and was able to save the store owner's store and his life, which answers the question of what motivates Daredevil to be a hero, which is helping people. Then later on that day, we see Matt Murdock walking home, but when he walks up to his door, he realizes that Gladiator is there and confused on why, because at this point they are somewhat friends, except he knows that Gladiator is wearing his old outfit, meaning something is up. That is when Gladiator attacks Matt, knocks him out, and of course takes him to Bont. This is where Brian Michael Bendis begins the process to wrap things up for the story, where we see Angela walking into work, where she overhears that someone has Matt Murdock and is throwing him all over Hell's Kitchen in the Daredevil outfit, and so she leaves to deal with that problem. Then the next page, we pick back up with the torturing of Matt Murdock by Gladiator and Bont, where it seems that Gladiator is going to strike the killing blow to Matt, except you have Angela appear using her White Tiger powers to stop him, and this leads into her fighting against Gladiator for a time being. Then you have Bont pop more than one mutant growth hormone drugs to give him powers to go ahead and kill Matt Murdock. Now Matt Murdock realized that Bont's heart cannot handle it, and Matt is trying to tell Bont that he needs to stop, but Bont is not listening at all. And so right when Bont is about to kill Matt Murdock, that is when Bont's heart explodes, killing him. And that is why we do not see Bont around anymore in comics, because he died right here at this moment. And that is how Bont is killed off in the Daredevil comic. We then get one more page from the early days of Daredevil right after Bont went to jail, where we see someone telling Wilson Fisk that Bont has gone to jail. And so Wilson Fisk thinks it is time for him to become the next Kingpin of the city. And this is So Brian Michael Bendis does a different kind of storytelling by introducing a support group that is having a meeting in the basement of a church. This support group is about Daredevil, how Daredevil has affected their lives after he declared himself as the Kingpin. This was done a while back in one of our previous videos, but with this group, you can tell that everyone feels different about Daredevil being the Kingpin. This story opens up with the support group arguing about if Daredevil really did declare himself as the Kingpin of Hell's Kitchen, where one lady says he did not really declare himself as the Kingpin because she was there. We skip forward to her talking about being there when Daredevil threw Kingpin in front of Kingpin's men, stating that he is tired how the city is being run, how there are people who are making the city worse. He stated that if the people of Hell's Kitchen need a Kingpin so bad, or a boss so bad, then they can come to him, because his goal is to turn the city around. He never said he is the Kingpin of Hell's Kitchen. And this leads into the other people questioning her, because it sounds to them that she is thankful for Daredevil becoming the Kingpin of Hell's Kitchen. And this leads into the first story of many we get in this book, where she explains how Daredevil changed her life. Her story takes place 1 week after Daredevil declared himself as the Kingpin, and she tells us that she was a drug addict, and she usually would date guys who were treating her wrong and get the drugs that she wanted. Except the last guy she dated was trying to make a move in the city to become the new Kingpin. Him and his partner had this big plan to take over the city, but part of their plans meant they had to work with someone else, and that person was a guy named Bullet. That is his name. Trust me, I know it sounds like a ridiculous name, but that is his super villain name. He was this guy who used to fight Daredevil a long time ago, one of those villains that got thrown into comics, except no writer sat down and tried to use him as a big time villain. Now this lady tells us that she remembers what Daredevil told her about the people of Hell's Kitchen needing to start making their lives better for themselves. And so when she hears her boyfriend and his partner talking about becoming the next Kingpin of Hell's Kitchen, that is when she thought it was the time to make changes in her life. And so she pulls a gun out, planning to shoot everyone, and of course, all the other people point their guns at her. And so, in actually saving her life by fighting these guys off. Honestly, the next few pages were splash pages of the fight between Daredevil and Bullet. And this is to show again that Bullet is literally a villain no one takes seriously, but after Daredevil comes in and defeats Bullet, that is when you have this blonde lady tell us that at that point she knew she had to turn her life around, especially after Daredevil just saved her life. After her story, you have the people continue to show their emotions on how they feel about Daredevil being in Hell's Kitchen. knowing that he is Matt Murdock, but also what is his end goal of being the kingpin of the city. And this leads to this random man start talking about how he knows everything about Daredevil, how he wears the mask to hide things. The way this guy is speaking is like he truly knows everything about Matt Murdock. Now, of course, you have the other people want this random man to tell everything he knows about Daredevil, since he's making some big claims here, where of course he pulls out that classic line, "If I tell you everything, it will no longer be a secret." And so this leads to him arguing with this guy named Archie about if he is telling the truth. But then you have the mysterious guy say that if the group tells him all of their secrets, then he will tell them the big secret. And so this leads on to Archie begin telling his secret and how it's connected to Daredevil. This is when the story jumps back in time where we see Archie going to visit his father at Rikers Island, which of course is a prison in New York, but his father is locked up there and was just trying to visit his father, except we learn that his father never really liked him, especially can tell right here because his father was hoping that his uncle would come to visit him instead, because his father has a big plan that he is trying to make sure comes together. Except that is when Archie tells his father that his uncle did not want to come. So basically, his uncle backed out of his father's big plan. And so you have the father of Archie tell Archie that he needs to go to this bar and meet with a guy named Gregor, who apparently is working on something big. He needs to go see this guy to pick up something that is very important to the plan. Now, the only reason why Archie is agreeing to help his father with this plan is to finally have his father respect him in a way. And so he agrees to the plan. Now, Archie goes to see this Gregor person, where he comes to find out that his father used to be a big time person in the underworld. Reason why is because his father was the one who bombed Matt Murdock's home. If you guys remember back when the Kingpin found out that Matt Murdock was Daredevil and then had his home blown up, well, this Archie person's father was the one who made the bomb that blew up Matt Murdock's home. Now their goal is to use a new bomb to blow up Foggy Nelson's home this time, which of course Archie agrees to do it. Except that is when we see Archie go home and he sees his son in the bed, which of course begins the process of him thinking about not using a bomb to blow up the home of Foggy Nelson. And then when he is outside, he can see Matt Murdock and Foggy Nelson, which of course leads into him actually changing his mind on using the bomb on Foggy. This leads to the big question though, what did he do with the bomb then? If he did not use the bomb like he was asked to do, what did he do instead? That is when we come to find out that he put the bomb back at Gregor's bar, which of course when Gregor and his friends get back to the bar, the bomb blows up, killing both Gregor and his friend in the explosion. Now chapter 3 starts off with the next member of the support group, which is Jennifer Norton. Now her story is a real mess up one, but this is the lynch point of this whole thing, because you have her explain that she was the wife of a serial killer, and she never knew that her husband was a serial killer, that he always had a job and brings home money. She never had to ask about what his job was because it did not bother her really. Except she tells the group that one day she gets a call that her husband has been arrested for his crimes. And before she can even process what she just heard, her mom calls her because it is all over the news that her husband has been arrested. But this leads into the group asking if there were any signs of her husband being a serial killer. This leads into her talking about the one time she went into the basement to check up on her husband, except when she goes down there, she sees her husband talking to some demonic creature, which of course makes her wonder what in the world is going on. But that was something that was stuck on her mind till this day. And this happened before he got arrested, but she tells the group that ever since that day, she had a feeling that something was wrong with her husband. That is when we learn what her husband's crimes were through another member of the support group, because her husband killed 34 women, and this other member who is now yelling at Jennifer was going to be the next victim of Jennifer's husband's crime. The only reason why she was not killed like the other women is because Daredevil stepped in and saved her life. That he came in, basically fought this man around the city until he was defeated. The big thing to point out is that Jennifer's husband seemed to have powers, which is something Jennifer never spoke about, meaning that she never knew anything about her husband having powers. Now, getting back over to the support group in the present day, we see that the group is becoming more divided now. Well, really, the group is against Jennifer because they don't believe that her husband was talking to some kind of demonic creature, except that is when everyone stops when the last member to speak begins to pull something out of her purse, which is some kind of paper. But on this paper is a picture, and she asks Jennifer if the creature looked like this, which of course everyone stops to see that the same demonic creature that was in Jennifer's story is the same drawing on this paper. And this leads into Jennifer saying that it is the same creature that her husband was talking to, but it leads on to this elderly lady saying that her daughter drew the picture before she killed herself. But before she drew the picture, Daredevil had saved her daughter from a villain named Jester. Now, Jester was just a low-level villain of Daredevil who appeared back in Daredevil Volume 1, number 42 in 1968. But he was just a guy who was robbing banks in a Jester outfit. There was nothing special about him. But this is Brian Michael Bendis kind of making a decent story for the character. But getting back to the main story, we get a couple pages to remind us of something that happened earlier in Brian Michael Bendis' Daredevil run, which was the marriage of Millia Donovan and Matt Murdock, which now at this point, they are divorced. Now at first, this may seem kind of random to show a couple pages of this, but this is going to help tie in Daredevil to the final story in this book. Now remember, they got married, but it was done in private, and so the whole world still thought that Matt Murdock is a single man, or at least just dating Millia. The only people who knew about the marriage were Matt, Millia, Foggy, and Ben Urich. And so when this elderly lady starts talking about how she was close friends to Millia and the fact that she knew about their marriage, the group is shocked to find out that Matt Murdock got married and the world did not know. And she goes on to say that she was at the wedding, but also she used to work with Millia. Now, I'm going to skip over a couple pages because we get a small section where this lady has a conversation with Millia about Matt being Daredevil, which honestly is not important. It's just Millia kind of saying yes, Matt Murdock is Daredevil, but not really saying yes. Now you have the group ask the question, what does the marriage of Matt Murdock and Millia Donovan have to do with the fact that her daughter drew the same creepy picture of the demon that was in Jennifer's story? That is when she continues with her story, where she is at work and she gets a call from her daughter, except on the call, she can hear something happening to her daughter, and so she begins to freak out. Millia overhears this elderly lady freak out, and so she calls up Matt Murdock to go save this elderly lady's daughter. And we know that she was kidnapped by the Jester since we were told that earlier. Of course, Daredevil does save the young girl, but you have Daredevil leave and say that he has to find the Jester because Jester was acting different. That Jester was a completely different person in a way. This leads into her talking about later on that day, where she went back upstairs to check up on her daughter, except when she goes to find her daughter killed herself. She cut out her own eyes, but again, before she did that, she drew that picture of that demon. And so this leads into her yelling at the pastor about what does this demon mean? What does all of this mean? Now this leads into our mysterious character telling us that he knows Matt Murdock is some kind of ninja. Matt Murdock knows a lot of different dark art things, but you have him continue on to say that there are religions older than the one religion that these people believe in, which of course is Christ. But he proceeds on to say that Matt knows a lot of dark art things, some Shadow Warrior stuff. Then he finally says that Matt knows moves like being able to be in a room and no one can notice that he is there. And then everyone looks to see Matt Murdock has been in the room this whole time. This is where you have Matt explain why he is here, saying that he followed our mysterious person because this mysterious person is the Jester. The whole time Jester has been in the room as well. But you have Daredevil say that he only came here because Jester came here. That everything Jester was saying is a lie. Because he was trying to make it seem like he knows more than he actually does. And so you have Daredevil explain what happened that day when Jester first popped up on the scene. The same day when the older lady's daughter was kidnapped. Now, Daredevil explains the fight that happened between Jester and him back on the day was at first normal, where Daredevil explains that at first he thought this fight would be wrapped up very quickly, except then he started to lose the fight. That Jester was actually being able to beat down on him more than usual. It gets to a point where Daredevil is thrown out of the bank by Jester, which then makes Daredevil realize that Jester is not his normal self. And so you have Daredevil go back into the bank to stop Jester, except when he went inside the bank, that is when we see the elderly lady daughter is being held as a hostage. And so you have Daredevil try to stop Jester, but then Jester begins to cry out like he was in serious pain. And that is when we see the demonic creature come out of the mouth of Jester, which makes Jester fall to the ground. But you have this demonic creature try to go inside the mouth of the elderly lady's daughter, but Daredevil was able to stop the creature and it crawls away. And you have Daredevil explain where the demonic creature came from, saying that the creature came from someone who used to work for the Hand organization, the evil ninja organization that usually does anything for money. And so this person who left the Hand organization set up a shop where you can buy dark art stuff. And so of course Jester went to this shop and bought that demonic creature to help him. Now this is where we see Jester lead a support group meeting, hoping to get away from Daredevil. Of course, Daredevil chased after him and he runs into the same shop where he got that demonic creature from. Now when Matt Murdock confronts him while wearing his Daredevil outfit, we see the creature begin to crawl out of Jester's mouth again. But to end all of this mess, you have Jester grab a gun and actually shoots himself in the head, killing him and the creature at that moment. The story closes on Matt going back to check up on a support group, but when he gets back there, you have him explain that he did not want this to happen, that when he declared himself as the Kingpin of the city, he was not expecting a support group to be formed because he affected their lives in different ways. And so he tells them sorry and how his goal was to make the city better. And basically he leaves after saying that. And man, the way this story starts off, we pick up with Ben Urich, and we see him being escorted by the police to some prison in Kansas. Now, while he's being escorted into the building, that is when we learn who he is meeting, which of course is the Kingpin. And we have not seen the Kingpin since Matt Murdock declared himself as the Kingpin of the city. And so seeing him back here, you know that Brian Michael Bendis is going to end his run on one heck of a high note. But before we can learn more on why the Kingpin called Ben Urich to the prison, the story actually shifts over to Daredevil chasing down some random thugs who think they are going to get away. This may seem random to see because it's Daredevil just being a hero again. But the real reason why we are watching him do this is to show how the city thinks of Daredevil. Because after Daredevil was able to take down the thugs, you have a crowd of people start to cheer for Daredevil, showing him love. And Daredevil is actually enjoying the praise, but this is going to be the last happy moment for Daredevil before everything falls apart. Now getting back over to the Kingpin who is talking to Ben Urich, this is the section where we learn why Kingpin called Ben Urich here for, where you have the Kingpin explain that he wants to make a deal with the federal government. But before he is able to explain what he means about making a deal, that is when the prison gets attacked and Ben Urich can hear the sounds of the battle outside. But then it is quiet again, where someone calls him to tell him that everything is okay. He can continue to talk to the Kingpin. Where you have the Kingpin explain what he means by this deal he is talking about, that the government has been moving the Kingpin to different locations to keep him locked up, but the reason why they have to keep moving him is because the prison they move Kingpin to always gets attacked and they have to relocate him. But you have the Kingpin say that the government has nothing on him and they're just holding on to him, hoping that one day something will pop up, giving them the ability to finally take down the Kingpin. Except he says they're having a hard time doing that. But you have the Kingpin tell Ben Urich that he called Ben Urich here to have an interview that will get published by the Daily Bugle, that he's going to tell everything about the Kingpin. Now, he didn't say him, but he meant the current one, the current Kingpin, which is Matt Murdock. And with him telling everything, it will prove that Matt Murdock is Daredevil, and that is going to cause a lot of problems for Matt Murdock down the road. But the story shifts over to Foggy Nelson meeting up with Matt Murdock, talking about going out for the night, because they have been having a long period of time where nothing bad has happened to them, and they keep getting good news left and right. And Foggy feels like it's about time for them to have a night out in the city. Except when they are thinking about doing anything at all, that is when Millie Donovan walks in, the ex-wife of Matt Murdock, the one who left him, and now she is back here again to talk to Matt. Now, of course, Foggy Nelson leaves the room so Matt and Milia can have their conversation, except while he's out getting today's paper, that is when he sees the headline stating that Wilson Fisk has told every single secret, or he is going to tell every single secret about Matt Murdock and plans to give it to the FBI. Now we pick up with Director Delacourt, who is looking over the Matt Murdock case, and he is the one in charge of the FBI. But that is when he is confronted by Angela Del Toro, who is going to be the new White Tiger down the road. But you have Delacourt tell Angela that he is going to use the information that Kingpin has to take down Daredevil, because Daredevil has caused the FBI so many problems, and the fact that with Matt going around as a hero wearing a mask and taking the law into his own hands, that is him being a vigilante, and that is illegal. But you also have Delacourt tell Angela that the FBI has a better chance to take down Matt Murdock rather than take down Wilson Fisk the Kingpin. And once Kingpin hands over the information that he has about Daredevil, then it will be done. Now Angela looks at Delacourt as someone who is going to use Matt Murdock to get famous, because if Delacourt wins this case, he basically took down the Kingpin, because Matt did declare himself as the Kingpin of the city. But if Matt Murdock does go down, Wilson Fisk gets the chance to walk out and leave the country as a free man. And so Angela quits the FBI. But you have Brian Michael Bendis begin the process of bringing in characters who are close to Daredevil. For example, we pick up with these two guys who are excited about making some kind of deal, and they're going to be rich. Except Elektra appears and kills off one of the men. But before she goes to kill the other guy off, That is when she sees today's paper, and you have her see that Wilson Fisk plans to tell the world everything about Matt Murdock, and this makes her leave her mission behind to head back to New York to help Matt Murdock out with this new problem. We then pick up the Black Widow meeting up with Maria Hill, and this is telling us that at this point, Maria Hill is the leader of S.H.I.E.L.D. But long story short, you have Black Widow coming to her because she also saw the paper and wants Maria Hill to abuse her powers and shut everything down the FBI and the Kingpin are trying to do to Matt Murdock. But you have Maria Hill tell her no, because that would be her abusing her power of being in charge of S.H.I.E.L.D. Matt Murdock put himself in this position where the world found out who he is, and being a vigilante is illegal. If he was working for S.H.I.E.L.D., maybe he would have a pass. Since he does not work for S.H.I.E.L.D., he is screwed. We then pick up with Foggy Nelson, who has been hiding in his office, because outside his office, of course, is a crowd of reporters who want to know if it is true, because now Wilson Fisk is coming out stating that Matt Murdock is Daredevil. Now Black Widow does appear asking Foggy where Matt is at, and Foggy tells her he has no idea where Matt is at. And the last time we saw Matt was with Milia. Black Widow tells Foggy that she is trying to get him and Matt out of the country so they will not be arrested. But we see that Milia Donovan and Matt Murdock went to a hotel so they can of course do the dirty. But you have Matt and Milia have this heart-to-heart moment where it shows that Milia and Matt are getting back together, that they both still love each other. But while they are making out, you have Matt look out the window and of course he sees his ex-girlfriend and the leader of the Hand, which of course is Elektra. Before we can see what happens with Elektra and Matt Murdock, we pick up with Wilson Fisk being escorted to some random old house to meet with the FBI director, Delacourt. And this is where you have Kingpin beginning to make a deal with Delacourt, because remember, he only told Ben Urich, who works for the paper, about these secrets about Matt Murdock, but he says that he kept these secrets in a safe place. But they have to move fast because 2 other people also know about where he keeps these secrets at. Now we can finally see what happened with Daredevil and Elektra, which is basically them fighting against each other, because Daredevil thinks that she is here to hurt him or maybe hurt Milia, because again, at this point, Elektra is the leader of the Hand. Where you have Elektra try to tell Matt what is going on because he has no idea what is happening out there in the world that is about to ruin his life. And so he sends Milia out so she can be safe while they fight against each other. But then you have Elektra finally being able to make Daredevil look at the TV and see what is happening. The Kingpin is going to reveal every secret about Daredevil to ruin his life. And when Milia comes back to the hotel room, Daredevil and Elektra are both gone. But getting back over to Delacourt trying to get the Kingpin to speak about where are these pieces of information is being held at, you have the Kingpin being a jerk, wanting Delacourt to treat him like he is royalty. But this is really showing that the Kingpin is in charge, that he is the one who is going to run how all of this is going to go down. And the FBI have no choice but to work with him. We also get a couple more pages about Foggy Nelson, where we see Iron Fist and Luke Cage come to take Foggy Nelson to the home of Luke Cage, because this whole time he was hiding in his office. But they are here to escort him out. But this is to show that Luke Cage and Iron Fist are worried about Matt Murdock. And so they are looking for Matt and hoping Foggy would know where in the world Matt could be at. But getting back over to Daredevil and Elektra, we see them go to this lawyer office building. Well, they are waiting on the rooftop across from it. But Elektra tells Matt that the Kingpin has a bunch of information about Matt's entire life saved and locked away in a safe in this lawyer's office. The lawyer has no idea about the Murdock papers, nor the safe itself either. While they are talking, of course, Black Widow appears. and this gives us a small fight between the ex-girlfriends of Daredevil, where Black Widow is trying to tell Matt that he cannot trust Elektra because of who she is. But you have Elektra tell Black Widow that she came here because she truly cares for Matt and wants to help Matt with this problem. Out of nowhere, we do get one page that reminds us the owl was used in this run by Brian Michael Bendis. Well, the owl is seeing the news how the Kingpin is about to get one heck of a deal where he'll be a free man soon, and that makes the owl very angry. Now, getting back to Daredevil, Elektra, and Black Widow, they are confronted by Angela, who again is going to be the new White Tiger down the road. But she used the amulet to find Daredevil to help him because she believes in him and does not want him to go to jail. Now remember that Kingpin said 2 other people knew about the Murdock papers, one being Elektra, and the question is, who else knows about the Murdock papers? That is when we see a card almost cut the throat of Elektra, but Matt Murdock stops it. But this tells us it is Bullseye. Bullseye is the second person who knows about the Murdock papers. This leads to, of course, an epic battle between all of our heroes against Bullseye, where you have Elektra take Bullseye away to have a quick one-on-one battle. Now you have Daredevil tell Angela to leave because she's new to the hero life. She's not ready for someone like Bullseye, because he will kill her very quickly. And so you have Daredevil actually kick her off the rooftop where she crashes into some garbage and took her amulet away and begs for Black Widow to take her far away from here because Angela is not ready for someone like Bullseye, where of course Black Widow agrees to do that for Matt. Of course, you have Brian Michael Bendis give us a lot of pages where you get to see Daredevil and Elektra fight against Bullseye. And this is something we have seen so many times before, but this is a little different because this is all over the Murdock papers that the Kingpin has locked away. Now, Bullseye wants the papers to literally mess with Daredevil, and that is really it. He's not going to go to the police like Kingpin did. But this fight does last for a good amount of pages, where the fight ends with Bullseye being hit by a bus, which breaks both of his legs. And so the fight is done. But then right after that, we see that someone with a sniper shoots Daredevil right in the shoulder. And this is Brian Michael Bendis bringing in another character that people do not know much about. We learn the FBI hired Paladin, who is his mercenary that first appeared in Daredevil number 150 way back then. The FBI gave him a helicopter and told him to shoot Daredevil when he gets the chance, which of course he was able to do. Now this is the best moment of the book because we jump back over to the Kingpin, Ben Urich and the FBI director, where you had Delacourt tell him that they shot Daredevil, but he is gone. Meaning that Elektra was able to get Daredevil out of there and hopefully somewhere safe. But this is the moment where you have the Kingpin tell Delacourt that there are no Murdock papers. He doesn't have anything to prove that Daredevil is Matt Murdock. But he says with the FBI shooting Daredevil, that blood on the ground would be a great blood sample for the FBI to use to tell if it belongs to Matt Murdock. But then he proceeds on to say that knowing Daredevil, he has gone to see the night nurse, a nurse who usually patches up heroes in secret to keep their secret identity. No one knows where she stays except the heroes. But then you have the Kingpin say that Ben Urich knows because he has been there. And this is huge. And I'll explain why here in a moment. Now getting back over to Milia, when we last saw her, she was left at the hotel after Matt Murdock and Elektra left to find the Murdock papers, which we now know is not real, where of course she's confronted by the Black Widow because Black Widow is continuing the idea of getting Milia, Matt, and Foggy out of the country so they can have a quiet life together. And so we know Iron Fist and Luke Cage has Foggy, but you have the Black Widow take Milia Donovan away. Now all that leaves is to get Matt Murdock and her plans will be done. Now getting back to Ben Urich, we see him get upset that the Kingpin once again just set him up. He knows that Ben Urich knows where to find the night nurse, And since he does, he has to tell the FBI, because if he doesn't, he's obstructing federal justice. He will be arrested, and he can say goodbye to his wife and his 2 kids if he does not tell Delacourt where they can find the night nurse, and it will lead to them finding Matt Murdock. Of course, we do get a couple pages of the night nurse telling Elektra that Daredevil is in critical condition thanks to him being shot. But then you have Elektra leave the room to let the night nurse work, but she goes to the front desk where Elektra calls up someone to meet her there. Now after she gets off the phone, that is when the elevator opens up and we see Black Widow has brought Milia here so she can take both Milia and Matt out of the country. Then we see some members of the Hand also appear as well, because we learn that Elektra is planning to use the Hand's medicine to hopefully heal Matt Murdock up. Except this leads to the moment where you have the FBI show up to the night nurse building, letting us know that Ben Urich did give away the location of the night nurse, and so you have the FBI covering the building, but then you have Elektra tell her guys to distract the police, except as soon as they go outside, we see Luke Cage and Iron Fist appear as well, because they heard on the news that Daredevil was shot, and so they knew he would come here to the night nurse to get help. And so we get this epic battle outside between almost everyone who is involved in this story except Milia, Kingpin, Night Nurse, and Ben Urich. And so you have the Black Widow, the Hand, the police, Luke Cage, Iron Fist, and Elektra fighting over Matt Murdock. Now this is where the fight ends, with Matt Murdock coming out saying that everyone should stop. He hates seeing what is happening all because of him. And so save everyone's time and their lives as well, we see the FBI actually ends up arresting Matt Murdock, and now Matt Murdock will begin the process of going to jail. Now to wrap this up, we pick up with the final chapter where we see that Daredevil is now in court. And of course, this is dealt with the fact that what he did was illegal. Him being a vigilante, but also the fact that he was being a lawyer for a lot of cases that involved him being Daredevil. And with all that happening, that means he has been obstructing the law into his own image. And so you have the judge ask Matt if he pleads guilty or not guilty for this case, where you have Matt freeze up because this is a big moment for him. But then we see him do the craziest thing in the world, where he actually fights his way out of the courthouse trying to escape. He is doing everything in his power to get out of the courthouse to end up meeting up with the Black Widow. Because remember, her plan was to get Matt out of the country. And so this is her seeing through what she planned on doing. Which of course they do leave the country and they go to France under fake names. But this is Matt and Milia finally being able to live together and have a private life. And so this could be a new direction for Daredevil. Except the next page we see Matt Murdock wake up to find Milia dead. And when he looks over to see who killed her, of course it was Bullseye who killed Milia. And so this leads into a battle between the two, except this fight does not last that long, because you have Matt snap the neck of Bullseye right there in the middle of the street. Of course, innocent people saw him do it, and so Matt now has to leave France before people figure out who he is, that he is Daredevil. And so you have Matt go to the one person he thinks he has left in his life, which of course is Elektra, his first love. But remember, she's the leader of the Hand, and she did hear that Bullseye was killed in France by someone. And so you have Daredevil tell her, yes, it was him. And this leads into them making love. But after they finish making love, they sit down and start asking each other questions on why they never tried to be together again. And you have Elektra say that they have changed since those college days, that too much has happened for them to go back that way, where they could be together as a couple once again. And so it just ends with them kind of cuddling with one another. This is where we find out that everything from Matt escaping the courthouse up to him making love with Elektra was fake. It was Matt daydreaming, and so he's still in court, where he basically pleads not guilty. Now, this is not him getting his sentencing to tell how long he'll be in prison. This is more dealing with the fact that where Matt is going to be held dead until his sentence can be made down the road. Where we learn that Delacourt and the FBI have a special place made to hold him until they are ready to give him his sentencing. We're still not done just yet, because remember, the Kingpin was involved in this mess as well. He was the one who set everything up so he can get the chance to walk out of jail free, except that is when you have Delacourt tell the Kingpin that he is under arrest again, because the Owl told Delacourt about the fact that the Kingpin killed Jonathan Roach, another crime lord from a long time ago in Marvel Comics. But Delacourt tells Kingpin that he has a special place to put the Kingpin in. This is where we learn that Delacourt has sent the Kingpin, Matt Murdock, the Owl, and Hammerhead, which is random, to a section of Rikers Island where all of these men are alone and away from the other prisoners. And so the story ends with Daredevil going to jail. And this is the last story from Brian Michael Bendis on his Daredevil's run, leaving us wondering what is going to happen next. And this is where we are going to end today's video. And so guys, please leave me a like down below and also subscribe to my channel for more content to come in the near future. Also, any suggestions on books I should read, well, please let me know in the comments below, because you never know, your suggestion could be a future video down the road. But guys, I'm out of here, and I will see y'all next time. Later, y'all. We need to do a quick rundown on Daredevil from Brian Michael Bendis' run before we dive into Ed Brubaker's run on Daredevil. So throughout Brian Michael Bendis' run on Daredevil, Matt Murdock's identity was outed to the public, but the FBI really couldn't confirm that he was Daredevil. They didn't have hard enough proof to say that he was Daredevil, except until we got to the Murdock paper storyline, where Kingpin made it seem that he has some kind of set of papers that would prove that Matt Murdock is Daredevil. Except there was no papers. He only did this to basically make Matt Murdock run out in public as Daredevil and cause so many problems that when Matt Murdock got arrested, he was wearing his Daredevil outfit. So Daredevil is being held in Rikers until it is time for his trial. Also, the FBI double-crossed Kingpin. Even though Kingpin helped the FBI get Matt Murdock, they ended up double-crossing Kingpin and getting him also thrown into Rikers Island as well. Which basically leads us into Ed Brubaker's run on Daredevil, and where we get to see how Hell Kitchen is like without their hero, since Matt Murdock is now in jail. It is basically falling apart. Things are getting worse, which is kind of expected. I mean, it was already a part of New York that was rough, but now it is getting worse since Matt Murdock is in jail. The moment that was kind of expected when I started to read this book was that someone is pretending to be Daredevil. Who? Well, that is the big question of the book. But now we have someone out there trying to be Daredevil while Matt is in jail waiting for his day in court. Which we do jump over to Rikers Island, where we pick up with Matt Murdock in his cell, where we learn that he is being held in the protected wing, meaning that he is away from most of the inmates who are in the prison, again, waiting for his trial. But he lets us know that it has been a whole month since he got put in there. This is also us learning that the FBI are taking their sweet time to put him on trial. The reason why, because of two things. The first is that they don't really have enough proof to lock him up, and also that they are hoping that somehow he will die in prison. There are some other reasons why he is still locked up and not on trial, and we will see those reasons down the road in this video. Also, Matt Murdock finds out that there is another Daredevil running around Hell's Kitchen. Before we can explore that, we pick up with Foggy Nelson, of course a lawyer, but also the best friend of Matt Murdock, who is trying to get Matt out of prison. Also, there is Ben Urich, who is a reporter for the Daily Bugle, and they are talking about the idea of the new Daredevil. Ben is wondering if Foggy has something to do with this, and you have Foggy tell Ben that he has no idea who the new Daredevil is. This leads into an argument where it seems both sides are wondering who is actually trying to help Matt get out of prison. Also, that Foggy is saying that Ben only comes to help when he needs a headline for his next big story. Now, after Ben leaves, you have Foggy go outside because he sees a fake Daredevil across the street. So he goes across the street to confront this new Daredevil and explain that he does not want this Daredevil around at all, that what he is doing is not helping Matt Murdock get out of jail. Also, that this Daredevil must be close to Matt in some way, but he is trying to help Matt Murdock out. So two sides who are both trying to help Matt. This is where the story gets more interesting because you have us pick up with the FBI director who is talking to Warden Davis, who is running Rikers Island. This confirms that the FBI director wanted to have Matt hopefully be killed in prison, except hoping that it would be Kingpin and Matt both killed in prison by each other. Now, Riker is holding a lot of different villains, but the warden moved Matt Murdock into the private ring because he is legally blind, so he is kept safe away from the dangerous inmates like the Kingpin and other villains. But of course, you have the FBI director tell Davis that he needs to move Matt Murdock with the rest of the inmate. Now, this is the moment you have Brubaker bring back some old characters who we have not seen in a while. Well, one, and that is Becky Blake, who was originally introduced in Daredevil number 155. She was wheelchair bound because she was attacked by Michael Reese, a minor character. Either way though, she was an assistant to Foggy and Matt back when they first started out as lawyers, and she did have feelings for Matt, but nothing never came out of it. But she is helping out. She is now a lawyer. Another character being introduced to us, who is also an old character, is Dakota North, and she appeared in her own book, which was called Dakota North number 1 back in 1986. She is a private investigator, and we don't need to know much about her past, just that she is helping out Foggy find a way to free Matt and see maybe someone is pulling the strings to keep him in prison. We know it is the FBI director, but Dakota tells Foggy that they are moving Matt with the rest of the inmates because of the idea of him possibly being Daredevil. Skipping back over to Matt Murdock, we hear about two things happening, and we hear this from another old character known as the Black Tarantula. He appeared back in Amazing Spider-Man number 419. Either way, he lets Matt Murdock know that with Matt being moved with the rest of the inmates, the general inmates, but Carlos is telling Matt Murdock that people tried to kill the Kingpin and of course failed. He also tells Matt that with him being moved, well, now everyone is going to try to kill him. He mentions the Owl and Hammerhead as well. Everyone is going to gun after him, but some of the lower level prison gang might try to recruit Matt into their gang for his skill set. Of course, Matt says no and leaves with the guard. Speaking of Hammerhead, well, the guard that left with Matt Murdock, well, we see the guard walk him down to a different part of the wing. The guard gets knocked out, and Matt is then confronted by Hammerhead and Hammerhead's gang. Remember that Carlos said that a lot of folks would come after Matt Murdock since he is now part of the main wing of inmates. This gives Hammerhead the chance to let his gang attack Matt to prove that Matt is not blind, to prove that Matt is Daredevil, and finally to kill Matt off to get revenge for all the time they had fought. Hammerhead does leave, hoping his gang will win, except of course, Matt is able to take these guys down very quickly, and so when the guards arrive at the scene, well, Matt is hiding in the corner acting like he didn't do anything at all. The next part of the book is the opening of a heartbreaking moment where you have Foggy Nelson and Dakota North coming to the prison to visit Matt, where they are talking about the case and wondering how they are going to win this case. Honestly, they are trying to find different angles that will help them win, but of course, having a hard time figuring that out. Either way, they end their visit thinking they are close to winning this case. Then finally, the big moment of the book, where you have Foggy Nelson and Dakota walking down a hallway hoping to lead them out of the prison, except when Matt gets a note from someone who wants to teach Matt one more lesson even though he is behind bars, which Matt knows that means one thing: they are going to kill Foggy Nelson, which of course lead us to seeing that the hallway Foggy Nelson and Dakota North are walking down is a trap. The reason why I say that is because we get the death of Foggy Nelson. He is stabbed and killed right there. And it's like, man, there goes the best friend, of Matt Murdock. And with Matt's enhanced hearing, he heard all of it happening and could not do anything at all. With the death of Foggy Nelson, of course, the opening of the second chapter picks up with the funeral of Foggy Nelson. This is tough for Matt Murdock because now he has lost another person special to him. You have other heroes there like Jessica Jones, Iron Fist, and Luke Cage, just showing that Foggy Nelson was the best friend of Matt Murdock, but he was still close to other heroes in the world. Of course, the mother of Foggy Nelson was there, and she knows that Matt Murdock is basically responsible for the death of Foggy Nelson. Either way, you have Matt Murdock being escorted back to prison by his guards. This leads us into a moment where you have Matt Murdock back in his cell, but of course, the death of Foggy Nelson is beginning to lead him down the path of getting revenge. So while he is going through the motion of dealing with the death of Foggy Nelson, his mind manifests that he is talking to his father, Jack Murdock, which we know that with his father being here in his head, it is Matt's mind reminding him that his father raised him not to be like him, a fighter. Except for Matt, he thinks that everything about his father is in him as well. After he had that moment, you have Matt Murdock get visited by Boss Morgan, and he is another old character that doesn't get much shine time in Marvel Comics. He was introduced in Captain America number 152, who was a crime boss who had to deal with Spider-Man, Falcon, and of course, Captain America. Either way, he is here to offer Matt the chance to learn which guard had a hand in the death of Foggy Nelson, but also maybe who is behind it all. Of course, since Morgan is a criminal, you have Matt Murdock tell him no, and Morgan leaves and tells Matt that he is making a big mistake. There is a page where you have Ben Urich trying to convince J. Jonah Jameson that they should not run the paper on Matt Murdock being Daredevil, since there is technically no hard proof that Matt Murdock is actually Daredevil, except of course for Jonah, he's still going to put out a paper that shows Matt Murdock being Daredevil. We then get a moment in court where we see that with Foggy Nelson now dead, this leads to Dakota North being Matt Murdock's lawyer. This moment in court is where you have the FBI trying to move Matt Murdock into the general wing of the prison. We know why they are trying to do this, but they can't come out and say, "We are trying to kill Matt Murdock in prison." They use the fact that since Matt Murdock has a record in prison with people getting hurt, that proof was just enough for the judge to agree to go ahead and move him into the general wing. This quickly leads us into seeing what would happen to Matt Murdock being in the general wing. Well, you have another Daredevil villain known as the Owl who got his powers thanks to a serum he found that gave him owl-like powers, but we see him go into the cell of Matt Murdock's thinking that he can scare Matt. Except, of course, there are no cameras in the cell, so that gives Matt the chance to beat down on the Owl, hoping to find some kind of information about who killed Foggy Nelson, where you have the owl preach that he had no hand in the killing of Foggy Nelson. He does say that all he knows is that someone was trying to send a message to Matt Murdock with the death of Foggy Nelson. We then see Ben Urich find Dakota North to ask her for help. The reason why is because the cops found the dead body of the guard from the prison that led Foggy Nelson and Dakota North down the hallway that ended up getting Foggy Nelson killed. The body was found by a tip the police got by this fake Daredevil who is running around. Ben Urich wants Dakota North to help him find this fake Daredevil and also help get Matt Murdock out of prison. You would think that things couldn't get worse. Well, let me tell you that you are most definitely wrong. We see that for some reason there is some kind of tension going on with everyone in the prison. Well, we come to find out the reason why. And that reason why is because now Bullseye, who is one of the most top killers in Marvel Comics, is getting moved into the prison as well. So the FBI just continues to make things worse in this prison, making you wonder what else could go wrong with this scenario, putting all these people in this prison. At the same time, some time has passed by. Matt Murdock has made a name for himself. With him making a name for himself, the low-level inmates are scared of him and leaving him alone. At the same time, some of the regular level guards are scared of him too, which gives him some time to move freely and figure out who killed Foggy Nelson. Picking back up with Jonah and Ben Urich, we see that Jonah is now publishing papers stating that Matt is the main reason why Rikers has gone even crazier. Since Matt being there, well, now the prison has seen more violence in the recent days. Even though Ben Urich is trying to tell Jonah that there is no proof of that, Jonah doesn't care. Also, you have Dakota North call Ben Urich to tell him that she might have a lead on who this new Daredevil is. This leads into us seeing Daredevil begin to do some investigating to figure out who is behind the killing of Foggy Nelson. He already has been, but with him now being inside the general wing, that gives him more chances to see who knows what. Like him going after the guard who walked him into the hammerhead ambush we saw earlier. So it is him digging deeper into everything he can do to hopefully find something to get him closer to Foggy Nelson killer. After he does that, well, he sneaks through the prison to find Hammerhead, who is in a different cell. This is Matt Murdock getting payback for what Hammerhead did earlier to him. At the same time, it is Matt Murdock beating down on Hammerhead to get any information he needs, wondering if Hammerhead was the one behind the death of Foggy Nelson. After the beatdown from Matt Murdock, he tells Matt that he wasn't the one who killed Foggy Nelson or made the call to make it happen. He said someone paid him from the outside, and he gives Matt a name. That name is Murphy. Except at the same time Matt Murdock is getting that name, well, that tip that Ben Urich and Dakota North got earlier actually leads them to the same person. His full name is Ivan Murphy, but he tells Ben Urich and Dakota North about how he got the pictures of the new Daredevil from a lawyer, Alton Lennox. Of course means that they're going to see this man, except you have Ben Urich remember that Ivan Murphy is a drunk who used to work for the Kingpin, so he thinks that they are being set up, but they're going to see this Alton Lennox anyways. You then have the Kingpin being visited by one of his guys named Turk. Turk has been a Daredevil character for a long time now, so this is him coming to the Kingpin to get his next job, which is, of course, to deliver a message to Matt Murdock. Whatever that message is could be very important. You then have the FBI director meeting up with Senator Davis Ingle, which of course this is the moment you have politics playing a role now. with the FBI going after Matt Murdock and the world thinks that he is Daredevil, polls are coming in saying that they would rather not see their hero die, which of course the FBI director hates. But also with Riker violence going up to this senator, the director needs to get everything back under control because he feels like Riker is about to pop off. To wrap up this chapter, we have the Punisher getting involved now. With him seeing that Matt Murdock is in jail and the violence going up there, you have the Punisher use the opportunity to kill a man who was attacking a woman, which of course the cops come, but instead of trying to get away, it is more of him letting the cops take him in so he can go to the same prison that Matt Murdock is in. Getting back to Rikers and Matt Murdock, we come to find out that someone had killed an inmate that matched his description of the one who may have killed Foggy Nelson. Word gets out that it had to be the Kingpin who killed him. The only reason why this word is getting around is because as soon as Kingpin is moved into the general wing with the rest of the inmates, that guy is killed. To Matt Murdock, it must be the Kingpin trying to cover his tracks. With the Kingpin being back in the general wing, this is of course leads into Carlos coming back to Matt Murdock one more time to offer him a weapon to use to kill the Kingpin, since a lot of people know that the Kingpin and Matt Murdock have a lot of bad blood. Also because word is getting out that maybe Kingpin was the one who killed Foggy Nelson, but you have Matt Murdock say no with getting a weapon to kill the Kingpin. At that moment, when he said no, well, that is when the Punisher arrived at Rikers as well. Let's not forget that Kingpin told Turk to deliver a message to Matt Murdock, which is that the Kingpin wants to meet with Matt Murdock. And you have Matt Murdock say yes to the meetup. Switching over to the Daily Bugle, we see Jonah and Ben both arriving at the Daily Bugle. Ben is upset that Jonah moved his Daredevil story to page 4. That story was pictures of the new Daredevil running around Hell's Kitchen. It got a bump to page 4 thanks to the fact that the Punisher was arrested and put in jail. Also, this is Jonah knowing what Ben Urich is trying to do, which is use the paper to hopefully clear the name of Matt Murdock. We finally get Matt Murdock meeting up with the Punisher, where Matt asks Frank Castle why in the world he is in prison. This is the Punisher who has been able to dodge cops for a long time. So with him being here, Matt Murdock knows that something is up. Of course, that something is the Punisher thinks that Matt has changed into being more like him, a killer. Where you have Matt Murdock tell the Punisher that there is no way he is like him. You have the Punisher give Matt Murdock a test to see if maybe Matt is lying, but of course, Matt is still not turning into a man like the Punisher. And you have Dakota North go visit Mr. Lennox only to find out that he is not there at his office. Also told his assistant not to give out his information about where he would be yet. So Dakota North has to find a different way to find him. Except when she leaves the office, two guys begin to follow behind her, trying to get rid of her because she asked way too many questions about Mr. Lennox. Except they are not the only ones following behind her. We see that our mysterious new Daredevil is watching over her to make sure those two guys following her don't hurt her or kill her. Finally getting to the meeting between the Kingpin and Matt Murdock, we see that Matt Murdock has a weapon to kill the Kingpin, just to finally end everything between the two of them. Except, of course, he does want to know if the Kingpin was the one who killed Foggy Nelson, since Kingpin was laughing from his cell when Foggy Nelson was being killed, where you have the Kingpin tell Matt Murdock that he wasn't the one who killed Foggy Nelson, but they need to work together to figure out who did and go after them instead. Sadly, Matt Murdock doesn't want to, but he knows deep down that he might have to work with his worst enemy. You then have Matt call up Becky to have her look into the visitor log on the same day Foggy Nelson was killed, hoping to find something. Then we see that some of the other gang leaders are thinking about finally getting rid of the Kingpin once and for all. With the 5th chapter, we learned that something big is going to happen today. What is going to happen is the big question. Really, you can tell that it is going to be a prison break. You have Ed Brubaker bring in another character from the Brian Michael Bendis run, which is, of course, Millia Donovan. This is the wife of Matt Murdock. They got married in the previous run by Brian Michael Bendis when he got sent into prison. Well, Matt Murdock did not want his wife anywhere near the prison. He wanted to keep her safe from his crazy life. Except, of course, she knows that her husband is beginning to fall apart mentally thanks to the death of Foggy Nelson. Except while he is talking to her, Matt's enhanced hearing is letting him know that the prison break is going to happen very soon. So he ends the conversation quickly and tells a guard to get her off the island. You then have the Kingpin tell Turk it is time to get ready for the big thing that is about to happen. And you have Kingpin hand Turk a set of cards and deliver it to a special person, letting us know it is about to go down. Getting back to Matt Murdock, we see him using his enhanced senses. He was able to tell that Millia has left the prison safely, except that once she is gone, that is when the inmates begin the process of trying to take over the prison, which of course means Matt Murdock has to move quickly, since now he is going to work with the Kingpin. So he has to use his skills to save the warden and then tell the warden that he needs to take whoever he trusts and go into hiding before he is killed in this prison riot. We then see the person Turk was supposed to deliver the cards to. Of course, that person is Bullseye, letting us know that he is going to join in on the prison break with the Kingpin and Matt Murdock. But getting back to Matt Murdock, we see him moving through the prison to make his way to the Kingpin, which of course leads into the Kingpin and Matt Murdock teaming up together, where we see the two of them just beating down on all the inmates like they are a perfect team, except these are two men who hate each other so much, but they have no choice but to work together to take down these inmates to hopefully make their way out of the prison. This is not a two-man team, because when it seems the two of them are about to get overrun by the inmates, you have Kingpin's secret weapon come out of hiding to show us that the Kingpin is very serious about getting out of here. Of course, that secret weapon is Bullseye, who is going around killing people off left and right, just to show us things are going crazy in this prison. To Matt Murdock, the one person he did not want out of prison is that man right there, because Bullseye has caused so many problems for Matt Murdock's life. So this makes Matt Murdock having a hard time deciding what to do, because these are two men who have caused so many problems in his life. Working with the Kingpin was one thing, but now he has to work with Bullseye too? That is too much, since Bullseye was the one who killed Elektra in front of him, but also did so many horrible things in his life. Of course, we knew that there is no way that Matt Murdock would not be down with working with both villains. So you have him do a move that made Bullseye end up shooting Kingpin in the leg and leaving the both of them behind. Before he leaves, you have him go find Frank Castle, and this is where he asks Frank Castle to help him out to get out of prison. So now Daredevil and the Punisher have to escape together. This is where we focus on the new Daredevil that has been running around Hell's Kitchen, where we see him talking into a tape recorder about how he's been closely protecting Dakota North, which we do get this flashback that shows us how those two guys who were telling Dakota North got beat down by our new Daredevil. Except you have our new Daredevil tell us that he made a mistake when he saved Dakota North, because he told us they used to work together, making us wonder if maybe this new Daredevil is from Dakota North's past. Before we are able to get some answers, well, that is when back in the present day, you have the original Daredevil appear. Of course, I mean Matt Murdock, and he is here to figure out who is this new Daredevil. We do jump back a couple hours to see that before Daredevil and the Punisher had escaped from the prison, we see the warden and a few other people watching the prison camera footage to show that basically the Punisher and Daredevil made it seem like that the Punisher was taking Daredevil as a hostage, really to make it seem that Daredevil is just a regular blind man. Once they got back into the city, you have Daredevil and the Punisher go their separate ways. So this leads us back into seeing the fight between the new Daredevil and the real one, where it seems that these two are easily matched, and it seems that this fight could go on for a while, except with the rage Daredevil has and wanting to know who this new one is, it does give him the edge here, but also that this one doesn't know that this is the old school Daredevil. Either way, you had the fight stop when Matt Murdock realized that this new Daredevil is actually his old friend, the Iron Fist. Then Iron Fist realized that Matt Murdock has broken out of prison. Now remember that earlier Ben Urich, Daredevil, and Dakota North got a lead that this lawyer named Mr. Lennox was the one who hired Iron Fist when he was going around pretending to be Daredevil. Except you have Iron Fist mention that he thought he was working for Foggy Nelson this whole time, just that Foggy Nelson was using another lawyer as a front. Except of course that is not true. So you have Iron Fist and Matt Murdock go to the office of Lennox only to find Ben Urich and Dakota North there as well. This is the moment where Dakota North and Ben Urich find out that Matt Murdock is back in New York as Daredevil, with them deciding to work together to find Mr. Lennox. With Daredevil being out there now, we see the footage is shown all over the news where the Punisher used Matt Murdock as a shield, making it seem that Matt Murdock is just a blind man. You even have the warden come out on the news to mention that this is the FBI's fault, that Matt Murdock is an innocent man who was wrongfully charged, also blaming the FBI director for putting villains that Matt Murdock has put away while being a lawyer, making it look like this is the FBI director's fault, which it is, for creating a ticking time bomb, which of course exploded with the prison riot and criminals getting away and on the loose. The last 2 pages show us 2 big things happening, one minor and the other thing being the big cliffhanger of the book. We see that Matt Murdock is using the name Michael Murdock, pretending to be the twin brother of Matt Murdock to get on the plane. If you are currently reading the current Daredevil run, Michael Murdock was a fake name Matt Murdock would use to go undercover. Now, in the current books of Daredevil, thanks to a lot of things there, is actually now Michael Murdock is the twin brother of Matt Murdock. It's very weird. But the last page gives us a big plot twist. So remember that we saw Foggy Nelson being killed, except with this last page, we find out that Foggy Nelson did not die. His death was faked, and now he's in the Witness Protection Service, leaving everyone to wonder what is going on with Foggy Nelson. Here we go. Now this picks up a couple days after the ending of our last Daredevil video, where we learned that Foggy Nelson did not die, which is huge because in that same video we thought he was killed. Except we come to find out that he did not die and is now under Witness Protection Services. Now in the beginning of this video, we learn that Foggy Nelson is trying to call out to Ben Urich to let Ben Urich know that he is alive. Except of course, while he is trying to reach out through a phone call, you have the call cut off by the FBI who is watching over Foggy Nelson, telling him how it is a bad idea for him to do that. This is when you have FBI agent Pullman tell Foggy Nelson that it is better for him not to let the world know that he is alive. The reason why is because they are trying to figure out who was trying to kill him. Now, for Foggy Nelson, you can tell that he is having a hard time going on with this plan. The reason why is because this is the same agency that is giving Matt Murdock a hard time. But at the same time, if the FBI is trying to help Foggy Nelson figure out who is out there trying to kill him, so it makes sense that it is hard for Foggy Nelson to figure out what should he do here. But sadly, he does not have a choice here. He has to work with the FBI until they get some kind of answers on who is behind everything. This makes Foggy Nelson think back to his best friend Matt Murdock, who is of course Daredevil. Now this is more of Foggy Nelson thinking about how he always wants to help Matt Murdock when he is fighting against someone, or how Foggy Nelson wants to fight back when people come after him thanks to Daredevil being Daredevil. At the same time, Foggy Nelson always feels safe when it comes to being close to Daredevil because Daredevil is always protecting Foggy, except Foggy points out that there were the loved ones of Matt Murdock who had died thanks to him being Daredevil, except Foggy still feels safe. Until, of course, what had happened in our last video when we saw Foggy Nelson getting stabbed by someone. For Foggy Nelson, he feels bad because he was so scared because of what had happened to him that he was quick to say yes to being put in witness protection services. Also, he now blames himself for the fact that Matt Murdock broke out of prison, which is true, but we know that Matt Murdock is out there trying to figure out who planned all of this to come after Matt and Foggy. We also see that with Foggy Nelson being in witness protection services, well, he has a new name, which of course makes sense because he's in witness protection services, and his new name is going to be Everett Williams. So it is him going over all of the details for his new life. This leads into the moment where we learn that the people who are looking for Foggy Nelson know that he is in witness protection service. We learn this because two guys who are sitting outside the house Foggy lives in now are waiting to get him. To make things even worse, you have Foggy Nelson think it will be a good idea for him to sneak out of the house and hopefully go back home to Matt Murdock and the rest of the gang. Which is crazy to say because this is Foggy Nelson sneaking out of the house and actually being able to sneak out without any of the agents knowing this man is leaving the place. Except Foggy Nelson sucks because when he gets out of the house, he sees a cab and tries to get in the cab, thinking that the cab is going to take him back home. Sadly, it is a trap. It is one of the guys who was outside of the house getting ready to grab Foggy Nelson. They actually do grab him too. And so we see them delivering Foggy Nelson to some junkyard, and this could be some of the thugs who are working for whoever wants to kill Foggy Nelson. Except before they are able to do anything to Foggy Nelson, that is when they are killed by the Hand. Of course, this is the same group of people who Daredevil had to fight against multiple times over the years. The same one Elektra had worked with before as well. But either way, they kill all of these men and then tell Foggy Nelson to go back to the house he was staying at, since he will be safe there. Also, we learned that Agent Pullman, who we met earlier in this video, was a traitor and was the one who told these guys where to find Foggy Nelson. The Hand had actually killed him off too. And so we see Foggy Nelson go back home to the house and continue to learn important information about his new life so that he can complete the process of being in witness protection services. And this is where So with the opening of this book, we pick up with this dream sequence where you have Foggy Nelson taking Matt Murdock to their new office. The reason why they are getting a new office is because a lot of Daredevil villains have been stopping by their last office and causing a lot of problems. So it is Foggy Nelson telling Matt, with them being here, they don't have to tell the world that this is their office. They can go meet their clients somewhere else. Also, Foggy Nelson was able to get Karen Page to come back and work for them, which is huge. Because remember that Karen Page was killed by Bullseye, and with Karen Page showing up, of course we know this is a dream. And so you have Daredevil wake up and we see that he has dyed his hair because remember, in the beginning of Ed Brubaker's run on Daredevil, Matt Murdock had broke out of prison to figure out why someone was trying to kill Foggy Nelson and try to lock up Matt Murdock so badly. The only clue he has to follow is a guy named Alton Lennox, that maybe Alton could be behind everything. So we see that Daredevil is actually in Monaco to begin his search for some answers. His new name is going to be Ray Mallory, and the reason why he is in Monaco is because Alton Lennox is a lawyer, and one of Alton Lennox's client is a guy named Typhoid Luca. Now Typhoid Luca is actually a mob boss, but Matt Murdock can't just walk up to people asking around for Typhoid. That he needs to win a few games of poker, because the reason why is that Typhoid has a party once a year, except to get to go to the party you have to be invited by Typhoid, and he only invites the high roller people to this party. So that is why Matt Murdock is playing poker and winning. Now after he wins a few games of poker and is able to win a few millions of dollars too, well, a random lady appears and hands him an invitation to Typhoid Luca's party that is going to happen the next day. Now, this random lady really intrigues Matt Murdock because of the way she smells. That smell is going to be important for this video, and you will see why here in a minute. So the next day you have Matt Murdock arrive at the party and still continue to pretend to be Ray Mallory, except when he gets to the party, the first person he talks to is the same lady who handed him the invitation. This is the moment we learn that her name is Lily, and she is the daughter of the mob boss Typhoid Luca. The way Matt Murdock finds this out is because he begins to ask about Alton Lennox, where Lily tells Matt Murdock that he needs to be careful going around asking questions like that. The reason why is because he could get killed just asking questions like that, and also that Alton Lennox and Typhoid Luca are about to make some deal. Also, Matt Murdock can tell that Lily is really sad about being the daughter of Typhoid Luca. So getting on with the party, we see that Typhoid Luca had brought in a matador as the main entertainment for this party. Everyone is liking the party and a good time, except telling you now that this man is going to be one of the bad guys to be used to move the plot line forward for us. The show doesn't last that long because it is only about 2 pages long. We come to find out the reason why Lily was sad when we saw her earlier. The reason why is because her father is basically marrying her off to some guy. That is why. But before they can celebrate the new engagement, well, you have the matador kill off Typhoid Luca right there, which of course makes everyone freak out and makes Matt Murdock change into his Daredevil outfit to handle this problem before it can get out of hand. This of course leads into a battle between the matador and Matt Murdock, which could lead up to people wondering why in the world is Daredevil out of America for. Either way, you have Matt Murdock tell Alton Lennox, the guy he was looking for, to take Lily and get out of here before Matador is able to kill her too. Which of course makes Lennox freeze in his tracks, because he is now wondering why in the world does Daredevil know his name, and wondering if Daredevil is looking for him. Either way, you have Lennox take Lily and they escape. Except for the last page of the first chapter, we see that someone is talking to a mysterious person hiding in the shadows. This person tells our mysterious character that everything is going as planned. With the second chapter, we open up to Matt Murdock on a train. But while he is on the train, he has another dream. And with this dream, it explains to us why the smell of Lily really pulled Matt to think about her more. The reason why is because she smelled like Karen Page, of course, the woman that Matt Murdock loved but was also killed. also in this dream, it makes Daredevil think that he may have a crush on Lily. This gives to us seeing Matt Murdock arriving at a village called Sintra. The reason why is because Alton Lennox and Lily are both here. He was able to find out thanks to Dakota North, who we met in our first video covering Ed Brubaker's Daredevil Run. She is basically an investigator, and she was able to find out that Lennox has a castle in that village. Also that Lily's credit card was used a few miles away from that home. So for Matt Murdock, this has to be where Lennox took Lily to protect her from whoever is after her. Which means that when Daredevil finds the home of Alton Lennox in this village, of course he has to change into his Daredevil outfit and begin the process of trying to find Alton Lennox. Well, he does find Alton Lennox. You have to keep remembering that Alton Lennox was the person who may have been behind the death attempt on Foggy Nelson. Except when he finds Alton Lennox, well, Alton Lennox is dead, and Lily is still missing. Matt Murdock thinks he can follow the smell of Lily in hopes to save her. Except he does hear a car about to drive off, meaning that they have just grabbed Lily and they are getting ready to go. So we pick up with Daredevil cutting the car off and making the driver get out. This is where we find out that the driver is Tombstone. Now, Tombstone is an old Spider-Man villain that first appeared in Web of Spider-Man number 36 and kind of always been an enforcer for some bigger crime bosses. His powers are super strength and super durability, thanks to his skin condition that he got when he was younger, where you had the fight between these two characters go on for a while, except Tombstone is able to beat Daredevil and then being able to take Lily with him as well. So after he wakes up from getting his butt kicked by Tombstone, you have Matt Murdock take a train to Paris. He found a clue that maybe they could be hiding in Paris, or someone in Paris could know where to find Tombstone. So you have Daredevil go after a few lower level thugs as a way to learn more information about where Tombstone could be at. So he works his way up until he gets to a guy who is selling guns on the black market, where he tells Daredevil that he got a call, but it wasn't from Tombstone, but from a lady that Tombstone is working for, which to Daredevil, it could mean that maybe Lily is really behind everything. That is when you have the book switch over to Lily, and we see Lily talking to Tombstone in a way that she is the boss behind everything. She is upset about how hard Tombstone hit her, but after she does that, she goes to the bedroom of this hotel. And we see that the Matador is also working for her, but also that he and Lily could be a couple as well. So you have Matt Murdock do a quick run over on his origin story. Well, not him explaining every single thing about his origin. It is more him explaining how his enhanced senses have always been a part of his life when he got his powers. He remembers a lot of different things from his past because of the smell or what he heard over the years when he was younger and getting used to his powers. Either way, he explains how his ability to smell is so important to him. The reason why is because Lily used a similar smell that Karen Page had to mess with Daredevil. That smell reminded Daredevil of Karen Page, the girl he used to love, and with him thinking about Karen Page, it made him not think clearly when it came to handling this situation. Either way, with Daredevil gathering all of the information from in the underground criminal world, he was able to find out where Tombstone is going to be with Lily and hoping to get some kind of information on Lily. So you have Daredevil jump over to the location that Tombstone is having some kind of trade between Tombstone and someone else. Now, when Daredevil gets to the location, you have Tombstone pretend that he's meeting up with the Matador. They're all acting like they are trading Lily for some kind of money, except Daredevil knows that this is all fake. So when he jumps in and kicks both Tombstone and Matador away, Lily thinks that he is here to save her, except Daredevil pushes her back. That lets her know that Daredevil may know that everything is all a big fake scheme. This leads into Daredevil fighting against both Tombstone and Matador, which this time, with Daredevil having a clear mind, he is able to take down both of them very easily, except there is a moment where you have the Matador take Lily hostage. We can tell with Lily's expression that this was not part of the plan at all, meaning that she was not prepared for her boyfriend to pretend that he is going to kill her, except when Daredevil gets closer, Matador actually cuts Lily on accident and makes her freak out, which she does move away, and it gave Daredevil the chance to knock out Matador, and this is where you can have Daredevil ask Lily what in the world is going on here. And so you have Daredevil begin to question Lily on why in the world she was trying to mess with him. Well, Lily says she is not behind everything, which we kind of knew that since we still had that mysterious character from earlier. So the question is still up in the air. Who is she working for? She tells Daredevil that whoever she is working for, they gave her some kind of perfume because they knew it would work on Daredevil and make him think of Karen Page. Either way, you have Daredevil get a name from Lily, but we don't learn the name just yet. Before we can learn the name of the person behind everything, we have to jump back to New York and pick up with the ex-FBI director Davis. He was the one who was really trying to lock up the Kingpin, Daredevil, the Punisher, Hammerhead, the Owl, and even Bullseye too. He was trying to lock them all up in the same prison so he can look good to the public, except he was fired when the riot happened at Rikers, since it was his fault that the riot happened, since he put all of those characters there in the first place. We see that some people pretend to be there to help him move some stuff, but in reality, they are there to kill him off. Now we see Daredevil is in Switzerland. We see him going to some random mansion and begin to take down all of the guards that are in this place. Of course, we know that the reason why he is here is because the person behind everything lives here. So you have him go through all of the guards in this mansion. Once that is done, he finds out who it is. And of course, it is Vanessa Fisk, the wife of the Kingpin, Wilson Fisk. She is the one behind all of this. This is huge because Vanessa Fisk was the one person in Daredevil Comics that was innocent. Well, not just her, but when it came to the people who had some kind of connection to villains of Daredevil, she was a nice lady. But she tells Matt Murdock that he has no choice here except to listen to why she did all of this. Because even if Daredevil leaves knowing it was her, there is no evidence that can prove that she was the one behind all of this. Then she speaks about how she can save the life of Matt Murdock, but he must do whatever she wants him to do. Then you have Ben Urich get a call from someone that tells him that the ex-FBI director has been killed. So you have Ben Urich hang up that call and then call up Dakota North to see if she has any connections to the FBI in DC. Getting back to Matt Murdock, who is talking to Vanessa Fisk, this is where things get really wild. See, Vanessa Fisk is dying because of organ failure. except the doctors don't know why she is dying. She thinks it is because she had to kill her son, Richard Fisk, which took place in Brian Michael Bendis' run on Daredevil, the one before this one we are currently covering. Except she killed Richard because Richard had this big plot to kill his father, Wilson Fisk, and take over his role as Kingpin. So to get back at Richard for even trying to kill his father, Vanessa killed her son for what he did. So she thinks it is karma killing her, really. Now she tells Matt Murdock that she is tired of Matt Murdock and Wilson Fisk fighting against each other, that thanks to their battle, it led to the death of her son, Richard Fisk. So she did all of this to get revenge, but to also show Matt Murdock how easy it is to take everything away from him without actually laying a finger. So she tells him that she can give him everything back, which is his life, showing the world that the FBI really did not have anything to show that Matt Murdock is Daredevil, except before she can give him his old life back, he has to do one thing for her, to help get the Kingpin out of prison as his lawyer. This is her just basically trying to embarrass Matt Murdock if he does this. The reason why she wants him to do this is because Matt Murdock is able to get Wilson Fisk out of prison. Every time Wilson Fisk kills someone, it will be on Matt Murdock's hand. So if Matt Murdock wants his old life back, he has to do this for Vanessa Fisk. And if he doesn't, well, he can't prove that she's behind everything that has happened in our last few videos. So he will always be on the run then. So you have Daredevil get upset and leave the mansion. Now you have Matt Murdock get back to the hotel that he is staying at and thinking back over what Vanessa did to him and what she has become. Also thinking about what she wants him to do, except that is when he gets a call from Dakota North telling him that the FBI director has been killed, meaning that it is time for him to come back home and restart his old life. So with the opening of the 5th chapter, you have Matt Murdock pretend that he is a lost person on the side of the road. Remember that he is a wanted fugitive, but when he escaped prison, he and the Punisher made it look like that the Punisher was taking him hostage. So with the FBI director dead, meaning that he can come out of hiding and pretend that the Punisher let him go. Then we switch over to Foggy Nelson, who is currently still in witness protection service. Now at this point, he only knows about the death of the FBI director and thinks that it is time for him to go home. Of course, they are saying no, but then when he walks into his office at his job, he comes to find out that Matt Murdock has returned home as well, which of course makes Foggy Nelson freak out because now he thinks it is time for him to go home for sure. Which we then switch over to Matt Murdock doing his first public speech, where he is planning to make the world believe that the Punisher took him hostage, and the reason why is because the Punisher was tired of seeing lawyers like Matt Murdock helping crooks get back on the streets. So it is Matt Murdock putting more dirt on the name of the Punisher, but he is doing this as a way to paint a picture that Matt Murdock is not Daredevil and that the Punisher just held onto him as a hostage. Then you have the next few pages to show us that Matt Murdock and Millia Donovan are back together again. She was the person Matt married in the Brian Michael Bendis run. They had a very rough relationship thanks to him being Daredevil. Either way, this is the moment you have Foggy Nelson walk into the apartment to show Matt Murdock that Foggy Nelson is not dead, which is a sweet moment because these two are like brothers to each other. So it is great for Matt to see that his best friend is still alive and back again. Then you have Matt Murdock meet up with the Kingpin in prison, because remember that Vanessa Fisk did tell Matt Murdock that he has to pay her back when she gives him his life back. He has to help the Kingpin get out of prison. And so you have Matt Murdock live up to his promise, except he waited until Vanessa Fisk had died at this point. So now Kingpin can't even get the chance to bury his wife. So Kingpin thinks that he is going to get revenge against Matt Murdock for that. Except you have Matt mentioned that he won't do anything because him and the Kingpin are at fault for Vanessa Fisk turning from a nice lady into an evil woman and then dying from a random disease. And this With this story, we open with Malvin Potter, better known as the Gladiator. Now, Malvin Potter is actually an old enemy of Matt Murdock, but then was turned into a good guy, except when he was forced to help Alexander Bont, who was the Kingpin before Wilson Fisk. Malvin Potter was thrown into jail, except since he was being a good inmate, he was supposed to get out on good behavior. Sadly, in the opening pages, we see that apparently Malvin Potter had killed some other inmates, and to Malvin Potter, he is yelling out saying that he did not do it. So the question is then, who killed these other people? We then get to the main character of the book, which of course is Daredevil, and we see him being out in Hell's Kitchen for the first time coming back from Paris, where he is trying to remind Hell's Kitchen that he is back to stay and that he is not going anywhere this time. Except while Daredevil is chasing down some thugs in the car, he talks about how someone out there is making lower level thugs do horrible things, except that you have one group be a distraction so that Daredevil goes after them while another group of thugs do the real crime somewhere else. The reason why Daredevil is saying this is because an old man got killed at the real crime scene. And Daredevil couldn't help that old man because he was dealing with the other crime that was a distraction. So we pick up with Daredevil chasing after the thugs who were hoping that another crime would distract Daredevil long enough so they can get away again. Except of course, it did not work this time, and you have Daredevil come in and begin to chase after these guys. Now of course, these guys don't stand a chance against Daredevil. He is able to take these guys down very easily, except here comes the big problem. The two guys that Daredevil was so close to capturing end up killing themselves, which to Daredevil, he is wondering why in the world would they kill themselves for? Were they scared of Daredevil? So now Daredevil's goal is to figure out what was going on with those thugs killing themselves. In the morning though, we see that Matt Murdock is in bed with his wife, Millia Donovan. We met her back in Brian Michael Bendis' Daredevil's Run. Either way, what seemed to be a normal morning, except that is when Matt Murdock gets a call that's about what Malvin Potter did in prison. Malvin Potter is asking Matt Murdock to be his lawyer to prove that he is innocent. Except Matt Murdock says no, and when Millia Donovan asks why won't Matt Murdock help his friend, Matt mentions that they just went through a lot because Matt is Daredevil, so he is trying to lay low, meaning that he can't help someone who has ties to Daredevil. We then pick up with a guy named Gus, who took over the Malvin Potter case by being the lawyer for that case, where he is meeting up with Becky Blake, who is a partner to Matt Murdock and Foggy Nelson. Gus is here asking for Becky help with the case since the law firm she works for, which is Matt Murdock and Foggy Nelson law firm, was the ones that helped Malvin Potter in the past. So Becky says yes, but except when she goes to talk to Matt Murdock and Foggy Nelson, about this case, they both say no. At first because, again, they are trying to lay low, and they can't lay low if they take cases that have a past connection to Daredevil. Except at a certain point, you have Matt Murdock realize that Becky is right when it comes to helping friends. So you have Matt Murdock agree with Becky about helping Malvin Potter and figure out if he really did kill someone. And so you have Matt Murdock and Becky Blake go to the prison to meet with Malvin Potter because now they are going to be his lawyers. When they get there, you have them ask the usual question, like what had happened. Malvin explains that when he went back to work on his prison assignment, there were some guys picking on him. But after he got angry and wanted to yell at them, when he came back, they were dead. And he doesn't remember doing the killing. Matt Murdock believes him and thinks that maybe they can help Malvin Potter out. They are going to get him checked out by a psych doctor. Before we can explore more of Malvin Potter getting some kind of help, we see that Milia, the wife of Daredevil, is going to see a therapist. We don't know why, but we find out that someone is watching her, and the question is, who? Except we have to skip back to Malvin Potter, who is right now being escorted by a guard to his prison cell. Malvin Potter is not the only prisoner being escorted back to his cell. Except the problem is that out of nowhere, you have Malvin Potter just snap and kill both of these guys, showing that something is really wrong with Malvin Potter. And the question is now, what is wrong with him? So of course, word is getting out what Malvin Potter did to those people, but we pick up with the meeting going on with Matt Murdock and Becky Blake, meeting up with the Warren, who is saying how bad this looks. That the district attorney is looking at this as someone who truly killed someone and needs to be locked up. Except Becky Blake keeps stating that he doesn't remember snapping and killing those people. So you have Becky Blake begging the warden of the prison to consider that a shrink comes in and evaluates Malvin Potter to see that maybe he just had a mental breakdown. When Becky and Matt Murdock leave, Becky begins to wonder if maybe someone is trying to set up Malvin Potter. There are a couple pages where you have Matt Murdock swinging around Hell's Kitchen, really wondering if someone is trying to set Malvin Potter up. Also wondering if it has to do with someone trying to attack Matt Murdock's private life. So this is Daredevil getting very concerned about what is happening here. So the next day we see Malvin Potter meeting up with the shrink to see if it is true that he has some kind of mental breakdown. This scene at first seems to be that maybe she is the only hope Malvin Potter has to prove that he is technically an innocent man. But when she walks out, she states that he did not have some kind of mental breakdown, that he is lying about everything, and he knows that he did kill those men and probably did it on purpose. With her saying that, the district attorney now doesn't have anyone stopping him to give Malvin Potter 15 years in jail. You have Matt Murdock asked to give them until tomorrow so they can talk to their client about this deal. You have Gus, who was the original lawyer, wondering if it was a bad idea to come and ask Matt Murdock and Becky Blake for help. There is another set of pages that continues the idea of Milia Donovan, the wife of Matt Murdock, seeing a therapist. We don't know why just yet, but we see while she is in the waiting room, someone confronts her about it and asks a couple questions about her seeing the therapist, but not revealing why she is there for. The next page, we see her going home and hoping that Matt Murdock will be there so they can talk about her seeing a therapist. Except when she gets home, of course, he is not there. Later that night, we pick up with Matt Murdock out in the city being Daredevil, and the reason why is because Malvin Potter is being transported to a different prison. So with that happening, Daredevil thinks if someone is trying to set up Malvin Potter, then that person could come out of nowhere and try to free Malvin Potter, which of course that does happen, because when Daredevil gets there to the scene of the transport, well, of course the door is blast open and Malvin Potter is free, except when he comes out, he's acting like the killer version of himself we have been seeing glimpses of here and there in this video. Now, with the explosion happening so close to Daredevil that it throws off his hearing, because remember, Daredevil has enhanced hearing, but it gives Malvin Potter the chance to break free and actually knock out Daredevil so that he is able to escape. Now, to make things worse, in the morning, when Daredevil arrives at his law firm office, well, you have Foggy Nelson there and wondering what is going on with Malvin Potter. Except before he is able to explain to Foggy Nelson, you have Lily Luca appear. And we met her in our last video. She was a lady that Vanessa Fisk used in her master scheme to mess with Matt Murdock by having Lily smell like Karen Page, which made Matt Murdock go blind when it comes to him making certain decisions on certain things. Except she is here to tell Matt Murdock that she needs his help with something. Then the last page of chapter 2 shows us that Malvin Potter has found one of his secret bases, or maybe his old home. Either way, when he enters the room, he finds his old gladiator outfit and puts it on so that he can begin killing again. So with the third chapter, we learn why Lily needs the help of Matt Murdock, because we jump back 4 days ago where we see her at a bar, and for some reason these two guys are crazy about her. I don't mean like crazy like they just find her attractive. No, they are actually trying to fight for her like she is some kind of trophy to have, to the point where one of the guys actually kills his close friend just to have the chance with Lily, which makes everyone wonder what in the world is going on here. So that is why Lily came looking for Matt Murdock. Lily says that the same person who gave her the perfume to use to smell like Karen Page told her to come to Matt for help. Matt is down to help her, but he is not going to be the one to help her. Instead, it is going to be Dakota North taking over for Matt Murdock to figure out what is going on with Lily. Maybe she has some kind of powers she does not know about, but he is going to stay away from her because of the recent storyline he had to deal with her. Later that night, we see two random thugs are picking up Gladiator. The question is, why? Except all we know that they were told to pick him up, and he showed up and they leave to go to their next mission. Moments later, we see Daredevil going to a big crime scene where that basically Gladiator was just there and killed a bunch of people. The question for Matt Murdock is why? Also that where Gladiator attacked makes sense because it is out of Hell's Kitchen, meaning that it is somewhere out of Daredevil's usual area of parole. So to Daredevil, it means that this is Gladiator calling out to Daredevil to make a move, which of course means that Daredevil needs to hurry and find him before this gets out of hand quickly. So for Matt Murdock, he begins to think that maybe someone close to Malvin Potter could be behind this. Someone who has been keeping in contact recently with Malvin could have a hand in this mess. So that is when you have Daredevil go check up on Gus, who was the original lawyer for Malvin Potter, to see if maybe Gus had a hand on this. Except when Daredevil gets there, well, that is when Daredevil finds out that Gus has been killed. Has been dead for over an hour. So now the question is to find out who killed Gus. Except we see that Daredevil forgot he had dinner plans with his wife. So we see them having dinner. This moment is actually a tad bit important. The reason why is because Milia finds out that Lily is in town, which is something she is not happy to hear about, of course. Wants Matt Murdock to send her away. She doesn't even care if Matt Murdock is not the one working on the case. Remember that he had passed it on to Dakota North to care for it. Milia does not care and wants him to call up Dakota North and tell her no. Right this moment. Except, of course, you have Gladiator attack where Matt and Milia were having the dinner, and this begins a big battle between the two main characters. Now remember that Malvin Potter knows that Matt Murdock is Daredevil, so it makes sense that Gladiator knows where to find Matt. Now, for the character of Malvin Potter, he's showing that he is a great fighter, a strong fighter, and something that Matt Murdock will have a hard time with. So while this fight does go on for a few pages, and they do go back and forth, except after a while you have Gladiator getting the upper hand and actually knocking out Matt Murdock. Now, when Daredevil wakes up, well, he's in the back of a police car, except that is the moment you have someone begin to talk to Daredevil, where it seems that it is coming in through a speaker, or maybe someone talking through a psychic connection maybe. Either way, this person mentions that Gladiator could be going after someone Daredevil loves. That is when the last page shows us where Gladiator is going next, which of course, the home of Matt Murdock and Milia Donovan. Of course, he is going to try to kill his wife next. Except before we are able to get more information about what's going to happen there, well, we pick up with Turk, who is this low-level thug character that has been in Daredevil Comics for years, usually works for the Kingpin, except now he is working for someone else, and we see him talking to Ox. Ox is a member of the Enforcers, a group of small-time gangsters that usually do the dirty work for some crime bosses. They are talking about how they have a different boss now. Then we get another page where you have Milia figure out that she is not home alone, but learns that it is not Matt Murdock, her husband. It is actually Gladiator, who is there to kill her for some strange reason. This leads us back to Daredevil, realizing what the mysterious person meant when that person said Gladiator is going after someone Matt Murdock loves, which of course he knows that means his wife Milia. So you have Matt Murdock being able to break out of the cop car and actually attack the cop. Now, this is not him attacking the cop because he is upset. He attacks the cop so that he is able to grab the keys to the cuffs and make his escape out of there. Now, he knows what Gladiator is planning to do next, which could break Matt Murdock. Except when Daredevil gets to his house, of course, he is too late. Now, not like Milia is dead, but more of Malvin Potter has taken Milia hostage and gone somewhere else. So now you have him go to the rooftop hoping that he can hear Milia calling out his name with his enhanced hearing. That will be the only way he will be able to find out where Gladiator has taken Milia to. Now, the next set of pages, which is a lot of pages, is basically Daredevil being able to find Milia, except he finds her being hung off the edge of the building by Gladiator, and then he jumps in to save her, which then, once he is able to get her a safe distance away from the fight, you have the fight continue on. But while the fight is going on, you can see that Gladiator is fighting something. Fighting some kind of mind control, because he does occasionally stop fighting or tries to hold back his punches because he doesn't want to hurt Daredevil. Except after a while, you have Matt Murdock being able to knock out Gladiator, which of course is going to make his way back to prison. The last page shows us a random shop owner being excited that Malvin Potter is going to jail, except while he was trying to talk up some of his customers, those same customers actually ends up shooting the shop owner. So later on that night, we see that Malvin Potter is now being held as a prisoner who is on suicide watch. So this is them thinking that he could be a threat to his own life. Except while Matt Murdock, Foggy Nelson, and Becky Blake all leave, you have some cops upset that Daredevil was out being Daredevil. This is showing us that there are some people who still believe that Matt Murdock is Daredevil. No matter what he does to make the world believe otherwise, either way, the cops are upset because while Matt Murdock was out trying to get himself an alibi for his whereabouts and not being Daredevil, well, there was 5 murders that Daredevil could have stopped actually. So when Foggy Nelson and Matt Murdock get back to their office, you have Matt Murdock changing into his Daredevil outfit because he feels bad about the 5 murders that happened last night. So he is going out there to do his job as a hero. While he does that, we see in the other room, Dakota North is still trying to help out Lily with what could be her new powers. Either way, you have Lily's new powers kind of working on Foggy Nelson as well. While they are getting coffee, but then we see that someone is not happy about Lily being in the office of Matt Murdock and Foggy Nelson. That person being Millia Donovan, the wife of Matt Murdock. Remember, she did not want Matt to help Lily any way possible. She told Matt to make sure that all kind of help coming from his office doesn't happen. So she screams and yells at the idea of Lily being in the office. And you have Foggy Nelson try to calm her down, but at the same time, she wants to know where her husband is at, which of course, he just left out the window. Speaking of Daredevil, we see him going around beating up some low-level thugs to find out some clues that fall around Malvin Potter. With him doing that, he was able to find out the 2 thugs who were the ones that drove Gladiator to that area that was outside of Hell's Kitchen, the place where Gladiator went on a killing spree. But either way, Daredevil is able to find them and demand them to give some information before he has to beat it out of them. Getting back to Foggy Nelson, Dakota North, Lily, and also Millia Donovan, we see that Millia is still upset about 2 things. Matt Murdock not being there, and also Lily still getting help from Matt Murdock's people. So you have Foggy Nelson saying that he is going to help get Millia home. But then you have Lily, for some reason, offering to go with them as well, which to me doesn't make sense. If someone just yelled at me and shows that they don't want me around, why in the world would I offer to help that person get home? Getting back to Daredevil, he does find an address that leads him to a random building. Once he's inside the building, of course, the place is empty. But then we see a group of guys pop up behind him, letting us know that this is a trap to set up to capture Daredevil. This is where the story begins to switch back and forth between 2 settings. The first setting is that we see Foggy Nelson, Millia Donovan, and Lily get to the subway trying to get Millia home. Except Millia begins to get upset at Foggy Nelson because she thinks he is lying when it comes to the whereabouts of Matt Murdock. Getting back to the second setting, we see that whoever set up the trap for Daredevil, well, they begin to fight against Daredevil. Well, more of them beating down on Daredevil a lot. Back at the office of Matt Murdock and Foggy Nelson, we see Dakota North and Becky Blake still working at the office, where they think they have found something really important. Somebody had made a lot of calls to Gus. but also made a lot of calls to Vanessa Fisk as well before they both had died. But then somebody had made a lot of transaction with the husband of Vanessa Fisk. Of course, the Kingpin, Wilson Fisk. That person's name is Cranston. At the same time, we jump back to our first setting, where you have an upset Millie Donovan getting mad at Lily for just being around. Just that Millie gets so upset that she tries to push Lily in front of a train that is incoming, except Lily bumps into another guy that was nearby, and he falls in front of the train, and of course we know that he's now dead thanks to the train. This leads to upset Millie because she has no idea why she wanted to do that, and that something took over her body. Then we are going to end this video with our new mysterious character holding the head of Daredevil and says that he knows about Matt Murdock's wife, and also that Daredevil knows this guy's voice, and his name is Larry Cranston, aka Mr. Fear. And so we pick up where we left off, which is that Millie Donovan, the wife of Matt Murdock, tried to kill Lily Luca. Lily Luca being this other girl in Matt's life currently that has the power to make men go crazy because of how she smells. Except when Millie tried to kill Lily, well, Lily bumped into some innocent man and he fell in front of a train that was coming in the subway and died. So now she's getting arrested by the police because she is being blamed for the murder of the innocent guy. So you have Foggy Nelson trying to reach out to Matt Murdock because his wife is getting arrested by the police for murder. Except Matt Murdock got captured by the second Mr. Fear. The reason why I say the second Mr. Fear is because the first one died. This one is named Larry Cranston. He first appeared in Daredevil Volume 1, number 88, back in 1972. And he had known that Matt Murdock was Daredevil for a long time. The way he found out is because a while back he figured out that it is strange how both Daredevil and Matt Murdock both moved to San Francisco at the same time. So he became Mr. Fear and fought against Daredevil that led to his supposed death. Of course, he did not die. But when he came back around, he went with a fake name so the world believes that he is still dead. So to the world, he is now Professor named Harold Cranston. Now, the reason why he is mad at Daredevil is because Matt Murdock embarrassed him in a mock court session back in college. So it is petty revenge. He is upset that Matt Murdock is getting his old life back so easily, where Mr. Fear can't even use his old name because he was declared dead. So he is getting his revenge. Then he sprays fear gas in Matt's face, and you have Ox throw him out the window. This is the point where I say that Mr. Fear is becoming the Marvel version of the Scarecrow in Batman comics. You will see why here in a minute. But you have Daredevil falling out of the sky and then crashing down in the middle of the street. Of course, that freaks everyone out, and you have the cops appear. Except when they appear, of course, this makes Daredevil freak out. This is why I say that Mr. Fear is basically the Marvel version of Scarecrow that is in Batman comics over at DC. The fear gas that Mr. Fear has sprayed all over Matt Murdock's face, making him see the cops differently. At first, it made him see the cops as the Hand, the evil ninja organization. So of course, he thinks that he has to fight against them and beat them. Then, later on, he sees the Kingpin in Bullseye. which really are his two worst enemies of all of his Rogue Gallery members. Remember that Bullseye was the one that killed two love interests of Matt Murdock and still keeps coming after him over and over again. Kingpin was the one that kind of made Bullseye be a thorn in Daredevil's side, except when Matt Murdock realized that all of this is fake, well, he had already beaten down the cops so bad that they are freaking out because what he did to them. Except when he runs away into an alley and then collapses because he's exhausted and being attacked mentally by the fear gas, that is when he begins to see Karen Page. And this is huge because out of the two women that had died in Daredevil's life, she was the most recent one, and of course killed by Bullseye. So when he sees her, he begins to freak out because this was the woman he loved before Milia, and when she died, it caused so many issues for Matt Lice after that. Except he comes to find out that it was just some old lady, and he has to leave before some random people beat him up because he beat up some cops earlier. Now, while he is swinging around town, he then begins to see two other love interests in his life. The first one, some people kind of forget about, which is the original Black Widow. They dated for a good period of time, except of course, it did not work out. Then he sees Elektra, which of course is the love interest that has caused so much pain in Daredevil's life. With him seeing these two ladies, it just makes his mind go crazy and makes him fall back down to the streets again. Then this leads up to him kind of going back over how he met Milia, where she was about to be hit by a truck, and he saved her at the last minute. Except this time, she speaks to him in a negative way, more of telling him that he should have never come into her life, how he is going to leave her sooner or later, how he is going to ruin her life down the road. He is trying to tell her that he loves her and doesn't want to lose her, but of course, this is not real. So he is fighting a ghost here, really. Then he is bumped in the head by the same thugs who wanted to beat him up for beating up those cops. Except he is not seeing these guys as who they are. He is seeing them as his father, Jack Murdock. What really is the main drive that made him become who he is today. After a while, with him getting beat up by these thugs, well, then you have Daredevil remember that he is doing this for his father. He is trying to be the hero for this city, which then makes him wake up, beat the fear gas, and decides that he needs to find Mr. Fear. So what he does now is go to a place that has some connections to Mr. Fear in his personal life. Matt Murdock's enhanced senses is telling him that maybe the one person in the building is Mr. Fear, except when he gets in there, he finds some random man tied up to a chair with the bomb tied into him as well. Daredevil knows it is too late to save this man because as soon as Daredevil gets there, well, the bomb goes off and blowing up the entire building. So the only lead Daredevil had is now gone up in smoke. So Daredevil thinks it is time for him to go home so he can regroup. Except when he gets home, he is confronted by Foggy Nelson, who tells him the bad news about how Milia is now in jail, which of course Daredevil can't believe, that his wife is in jail, but also he can't believe that she's in jail for murder. Makes him think back to one of the fears he had faced earlier, about how the ghost of Milia was telling him how he was going to ruin her life, how he should have stayed away from her, because now he is making his life, or her life, fall apart because of him being Daredevil. And so in the opening of the second chapter, we see that Daredevil is going around beating up some low-level thugs to find out where Mr. Fear is at. This is a man wanting to get revenge for the line Mr. Fear had crossed with attacking Milia. Except we then switch over to Turk. he is this low-level thug that usually works for whoever is the active kingpin of the city, usually taking care of the smaller tasks. But we see him talking to some random thugs about how they all work for Mr. Fear, except when these other guards leave, he then calls up someone and tells this person on the phone to tell their boss that he has something they might want from him. So Turk is making moves of his own. We then switch over to Daredevil going to see Milia, who is now in handcuffs that are bound to a hospital bed, because every few moments she would have an episode where she went crazy and tried to kill people or just hurt them. Matt Murdock calms her down and tries to argue that something was done to her because the villain Mr. Fear thinks that Matt Murdock is Daredevil, which of course is true that he is Daredevil, but he is still trying to make the world believe that he is not Daredevil. And you have the district attorney tell Matt that since he has no proof that Mr. Fear did something to her, they are going to charge her for murder. Also the fact that Lily, she told the cops what had actually happened, and there were 12 other witnesses there too who basically told the cops what happened. So unless Matt Murdock can bring some kind of proof to show that his wife is innocent, he is kind of stuck there. You then have Foggy Nelson and Matt Murdock go back to their office, except of course Matt Murdock is upset about what just happened to his wife Milia. You have Dakota North tell Matt Murdock that he should consider going to see Milia in the hospital to help her through this tough process in her life. So you have Matt Murdock agree to go see his wife. Except when he goes to see his wife, he goes in as Daredevil so that he can sneak around the place and sneak into her room, which of course is great because he's just not there to hold her hand or just cuddle with her. He actually tries to have her meditate to find her center or find a safe spot in her mind. He tells us that he is trying to build this safe spot in her mind and has a way to beat Mr. Fear toxin that is in her. Well, really, hold it back until he is able to find a cure for it, which means that he needs to find Mr. Fear if he wants to find a cure for this toxin. Then you have Matt Murdock leave Milia Donovan and goes to meet up with a police officer who is a friend of Dakota North. His name is Detective Kreutz. I hope I said that correctly. And he is at the crime scene where that bomb had blown up at, where we find out the guy who was blown up is named Dante V. Govich. Apparently, he was a professor at Empire State University. Also that he was someone who worked with Mr. Fear, because remember that Mr. Fear's second identity that he had to use is that he is a college professor. So for Matt Murdock means that Mr. Fear used Dante V. Govich to help him create a better version of the Fear toxin. After that, we see the process of the police and the DA trying to figure out what they should do with Milia Donovan. First, they bring in a shrink like they did with Gladiator in our last video to see if she actually had a mental breakdown. You have Milia Donovan almost attack the shrink as well. Then, when it comes to court, even though there hasn't been an actual trial, the judge still thinks it is best to keep Milia held in a prison cell or somewhere to deal with her because of her mental state. And so then you have Daredevil continue to go after low-level thugs, hoping that he can learn something about Mr. Fear, mainly hoping to find the location of where Mr. Fear is at. Either way though, you have Matt Murdock just break out of his Daredevil outfit and begin to beat everyone up, hoping that he can learn some kind of information, but he's almost more brutal than he is usually. So we see a Daredevil actually beating up thugs badly to just get information. At the same time, you have the Hood watching over this fight, and the reason why is because I think this begins to take place when Dark Reign is happening, and that was when the Hood was trying to become the new Kingpin of New York. Now, the third chapter is more of the story showing off Larry Cranston, who is Mr. Fear, being this guy who is enjoying life, that he has almost everything he needs. He has the ladies, he has a crime organization under his belt. He also has the one person he hates who must suffer, except he tells us that he's not done yet, that he still has more things planned to make sure that once everything is done, there is no way Matt Murdock is going to be able to just bounce back from it like it's not a big deal. He even talks about how he used Dante, the other scientist from the college, as someone to make the fear toxin perfect. He then mentions how he is being trained by the best fighters from each country, except he knows that these guys are no match for Daredevil. So he knows that he is still no match for Daredevil, except he's doing this to just make Matt Murdock suffer. Except you have Ox from the Enforcers come in and tell Mr. Fear that they have a new problem, which then the story jumps back to an earlier part in the day, where we see that while Ox was going around being an enforcer, well, he was confronted by some members of the Wrecking Crew. The reason why they are here is because this is the Hood making his move as being the new Kingpin and trying to take over Hell's Kitchen. So basically, this is the beginning of a gang war between Mr. Fear and the Hood for the rights to take over Hell's Kitchen. You did have Dakota North get a call from her detective friend so that she can tell Matt Murdock about the fight that is happening in the middle of Hell's Kitchen. This is the break that Matt was looking for, because he knows that Ox works for Mr. Fear. So that means it could lead to him finding out where Mr. Fear is at and hoping to find a cure to whatever is happening to Milia at the moment. Except when he gets there, instead of just watching the two sides fight against each other and hoping that it will make Ox walk back to Mr. Fear, instead we see that Daredevil jumps in hoping to take both sides out, and then hopefully he can take Ox somewhere else so that he can ask Ox about where Mr. Fear is hiding at. Except the problem is that there are too many villains here at the moment, and making it hard for Matt Murdock to focus on taking all of these guys down, to the point where you have the Wrecking Crew being able to make a part of a building fall on top of Daredevil, which stops him just long enough for both sides of the gang war to leave and go their separate ways. And you have Ox go back and tell Mr. Fear about what had happened. So now we are back in the present day, which you have Mr. Fear tell Ox that everything is okay and that he is going to continue to focus on making Matt Murdock's life hard, and this gang war is not even important to him. Now, when Daredevil gets home after dealing with those villains, you have Daredevil realize that there are some people in his house, which is confusing. But when he walks in, well, he finds out that the police and the DA is letting Milia go home only because Lily, the person that Milia tried to kill. Well, Lily's story is beginning to change. Like, she forgot what had happened. So the court is letting Milia go since their main witness is confused now, but also that Milia still has some episodes. Well, they gave her a nurse to watch over her and make sure she takes her meds until it is time for her trial. With the opening of the 4th chapter, we see Daredevil watching the Wrecking Crew attacking a certain part of Hell's Kitchen. Now, the reason why he is not stopping them is because one, there are no innocent people out there getting hurt, except also that he was hoping that Ox would show up so that he can stop Ox and figure out where Mr. Fear is hiding at. So all he can do is just watch part of his city get ripped up by the Wrecking Crew. Now remember that Lily was having a hard time remembering if it was Milia that pushed her and made her push that innocent man in front of the train. The DA thinks that maybe Foggy Nelson and Matt Murdock is making Lily change her mind because she has some kind of crush on Matt Murdock, which we come to find out later on is that is the main reason.
except she states that she remembers and says that Milia pushed her by accident. Then with her new powers, which are making men go crazy when they smell her, the DA is having a hard time focusing and makes it easier for Milia. Also, there's a point that you have Lilia asking Foggy if she should go see Matt and Milia, and you have Foggy tell her that is a bad idea completely. Speaking of Milia and Matt, we see them trying to have a normal morning, which is Milia being able to make breakfast for her and her man, except she grabs a knife. It makes Matt slightly freak out, which then makes her have another one of her episodes where she begins shouting and yelling at Matt, also kind of becoming a tad bit physical with him as well. Sadly, that makes the nurse come down and thinks that it is time for Milia to take some more of her meds. Matt, seeing his wife taking medicine, makes him upset and thinking about going back out there and seeing if he can get some information about Mr. Fear. And so you have Matt Murdock switch into his Daredevil outfit and go chase down the two thugs who we met in our last video. These two thugs were the ones who in our last video drove Gladiator to that spot where he went on a killing spree. So it is Daredevil reminding them that he let them go because they gave him information last time. So this time he is asking where he can find some members of the enforcers to chase down and gather information. That is the group Ox belongs to, but he doesn't go after Ox this time. He actually chased down another member of the enforcers, and this time he chased down Fancy Dan. The reason why is because Fancy Dan was recently injured, except he can't go to an actual hospital. So he goes to one of the doctors in the Marvel Universe that take care of injuries on the low and some random buildings, as a way to get medical help without going to an actual hospital. Except those two thugs who talked to Matt Murdock just a moment ago that he can find Fancy Dan. Once he's able to grab Fancy Dan, he makes Fancy Dan tell him where he can find Ox at. Then we see Ox is out in some warehouse doing some kind of deal with some low-level thugs, except that is when the cops do appear. But while this whole thing was going down, you have Daredevil just watching the cops handle the situation because his main goal was to just go after Ox. He knew that Ox would run away as soon as trouble picked up. So you had Ox run away, and then you have Daredevil basically wait until he was outside to hit Ox with the taxi, which of course knocks out Ox, but it is Daredevil taking Ox in so he can question him on where he can find Mr. Fear. We did get one page where we see Lily going to the home of Matt and Milia, even though Foggy Nelson told her earlier, do not go there. Remember that Milia hates Lily because she thinks Lily wants Matt, which is true. So we see the nurse letting her inside the home. But this chapter closes on Ox waking up and being hung up in some chains because Matt Murdock is going to torture this man to gather all of the information he needs to learn about where Mr. Fear is hiding at. So at the opening of the 5th chapter, we pick up with Lily running out of the house of Matt and Milia. Remember that she went there to visit them, but Foggy Nelson told her not to go there because she is the one reason why Milia had gone crazy in the first place. This is when we jump back 5 days ago, and we pick up with Mr. Fear meeting with Lily out of nowhere, where you have Mr. Fear tell us that he was the one who gave Vanessa Fisk the perfume that Lily had used to make Matt Murdock think about Karen Page. For some reason, the perfume is still in effect and makes every man around Lily go crazy. Then we see some kind of gas that Mr. Fear is using. This gas is making Lily kind of fall in love with him or making her follow all of his instructions. Either way, he tells that if she does everything he wants her to do, he will cure her and also give her the one thing she wants, which of course is Matt Murdock. Then we finally jump back to Daredevil in the present day, as he is torturing Ox for information about where Mr. Fear is hiding at. Of course, at first you have Ox trying to not give up any information, but this is Daredevil, a man who's on a mission and he's okay with torturing Ox. He is trying to get his wife some kind of cure to help her, but of course, after a while being tortured by Daredevil, you have Ox tell him everything he wants to know and Daredevil leaves. Except while Daredevil is leaving the building, we see that someone is watching Daredevil, and of course, Daredevil did not see nor hear this person. That person is of course the Hood. He is trying to be the new Kingpin of New York, but also he wants to know what is going on between Mr. Fear and Daredevil. So you have the Hood wake up Ox and have Ox tell the Hood everything he wants to know, except Ox tells the Hood to give him a phone. Now, the information Daredevil got from Ox would make you think that he is going to be able to find the man who has been causing his life so much trouble recently. Except when Daredevil gets into the house, beats up some of the guards, and finally enters the bedroom, he only finds a lady. She tells Daredevil that Mr. Fear knew he was coming and told her to give him a letter. The letter, of course, tells him that he is too late and warns Daredevil about Milia once again, wondering what that could mean. Then you have Daredevil go back home as Matt Murdock to only find the nurse who was staying with them on the ground and bleeding out. The reason why she is bleeding out is because Milia had attacked her to the point she nearly killed the nurse. So of course, Matt had to call the cops, which then brings in the ambulance, but also that the cops had to take away Milia because she just assaulted someone else once again. Except once they take her away, you have Matt Murdock realize who was in his apartment, and that person was Lily. So he tells Foggy Nelson that he needs to have a conversation with Lily. And so you have Daredevil go to see Lily, and of course he goes crazy because he almost kills her. He runs in there and starts to choke her out, but knows that he is not a killer. So he then gives her the chance to explain herself and why in the world why she was in his house. That is when she explains that Mr. Fear got to her and told her that he will give her everything she wants. Either way, you have her tell Daredevil that she told him that he was going to stop by, but Mr. Fear had an important meeting to take care of first. Which makes you wonder who in the world she is talking about. Well, we come to find out that she is talking about Mr. Fear, meeting up with the Hood, because once the story switches over to Mr. Fear, you have the Hood walk in and kill two of Mr. Fear guys, then point some guns at Mr. Fear. But then Mr. Fear points his wrist that is holding the fear gas in. That is when you have the Hood think that the two of them should talk it out then. Now in the 6th chapter, the meeting between the Hood and Mr. Fear continues on. But in this meeting, it is Mr. Fear telling the Hood that the Hood can have Hell's Kitchen, that the only thing Mr. Fear wants, of course, is Daredevil. So it is them two kind of agreeing on them making a deal, except you have the Hood mention that Daredevil is coming here, and that Mr. Fear should get ready to fight against him very soon. Now, this is where the story begins to wind down some. Yes, you do get this big battle between the two characters. It goes on for a few pages, except throughout the fight, and really at the end of the fight, where you have Daredevil winning the fight. You have Mr. Fear tell Daredevil that there is no cure for the toxin that is in Milia. Meaning that whatever kind of toxin that is in her, making her go crazy, will continue to eat away at her. And that is the same for Malvin Potter. Remember, in our last video, Malvin Potter, who is the gladiator, went crazy, started to kill people, and was trying to kill Matt Murdock as well. But we are finding out here that maybe Mr. Fear had a hand with that as well. So a toxin is in Malvin Potter, except again, there is no cure, and Mr. Fear just laughs at Matt Murdock. The reason why is because he is getting what he wants, making Matt Murdock life a living hell. that he hated that he heard that Matt Murdock was so close to getting his old life back after everything. So he thought Matt Murdock deserves to suffer, but kept suffering even after his plans were all done. So after that, we see Matt Murdock checking in Millia Donovan into a mental institution, hoping they can find a way to help her, except it is Matt kind of leaving her behind, and this hurts Matt so much because he keeps thinking back to what the fear gas has shown him in the beginning of our video, which was that he should have stayed away from Millia because he ruined her life. Before this, she had a peaceful life, but she did met Matt Murdock. And of course, now she has basically been checked into a mental institution. So it is Matt realizing how much he has messed up with her. Mr. Fear is in prison, and we see him literally celebrating the fact that he was able to win against Daredevil. Yes, he is being thrown into prison, but he got everything he wanted, which was to make Daredevil's life a living hell and make sure that Daredevil will suffer for a very long time. Honestly, I like the idea of someone besides the Kingpin or Bullseye being the one to take a loved one away from Daredevil in the more recent day of comics. Even though this is over 10 years old, it is still a great story. It has done so much for comics. But either way, this is the end for today. In the beginning of this book, we pick up with Ben Urich, who is a reporter. At this point in Marvel Comics, Ben Urich had left the Daily Bugle and formed his own paper, someone who actually reports real news and is not really biased to what the publisher is trying to push in the minds of its readers. Except when one of the reporters comes to Ben's office, he is asking Ben if they can publish a story that basically talks about Matt Murdock and Millia's situation. Remember, in our last video, Millia got put into a mental institution because the fear toxin from Mr. Fear messed with her mind so much. Since the world still thinks that Matt is Daredevil, even though Matt has tried multiple times to make the world forget that in different ways, either way, this guy wants to publish another story, except Ben says no because Matt Murdock is his friend, which goes against what his paper stands for, which is called Frontline. Supposed to be a paper that is not biased by the publisher, but he is kind of being biased when it comes to a story about his friend. Also, there have been reports that Daredevil has been more violent lately when he is out there beating up thugs. More bones are being broken, and this is actually worrying Ben Urich when it comes to Daredevil, because maybe the situation with Millia is messing up with Matt's mind since it is his fault that she is in a mental institution. We continue that trend with Foggy Nelson, the best friend of Matt Murdock, and also a partner at Matt Murdock's law firm office. When he goes to check up on Matt at his house, of course, Matt is just coming back from being Daredevil for the night, which makes Foggy concerned if Matt is getting any rest or not, spending the night out in Hell's Kitchen as Daredevil. Of course, Matt doesn't want to listen to his friend or receive help from his friend with this current situation that he is in right now. We do get to see a couple pages that show how badly Daredevil has become when he is beating up some random thugs. To me, the art doesn't really show it, but we are supposed to imagine that he's out there beating up bad guys worse than usual. Except we have seen some art where he is beating someone down and he is not really having a hard time. Another set of pages show us that Foggy Nelson is meeting up with Ben Urich since they are both close friends of Matt. Ben Urich is asking if there has been any changes with Matt. Is he getting better? Of course, Foggy tells Ben that he is not getting better at all. So this begins the both of them thinking that they can find a way to help Matt out to get out of this funk that he is in. Except things get worse for Matt when he goes to the mental institution to see Milia's doctor, and the doctor there tells him that it would be better if he does not come around anymore. Every time he comes around, apparently he always undoes every single work that was done to improve Milia's current situation. So it is the doctor thinking that it will be better if he stays away for a couple weeks to give her some major improvements. This does make Matt upset because now he is being told he can't even see his own wife. But you have Dakota North. She is this private investigator that has been around for a while in our Daredevil videos, thinking that it would be best to give Matt some drinks to help him get over this. We all know that is a bad reason or a bad idea to use to help someone like Matt Murdock. So we see them go to a bar. Of course, Matt is spilling out his guts to Dakota North, and she tries to help him get through this by talking to him and buying multiple rounds of drinks, which then leads to him going to buy another round because he feels bad that she is buying all of the drinks. Except when he goes up there to buy drinks, well, he gets in a bar fight because he overhears that two guys were planning a robbery. Since he is still this more brutal Daredevil, he beats these guys so badly that Dakota North has to grab him and get out of there before a picture is taken and the cops are called. You have a moment where Dakota North reflects on the life of Matt Murdock, how he had multiple times in his life when he has reached this low point in life. The one example that she used is when he was the Kingpin for a year, which of course took place in Brian Michael Bendis' run on Daredevil. Except while she is thinking about that and also trying to think how she can help him, Matt just takes off his clothes to be in his Daredevil outfit so that he can go out and beat up crime once again, which continues to show that he is slipping even more and he should not be out there as a hero when he is basically drunk. We close this chapter on the same thing that started this video, where you have the same reporter coming out to Ben Urich and asking to publish a story about Daredevil, this time being about how Daredevil has become more violent and is brutally beating people down, and you still have Ben Urich saying no since Daredevil is a close friend of his. This makes the reporter mad and leaves the office, but it continues to show that Frontline is becoming very biased on what it publishes, just like the Daily Bugle. But the second chapter continues with the idea that Matt Murdock is becoming more brutal as a crime fighter. We pick up with him going after some thugs. He begins to beat down on them because these thugs decide to steal a lady's purse and they cut the lady in the face. So of course that makes Daredevil very angry and begin the process of beating down on them so bad that it makes the lady run away scared. You then have Luke Cage appear, and with Luke Cage being here, it is more of Luke Cage kind of telling Matt Murdock that he is being too dangerous and he needs to calm down. Also, of course, he has heard what was going on with Daredevil and came here to be as a friend. There was another reason why Luke Cage came here, except before he is able to tell Daredevil what he wants, Daredevil disappears, and of course now Luke Cage has to find him again. For Luke Cage, if he is unable to get a hold of Matt, then you go to the next person who could be able to reach Matt Murdock, which is Dakota North. Honestly, I thought he would go for Foggy Nelson. This makes sense though, because she is a private investigator and she needs someone like Matt to help him out with a certain case about someone from Luke Cage part of town. So you have Dakota North going to visit Becky Blake and Foggy Nelson to tell them about what Luke Cage wanted, which was that there is a man named Ben Donovan who is in jail because he killed 3 kids. the police assumed it was the father, but the father went missing. So you would think the cops would go look for the father of the 3 children that were killed. Well, they don't, because this guy, Ben Donovan, came out and said that he was the one who killed the kids, which of course made people automatically believe him and took him to prison and closed the case, gave up looking for the 3 kids' father, and just took Ben Donovan to jail. Except you have Luke Cage tell Dakota North that Ben is a bad guy, but he's not someone who would kill children. So to Luke Cage, he is covering something up. Now, Foggy Nelson and Becky Blake think it is a bad idea to take this case, except for Dakota North, this is the case they need to get Matt Murdock out of his funk. Which right now, that is what Matt Murdock needs, because we see him at his house and he is trying to clean the house to get rid of the smell of Amelia Donovan, except of course with his enhanced senses, he can still smell his wife in the apartment and makes him cry and makes him slip deeper into the depression that he is currently in at the moment. Now, Dakota North begins to work on this case first by herself. She goes to see her detective friend who is going to be around for a while in Daredevil Comics, Detective Kurtz. But you have him tell Dakota North everything that Luke Cage had told her earlier. The only difference is that the police and some law enforcement think that maybe Ben Donovan only agreed to be guilty of the murder because he is holding on to some kind of information. Maybe that he was forced, except Ben Donovan still says he was the one who committed the murder. Also, he says that Ben Donovan converted to religion to show that he is trying to be forgiven for his sins. Then this leads to Dakota North going to visit Ben Donovan in jail and also recording their conversation, hoping to have him slip up and say something that could help him get out of prison. Maybe say who is making him taking the hit for the murder of the 3 children. Sadly though, this is a man who is trying to hide something, but also because he's being forced to hide something. So he doesn't tell her anything at all about if he is innocent. Now, after she does that, well, of course, she goes out thinking about what her next move can be. Where can she start to undig some information that could help Ben Donovan? But when she leaves a random diner where of course she got some food, that is when someone attacks her because she started digging around the Ben Donovan case. And this man tells her that she should stay out of it and leave everything alone, which of course is going to make her dig even more. But with her getting attacked by some random guy, it makes her go over to Matt Murdock's house to tell him about what had happened. Also to tell him the reason why she was attacked, which of course was because of the Ben Donovan case. So this is the moment you have her tell him everything and try to tell him that he should really help out with this case. Really, she doesn't give him an option when it comes to yes or no to helping with the case. More of you should help out with this case and that is final, which of course after Matt sees how badly she was beaten and learns what is going on with the case, he of course looks down and finally says yes to himself and gets to work at looking at the case. Now with Dakota North actually recording her conversation with Ben Donovan, it actually gives Matt Murdock the ability to listen in to Ben Donovan's voice. Because remember, Matt Murdock has enhanced hearing, and that gives him the ability to hear if someone is lying, which Matt Murdock could tell that Ben Donovan was lying. So he goes to the prison and tells Ben Donovan that he is going to take over the case. Now, this meeting doesn't go as Matt Murdock thought it would go, or how we would think it would go. Because you would think that with Matt Murdock going to someone who was wrongfully charged, he is known across the world as the best lawyer to get those people out of prison. Also, Matt Murdock still has the world thinking that he is Daredevil. So, of course, when he walks in, Ben Donovan thinks of Matt Murdock as Daredevil. Except when Matt tells Ben that he knows Ben is innocent, well, Ben goes crazy and begins to yell that he was the one who killed the children, and making it seem that someone is listening, that if he goes around saying that he is innocent of the crime he is being charged for, someone could come after him. Then, to top it off, you have him actually attack Matt Murdock, which of course the guards rush in and grab Ben Donovan to make him stop, but also it gives Matt motive to figure out what is going on here. With Matt Murdock enhanced senses, it tells Matt that Ben Donovan is hiding something. Then you have Matt Murdock go and visit Dakota North, who is with Luke Cage at her apartment. Also, we learned Dakota North was a model, but she quit to become a private investigator. We don't know why, but she did. Either way, you have Matt Murdock come by and tell Luke Cage and Dakota North that he knows Ben Donovan is hiding something. What he is hiding is a big mystery, and Matt Murdock has no idea what it could be. But he is hiding something. What Matt is saying, it sounds more like Ben Donovan is hiding the truth because he is terrified of someone. He is not terrified of being on death row. He is more scared of something else, and Matt Murdock is going to figure out what. Then there is a page where you have Dakota North go back to the diner where she was attacked. With her going there, she is able to ask the owner of the diner if maybe he has seen something. Of course, he says no, but he tells her that he has cameras that were installed on the outside of the place. So he tells her that she can take a look at his cameras to figure out who attacked her. Now, this leads us into her going back to the police station to talk to Detective Klutz about who this guy could be, because she only has a picture of the guy that had attacked her, except while she is talking to Klutz about who this guy could possibly be, that is when you have another cop come by and just says the guy's name is Moss. That's all we got. We did not get any more about him, but of course, this is a good start for Dakota North to figure out what is going on with Donovan Ben and also the case of the 3 dead children. The story switches over to Matt Murdock meeting up with Ben Urich at some other kind of diner. They sit apart from each other just in case anyone is watching Matt Murdock and tries to come after Ben Urich. This is Matt making sure Ben will still be safe, because Dakota North was barely attacked just for asking around when it comes to the Ben Donovan case. Now you have Ben Urich tell everything Matt already knows, and really everything we already know, because Ben Urich points out that he was covering the story when it was originally going on. The only new information we get is that Ben Donovan worked at the docks, which makes Matt think about checking out the docks for more information. We skip back to Dakota North, who goes after the Moss guy, the one who attacked her for just asking questions about Ben Donovan. We see him riding his motorcycle, and then she makes him fall off of it so she can question him. Then that leads into her asking him questions, hopefully that she can finally learn more information. The only thing she learns is that Moss works for the feds, and he is not going to say anything. He says if he does, well, someone will come after him and kill him. So she has to leave with basically learning nothing. Now, when Dakota North gets home, well, when she walks in, she comes to find out that her father is there waiting for her, where the only thing he tells her is that she has no idea how much trouble she is in now. While that was going on, you have Daredevil going to a random bar that is usually known for criminal activity. Also, this bar may have some connections to the docks. So it is Daredevil hoping he can learn more about what is going on at the docks from someone here. The problem is none of these guys are talking, or maybe not now, but Daredevil is not going to stop until someone tells him what he wants to know. The problem is that there was a guy who was watching from outside of the bar and seeing what Daredevil was doing to those guys in the bar. That leads into him going to a phone, calling up someone named Lloyd to tell him what was happening at the bar. Then Lloyd goes on to tell his boss what Daredevil was doing, and we find out it is a guy named Mr. Slaughter. Before we can learn more about Mr. Slaughter, we have to jump back over to Dakota North because her father has stopped by to talk to her, except when she thinks this conversation is about her quitting her life as a model and becoming a private investigator. That is when her dad tells her no, that he came here to tell her that he is here to warn her that she needs to stay away from the Ben Donovan case. His reasoning is that it affects national security. So this is us finding out that Dakota North's father, and his name is Samuel North, works for the government. It is him now telling his daughter to leave this case alone. Now for Ben Donovan, who we have not seen in a while, well, we plus Matt Murdock and Foggy Nelson finding out that someone tried to kill Ben Donovan in his prison cell, except it was made to look like he was trying to kill himself. But the prison guard were able to save him before he had to kill himself. Then you have Ben tell Matt Murdock that he needs to stop or they are going to kill Ben. Of course, Matt doesn't want to hear that because he's still trying to deal with the idea that his wife is in a mental institution. This is when you have Becky North, Matt Murdock, Foggy Nelson, and Dakota North meeting up back at the office to talk about everything they have gathered and how Dakota's North father has come to warn her and the others to stop digging into this case. Of course, you have Matt saying no and making sure that everyone agrees with his decision to continue to figure out what is going on with the Ben Donovan case. While they think of what their next move should be, we can see from a few blocks down the road, someone is listening in on their conversation, telling us that someone has bugged Matt, Foggy's, Dakota, and Becky's office. This gives us a moment to see Matt's thinking about how this case is helping him keep his mind away from thinking about Milia. Because of course, Matt still blames himself with her being in a mental institution. Either way, you have Matt telling us he knows that he needs to change into Daredevil so that he can figure out what is going on with the Ben Donovan case. While you have Matt Murdock out there being Daredevil, hoping to learn more about this case, you have Becky Blake and Dakota North looking into the finances of Ben Donovan to find out that something is wrong here. For a long time, he was kind of a guy that didn't have a lot of money. Then out of nowhere, he was getting money, but all of the money was going into a trust fund. The question is how far back this goes and who does this account belong to? Getting back to Daredevil, we see him going to see Turk. Turk being this guy who is a low-level thug and usually always doing things for the current Kingpin of New York. Well, Daredevil goes to him knowing that he should have some information, which is who is currently running the docks. Well, that is when Turk tells Daredevil that it is Mr. Slaughter, and we learn that it is an old Daredevil character that really is a mobster, meaning that the docks is run by a mobster. Except Turk says no, Slaughter is supposed to be a good guy now and running a legit business. Of course, Daredevil knows there is no way that is true. We then get a quick page that shows us that Dakota North goes to figure out where the money Ben Donovan got is going to. We come to find out that Ben Donovan has a son and his name is Benjamin Donovan. Before we can learn more about the son of Ben Donovan, you have the story jump over to Daredevil going to the docks because he knows that there is no way that Mr. Slaughter is a good guy now. Which of course, when you have Daredevil arrive at the docks and takes out all of the guards that are trying to stop him, once that is done, he goes on to ask Mr. Slaughter what is going on with Ben Donovan. But then you have Mr. Slaughter reveal that there's a sniper out there ready to shoot and kill Daredevil. To make things even worse, well, we come to see Dakota North leaving, figuring out so much information about Ben Donovan and his son Benjamin Donovan that Ben Donovan's money has been put into his son's trust fund, Benjamin Donovan, and Benjamin Donovan had no idea. He thought it was money from the football scholarship. While she is leaving, someone outside in the streets actually shoots at her after she had called Becky Blake about what she learned, leaving us wondering if she is going to survive. So with the last two things happening, which of course is Dakota North being shot and Matt Murdock being targeted by a sniper while he was trying to interrogate Mr. Slaughter so he can learn what is the true secret behind what is going on here at the docks and maybe learn more about Ben Donovan. Except of course you have some paramedics come and take Dakota North to the hospital. Also, you have Daredevil being able to escape, but with the sniper that was almost about to kill, it tells Daredevil that Mr. Slaughter is up to something. The question is, what? All he knows is that it has everything to do with Ben Donovan. Now, when Matt Murdock gets to his house thinking that he is going to have some downtime, that is when he gets a call from Foggy Nelson to tell Matt Murdock that they are at the hospital because of what had happened to Dakota North. This leads to Matt Murdock getting there, and of course, he is blaming himself for this, saying this is his fault that Dakota North is in the hospital. And then you have Becky Blake just snap on Matt Murdock and tell him not everything that goes wrong is because of him. Even though a lot of things that have gone wrong is because of him, this time it's really not his fault, since it was Dakota North who originally took the case and was the one who got Matt to help her dig into the case to see what in the world is going on with Ben Donovan. When Matt Murdock gets outside, he is confronted by Samuel North, the father of Dakota North. You have Samuel North try to blame Matt Murdock for the reason why his daughter is in the hospital, except you have Matt snap back quickly at Samuel to show him that this is not Matt's fault for what had happened, that it is Samuel's fault since Samuel had a hand in what is happening to Ben Donovan, stating that since this is government business and that Samuel is in the government, then it is clear Samuel has a hand for what is going on with Ben Donovan, in which an innocent man is going to die now. That made Dakota North upset. So no, it's clearly Samuel North's fault what had happened to his daughter. After all of that, you have Matt, of course, go on the hunt to find out who could have been behind the shooting of Dakota North, which of course, using his enhanced senses, he was able to figure out where the shooter shot the sniper that hit Dakota North. He then changes into his Daredevil outfit because he sees a van. That quickly tells Daredevil that some more Fed agents could be in there or could be nearby the van. So he goes down and he finds the Moss guy again, the same guy who attacked Dakota North the first time, and it was him who shot Dakota North as well. You then have Daredevil continue to beat this man down so that he can finally learn what is going on with this case and what's going on with the docks. Why are the docks so important? They were using Mr. Slaughter as an inside man because shipments from the Middle East come through there. So it is Moss saying to Daredevil that they let Mr. Slaughter do what he wants to do because he's small. They are trying to use him for the goal to get bigger targets, which of course makes Daredevil even angrier after hearing that. With Daredevil able to learn everything, Daredevil changes back into his Matt Murdock outfit, which he is now Mr. Lawyer Guy. He goes to the prison and tells Ben Donovan that he knows everything. Of course, Ben Donovan is still trying to pretend that he has no idea what Matt Murdock is talking about, that he is guilty. That is when you have Matt tell Ben Donovan to tell that to his son to his face, which of course makes Ben Donovan cry when he sees his son Benjamin Donovan. For the plot twist of this book, we see Samuel North going to visit Mr. Slaughter to tell him that it is over. Since Samuel North is part of the government, he was able to take over the task force that was running this Doc idea. His first move as the new commander of this task force, Ben Donovan gets out of jail because he is innocent. The real person who did the murder will go to jail. Come to find out that it is some guy who is second in command of Mr. Slaughter's organization. Samuel North says he will still use Mr. Slaughter as his inside man, but no more protecting murderers, just for the greater good. Of course, Matt Murdock was pulling up and overhears everything. Samuel North confirms that yes, Ben Donovan is going to be a free man and his son will be taken care of. To close on this book, you have Matt Murdock go to visit Dakota North in the hospital so that he can tell her thank you. That if it wasn't for her dragging him into this case, he will still be in some kind of funk. Matt at first thinks that she can't hear him because she is resting, except when he leaves the room, that is when she says thank you, and the book closes there. So in the first page, we get introduced to the new villain in Daredevil's life. This is her first time being in Marvel Comics, and her name is going to be Lady Bullseye, which honestly doesn't sound that bad. How she came into New York to basically hunt some people down for some plan. Before we can learn more about her plan, we have to pick up with the star of the book, of course being Matt Murdock, as he's with Dakota North, who is a private investigator that works for Matt Murdock and Foggy Nelson. Last video, she was shot because she was digging into a case that was basically covering some huge government stuff. Go check out last video. Either way, they are meeting up with Danny Rand, who we all know is the Iron Fist. Of course, Iron Fist and Daredevil have a close bond since they have fought with each other so many times. Also, when Matt Murdock was in jail, in the beginning of Ed Brubaker's run on Daredevil, Danny Rand pretended to be Daredevil, hoping it would get Matt out of jail. Either way, they are here to basically get some magical chi energy to help heal up Dakota North's injury a whole lot quicker than it is right now. When Matt Murdock and Dakota North are leaving the building, well, that is when we see that Lady Bullseye is watching over them, like she is studying them, but also trying to learn when it will be the perfect time to kill them, or maybe just put her plan into action. We don't know what the plan is yet, of course, but this is her keeping her distance and thinking about how she is going to make her first move. Then we have a quick few pages that tell us about the origin of Lady Bullseye, or maybe what motivates her to be what she is right now. Now, it is not a full section that truly goes deep into the origin. It is just that we learn that she was one of many women that were being sold on the black market. For of course we know why. Except before she could have been sold, you have the original Bullseye come in and kill everyone. Of course, this man does it in style. Well, I guess in style for Lady Bullseye, because while he was killing all of these gangsters, it kind of inspired her to be like him. So after everyone is dead, she then goes on to grab the key from one of the dead bodies to unlock her cage, and goes on to say that no one is ever going to touch her again. We get another couple more pages that are showing us Matt Murdock and Dakota North are out in the park. Let me tell you now, this is the moment where it establishes that these two are kind of beginning to like each other. They don't show them kissing or anything big, just how they look and talk to each other. Before anything can happen, Matt runs off to beat up some crooks because his enhanced senses are telling him that something is happening nearby. While Matt is doing that, you have Lady Bullseye out there doing the same thing, making you think that maybe she has some kind of good in her. Of course, she is not good at all, and she actually kills one of the two guys here. The death of this guy is going to play a small role down the road. Either way, she kills one of these thugs and runs away. Jumping back to Matt Murdock and Dakota North, I warn y'all, the last section was them starting to like each other. The reason why I say that earlier is because we pick up with the two of them kind of doing some meditating and him trying to center her chi to help her heal up. Skip a few panels. While they are talking to one another and getting closer and closer to one another, bodies start touching each other and they start kissing one another, while we know where that is going to lead into here in a few more panels. That then leads us into the book telling us who Lady Bullseye is working for, and of course, it is the Hand. She is working for one of the many leaders of the Hand. This leader's name is Lord Hirachi. I hope I said that correctly. They talk about going after two different characters, one of them being Danny Rand, the Iron Fist. The second one is Black Tarantula, who we met before, but we were shown that he was killed in the first story by Ed Brubaker on Daredevil. Of course, he is alive again, and it will explain why he's alive again. And Black Tarantula is just an incredible fighter, and also the superhuman abilities like strength, agility, and durability to a degree. Either way, those two are the current targets, so she must take care of them, but leave Murdock alone for now. They don't want Murdock to know the Hand is working on doing something. Where Lady Bullseye says, don't worry, she has something to keep Matt Murdock preoccupied for a while. The Hand is a ninja clan and the current version of a pseudo-religious cabal worshipping the demon known as the Beast. The clan is made up of several different fractions, which are each led by a fraction leader. Like this one here is led by Lord Hirachi. Now, to close on the first chapter, you have the book show us that Matt and Dakota North did the thing, which of course Matt feels guilty about because at this point in Marvel Comics, Matt is married to Millia Donovan, who is in a mental institution because she went crazy thanks to a villain known as Mr. Fear, who gave her some fear toxin. Before he can even think about that, he gets today's paper and it says that Daredevil is wanted for murder, which of course the thug that died by Lady Bullseye is the one they're saying he killed. We don't get the chance to see Matt Murdock freak out because in the opening of the second chapter, Dakota North wakes up and she is freaking out because she knows what she and Matt have done. Also because knows that Matt is married. For her, it's an all-time low. So she goes down to see if Matt is home and she is calling out for him, but he is not answering. Well, the reason why he is not answering is because by the time she had woken up, it had been maybe an hour and the police had arrived to arrest Matt Murdock. Because remember, in our last few videos, the world knows that Matt Murdock is Daredevil. He has done a lot of things trying to make the world believe believe that he is not, but most of the world still believes. So when word got out that Daredevil killed someone, well, police came for Matt Murdock. Dakota North has to run and call the rest of the gang to fix this. Then the book ties into the idea of Secret Invasion. For you out there who don't know, Secret Invasion was the story that for a few months or years, Skrulls, the alien race, used their powers to kidnap different people from the world and use their powers to change their appearance to pretend to be the people they have kidnapped as a way to invade the Earth. But either way, the first person they kidnapped was Elektra, except when they took her and replaced her, she was the leader of the Hand organization. So when they found out she was a fake, it led to a war between the different fractions of the Hand, one being Lord Hirachi. We see that Lord Hirachi has summoned Lady Bullseye to his temple for a special mission. This was only weeks ago. In this section, we learn that there could be another target besides Iron Fist and Black Tarantula, that there is some old man that Lord Hirachi wants Lady Deathstrike to kill. Who? We don't know. But the first part of the plan is for her to go to New York. Skipping back to the present day, we see Lady Bullseye and some random assassin talking about giving someone a test. Who? Well, that person is one of the 3 targets, and that person is Black Tarantula, who is out of prison, trying to be a good guy. But right now, he is in his apartment chilling, except that is when the Hand out of nowhere attacks him. It is a small group, but this is the test Lady Bullseye was talking about with the random ninja. So while Black Tarantula is fighting against this group of the Hand, Lady Bullseye is there watching this fight, seeing the skills of Black Tarantula. Long story short, she says he is a good fighter, but lacks in a few areas. Once Black Tarantula wins the fight, Lady Bullseye leaves without Black Tarantula knowing that she was even there. Getting back to Matt Murdock, who is being held in an interrogation room because Detective Klutz and the DA are trying to figure out if it is true Matt Murdock is Daredevil, and 2, could it be true that he murdered a thug? Has he gone too far? Because it wasn't too long ago that Matt Murdock was going around brutally beating down on random thugs. That was in our last video. But either way, you have Dakota North come by and give Matt Murdock an alibi, saying Matt Murdock and her were together all night long. We know why. But Matt gets out, and while Matt and Dakota are leaving, he shows that he is upset that she told the police that they were together. So she asks if they can talk. Before we can see them talk, well, we have to pick up with the other target of Lady Bullseye had on her list. So of course it is Danny Rand, the Iron Fist. He is leaving his building because something to mention is that Danny Rand has some money, or he still does, because he has a company, except Danny Rand gets the same test that Black Tarantula had gotten, with a group of the Hand ninjas arriving at the scene to fight him. Lady Bullseye and her friend are watching Iron Fist from a far distance, so Iron Fist won't know that she is there. Either way, Iron Fist is able to handle these guys because he knows how to fight these guys. Then we get the chance to go back to Matt Murdock talking to Dakota North about what had happened between them as they walked home from the police department. Of course, it is Matt telling her that it is his fault what happened between them. Also that she should have not told the police they were together last night, afraid that someone will tell their secret to the whole entire world. Of course, Dakota North tells him it was an accident and it shouldn't be looked at as some terrible moment. But when they arrive at the door of the home of Matt Murdock, well, the door is unlocked. Except when they walk inside, well, they are greeted by Master Izo, a new character we are going to learn about over the next few chapters. Except we see that Master Izo had brought Black Tarantula all tied up. So a lot of questions are being dropped on us with the first 2 chapters. In the opening of the 3rd chapter, well, you have Lord Hirachi tell Lady Bullseye that he is upset she framed Matt Murdock for murder, because now we learn that they are planning to give him some kind of gift, but he must not know they are coming for him, that everyone who is being targeted is for other reasons that will lead back to Matt Murdock. The question is what? Well, we learn what that gift is down the road. Getting back to Matt Murdock, Dakota North, Black Tarantula, and our new character, Master Izo, who basically tells him the reason why he is here. That for one, the hand is back. 2, that basically they are coming after Matt for some reason, and it has to do with Elektra because they found out she was a Skrull. Finally, that Master Izo has some kind of connection to the hand. Of course, he doesn't say what the connection is, and also Master Izo is some kind of big drinker and looking for some drinks. You then have Danny Rand walk in and basically tell Matt Murdock that hey, he was attacked by the hand as well, which then raises more questions for the gang because now they want to know why in the world Iron Fist is being targeted by the hand. Then you have Danny Rand tell us that he knows about Master Izo and how he is one of the best masters in the world. There are stories that make this man a legendary person in the martial arts world. That is when Dakota North gets a call from Detective Klutz, who tells her that something big is happening in the city. And Matt, of course, with his enhanced hearing, can tell that something is up. So this leads into Dakota North going to the crime scene that Detective Klutz had called her about. And of course, the person who said they saw Daredevil killed those thugs that he's being framed for has now died. So now someone seems to be clearing house and coming after Daredevil. Also, Daredevil is there at the crime scene, but watching from a far distance and using his enhanced hearing to hear about what is going on, which makes him leave and wonder if this has something to do with the hand as well. Except after he leaves, of course, he runs into no other than Lady Bullseye. And this is his first time ever meeting her. He is like, what in the world is going on here? And who in the world are you? She tells him that her name is Lady Bullseye and begins to fight him. While they are fighting, Daredevil can tell she is not even scared to fight him, and the way she is breathing, how she is moving, she is making it hard for Daredevil enhanced senses to keep track of her movement and making it hard for him to fight her, which of course makes him wonder if she is calling herself Lady Bullseye as some kind of tribute to the original Bullseye, which of course she tells him he will not learn anything about her, and then tells him there is more to come with her being here. That is when you have a group of ninjas come at Daredevil and of course begin to attack him. Now, unlike Black Tarantula and Iron Fist, where they were able to beat their group of ninjas, Daredevil is unable to beat his. Luckily for Daredevil, Master Izo was nearby and able to defeat the group of ninjas for Daredevil. Lady Bullseye leaves, and you have Master Izo tell Matt Murdock that he needs to stop and listen to him so Matt can understand what is going on here. Except Matt ignores Master Izo because to Matt Murdock, there is no reason for him to listen to Master Izo. The reason why Matt is not trying to listen to Master Izo is also the fact that the hand is going after people that have some kind of connection to Matt Murdock. Matt Murdock is afraid that the hand could go after his wife, Millia Donovan, except when Matt Murdock gets to the mental institution to see his wife, well, you have the front receptionist tell Matt that his wife is no longer there. The reason why is because Millia was checked out by her parents. This is now bringing in another problem for Matt to deal with in this story. At the same time, you have Master Izo and Black Tarantula break into some hidden base that was owned by the Hand. They take this group down. The reason why they are here is because Master Izo knows there could be some important information they can use to help them figure out the Hand move. They found some photos of the second White Tiger. The second White Tiger was Angela Del Toro, and the powers of the White Tiger comes from the White Tiger amulet. The reason why she is important is because she first appeared in Daredevil Volume 2, number 58. It was made by Brian Michael Bendis, the man who was writing Daredevil before this book. Either way, she got her White Tiger amulet from her uncle, Hector Alaya, who died and passed on the amulet to her. Once she had received the amulet, Matt Murdock helped her decide what to do with the amulet, which of course she became a hero. That then leads us into seeing her getting stabbed by the Hand, and she dies right there. In the opening of the 4th chapter, we open up with Matt Murdock getting mad at the fact that Milia's parents came in and took their daughter home with them, which makes sense because Matt Murdock didn't even bother to tell Milia's parents that their daughter is in a mental institution. So the next few moments between Matt Murdock and Milia's parents is going to be a court battle to see who has the rights over Milia. Is it her husband or is it her parents? Well, they are going to have discussion about this right now. Before we can see that lovely argument, you have the story tell us that Master Izo has sent Black Tarantula out to find some more clues on what the Hand is doing and also hope to save White Tiger. Now, Master Izo, well, he is getting his drink on and making Danny Rand pay for all of his drinks. Except this is the moment we learn why Master Izo knows so much about Matt Murdock. That Master Izo was the one who trained Daredevil's master Stick. Stick was the character that taught Daredevil how to fight, but Master Izo was the one who trained Stick. Except Master Izo couldn't tell Matt about that since Matt doesn't want to listen and keeps running off without him. Getting back to the big argument about Milia's situation, where you have the two sides continue to argue who has the right to Milia, where her parents told the judge that Matt is dangerous to have around Milia, which makes sense because again, it is Matt's fault that Milia is even in a mental hospital. Now, Milia's parents did get themselves a lawyer to help them win this case. Maki Masumoto. I know I just butchered that. Please forgive me. And when she begins to talk, Matt is thinking that this lady could be Lady Bullseye in disguise. But again, the way she talks and walks makes it hard for him to figure out. Either way, the worst part of this meeting is when you have Dakota North walk in thinking it would be a good idea for everyone to have a drink. Except Milia's mother begins to freak out because we come to find out that Milia's parents had also hired a private investigator to follow Matt, which that private investigator was able to get pictures of Matt and Dakota North doing the dirty that night. So yeah, it does get out of the world here. Then we finally have to jump back to Black Tarantula because he's out trying to find White Tiger since he knows that she is a target of the Hand, except when he finds her, well, she's alive. Which is confusing because when we saw her moments ago, she was killed by the Hand, but here she is now. She's alive and well, fighting against some members of the Hand. So you have Black Tarantula jump in to help out White Tiger, but right when they begin to fight together, well, that is when we see White Tiger eyes are red, and she is about to attack Black Tarantula. But getting back to the new problem that Matt Murdock has going on, where you have Foggy Nelson telling Matt Murdock that he needs to let Milia Donovan go. Because if they go to actual court with everything Milia's parents have, they will lose easily. So it is Foggy Nelson telling Matt Murdock to give them everything they want. starting with the idea of Matt Murdock filing for divorce and leaving Milia alone. Of course, Matt Murdock says no, but then you have Foggy Nelson bring up the fact that Matt has already let her go when he put her in the mental hospital. Why is he still holding on to her so tight when Matt knows what Milia's parents are doing would actually help her? Also, we find out that the lawyer Milia's parents had hired, well, she's of course was Lady Bullseye. So it is her making Daredevil's life even harder than usual. But she also kills the ninja guy that was following her around because he feels like she is portraying the Hand since she is not following orders. Either way, she says she is, and everything is coming together. To close on the 4th chapter, you have Matt go home, trying to call Dakota North so they can talk about what had happened since, of course, she got embarrassed while being in that meeting. Except Dakota North does not want to talk. She wants to be left alone, which makes Matt Murdock upset because again, he has hurt another person in his life. Sadly, Matt Murdock does not have the time to actually think about that because when he walks into his home, he is confronted by White Tiger, Black Tarantula, and some members of the Hand. The last chapter begins to close the story down with a whole lot of fighting because we pick up with Master Izo and Iron Fist coming in to save Matt Murdock. So now the fighting between the two sides is actually even now. Except while Master Izo and Iron Fist are actually being able to fight and kick some butt, Matt Murdock is struggling, and the question is, why is this man struggling so much? Matt tells us with his thoughts that because he has so much happen in the last few days, it is clogging his mind and confusing him why the Hand is trying to come after him so much. So you have Matt try to run upstairs to get away just for a moment. Except of course you have Lady Bullseye there as well. Except when she comes in and kicks Matt in the face, she states that Matt is still not ready to receive his gift, which we don't know what that means. But before she's able to do anything else to him, you have Master Izo come in and save Matt once again, which gives Matt the chance he needs to gather himself and continue to fight against Lady Bullseye. So this fight continues on the rooftop. You have Iron Fist rejoin the battle, so we get into a big battle between the two sides all over the rooftops of Hell Kitchen. Except then you have Master Hirochi appear, the leader of this fraction of the Hand, and he calls Master Izo a traitor. So maybe the connection between Master Izo and the Hand could be that Master Izo used to work for the Hand, or maybe control the Hand at one point. We don't get to know, but apparently Master Izo then tells Master Hirochi that Hirochi is wrong about Matt Murdock. What is that? We still don't know. But we learn actually what the gift is after Black Tarantula and White Tiger knock out Iron Fist and they leave him alone. You have Lady Bullseye mention that her and the Hand goal is to make Matt Murdock be the leader of the Hand. She doesn't flat out say it, but reading between the lines, you can tell that is what she means. Also that she begins to mention that they had to remove different people so that he can have a clear pathway and a mind to accept the gift. Of course, Daredevil says no and tries to fight Lady Bullseye once again, but you have her knock out Daredevil and leave. So the fight ends and we pick up 2 days later, where we pick up with Matt Murdock and Foggy Nelson continue to talk about Milia's parents. Foggy Nelson tells Matt to let her go, but Matt Murdock says he can't. But when he says that, well, Dakota North walks by the office and hears what the man she thought she liked and cared for said. So it hurts her feelings. Then we pick up with Lady Bullseye and Black Tarantula on an airplane traveling somewhere. You have Black Tarantula ask what they are going to do to convince Matt Murdock to become the new leader of the Hand. Well, you have Lady Bullseye say that they're going to use Plan B, that their Plan B is in Spain, and this leads us into the last story by Ed Brubaker, but this with the opening of this book, we pick up with the Kingpin, except the Kingpin has blood all over his hands. The question that comes to mind first is what had happened with the Kingpin this time? Remember, after the death of Vanessa Fisk and Matt Murdock getting the Kingpin out of prison, Kingpin made a deal to give up his citizenship in the US and never come back, except we see him hovering over a dead body, sword stabbed into his body, but a group of the Hand standing around him. So we have to jump back in time before this moment and pick up at the Costa de Morte, where you have the Kingpin right now standing over Death Coast. The reason why he is here is because he is trying to forget what happened to his wife, Vanessa Fisk, the one person who was originally good, but thanks to Matt Murdock and the Kingpin, she turned evil and blamed them for the death of her and Kingpin's son. Also, he is trying to move on with the life of being the Kingpin. Except that is when he meets some lady. This lady talks to Kingpin in a way like she was kind of odd, but at the same time, she begins to pull Kingpin in emotionally. You can tell he is okay with having a conversation with her, and her name is Morta. This character is going to be important in this first chapter, but not later on. Either way, Kingpin has a new friend now. She quickly becomes more of a lady he loves in his life rather than just being a friend, even becoming like a stepfather to her children. Martha begins to seem like Vanessa to Kingpin, making him wonder that maybe this could be a second chance in life. There is a moment where he slips back to his old ways, because you have Kingpin and Martha go out for some drinks, except when they had one guy talk disrespectfully towards Martha, you have Kingpin grab this man like he's going to beat down this man. Martha was able to stop him, but this is the Kingpin almost going back to his old ways as Kingpin in New York. He was going to kill this man, but Martha was able to stop him. Every once in a while, you have Kingpin think back to his two most popular foes, the two heroes that have stopped him so many times over the years, which of course is Spider-Man and Daredevil, except this is him trying to forget about them as well, to forget his past life. While the Kingpin was building up a new life with Martha and her children, every once in a while he would freak out because he would think that his past would come back to haunt him, meaning that they come back and kill Martha and her children. Of course, every time he comes home, he comes to find out that she's alive and okay. So of course, it is the Kingpin finally having something great in his life and not dealing with criminal activity. Except this leads us to the night where we saw Kingpin hovering over a dead body. Of course, that dead body was Martha. The reason why I say that is because when Kingpin comes home thinking he is going to have a normal night, well, Kingpin finds the dead body of Martha and a group of the Hand ready to attack him. Of course, they do battle, but we know how that ends, with the Kingpin getting brutally beaten and on the ground, but the night is not over yet. That is when he is confronted by Lady Bullseye, who then continues to stab the Kingpin, not to kill him, except to show him that his past will always come back to haunt him down the road, and he will never have true happiness. Also that she and the Hand are not the ones who Kingpin should blame for the death of Martha. Instead, he should blame Daredevil. This is Lady Bullseye making Kingpin think that maybe it is time to go back to New York to kill Daredevil. Because thanks to Daredevil, when Kingpin finally found some kind of happiness, it was taken away from him. All because he has some kind of connection to Daredevil. Next chapter opens up with the Kingpin and Turk going underground to some kind of bar that is hidden down there. The reason why they are going here is because this is some high and low level thugs finding out that the Kingpin is back. Also that this is him stating that he is back in charge and no one is going to challenge him on that. When they ask about Daredevil and other problems that could pop up, well, Kingpin states that he will handle Daredevil and also that there will be so much more blood this time around with the Kingpin being around. We then jump back over to the star of the book, who is Daredevil, who is going after a man named Perkins, who was this private investigator Millia Donovan's family hired to gather information on Matt Murdock. Remember, in our last video, Millia Donovan's parents decided that they are going to take their daughter away from Matt Murdock because, thanks to him, she was put in a mental institution because she had gone mad thanks to a villain named Mr. Fear, who had given Millia some fear toxin. After Millia's parents had taken their daughter away, they had a private investigator, Perkins, gather information, and of course he found out that Matt Murdock and Dakota North had some fun time in the bedroom. So he came here to make Perkins get rid of any copies of the photos he had taken and also to do one more thing as well. Before we can see what he wants Perkins to do, we have to jump over to Master Izo, who was this random guy who had popped up in our last video telling Matt Murdock that he has some kind of connection to the Hand. Of course, the Hand is a ninja clan, and the current version is a pseudo-religious cabal worshipping the demon known as the Beast. The clan is made up of several different factions, which are each led by a faction leader. Either way, with the Hand being back in the picture, Master Izo is annoyed that Daredevil is not taking them being back here seriously. Daredevil tells Master Izo that he is focused, it is just that he has a lot going on. Of course, he is talking about Millia Donovan's situation because her parents are upset with the fact that their original lawyer dipped out. Of course, we found out that their lawyer was Lady Bullseye, the last new villain to be introduced in this long, overarching story. She had pretended to be their lawyer to just make Matt Murdock's life even harder so he can receive some kind of gift from the Hand. Either way, Millia Donovan's parents are even more upset because now their private investigator is saying that he faked all of the photos. Foggy Nelson knows that it was Matt Murdock, who was out as Daredevil, who made that PI change his mind. Matt Murdock, of course, ignores Foggy Nelson, goes back home and begins to work out as a way to ease his mind. Except while he is working out, that is when he is greeted by Dakota North. The reason why is because she is upset at Matt Murdock. She knows what he had done. Of course, Matt is confused how she found out, but that is when she tells us how she found out. Perkins, the other private investigator, decided that he wants to give Dakota North the last copy of information he has on her and Matt Murdock. She is confused, or was confused, about who he is and what he is handing her. That is when he tells her how Daredevil had came by and made him change his story and also made him delete all of the copies that he had on them, which of course she is angry about because now it seems to her Matt Murdock is trying to delete her, like she was just some kind of mistake, which of course makes her mad. So getting back to Matt Murdock in the present day, he is trying to talk to Dakota North and also trying to figure out who is calling him. Well, the phone call is from a thug we met in an earlier video, who is really not important. What he says is actually important, that the Kingpin is back in town. The thugs who are scared to work or even be around Kingpin are leaving New York. This thug, had already left. He is in New Jersey, but when Matt gets outside, well, he is confronted by Turk, who is working for the Kingpin, and tells Matt Murdock that Kingpin wants to meet up with Daredevil. This ends with Daredevil going to meet up with the Kingpin, and basically you have the Kingpin tell Daredevil everything that had happened with him in the last chapter. Of course, Daredevil doesn't care, because he wants to know why Kingpin is back here in America, where he had given up his citizenship to be here in the States. Of course, after a while, you have Kingpin finally make Daredevil agree on making a deal to bring down the Hand. So with Kingpin and Daredevil agreeing to work together, well, that leads into Kingpin making his moves, starting off with the idea of breaking out the Owl. The Owl is a character who originally I thought was a mutant, and I was wrong. Either way, his powers are based around what his name is, which of course, powers based around the animal, the owl. The last time he was around, well, he was trying to become a Kingpin when Wilson Fisk Kingpin was not around. Of course, it was short-lived thanks to Daredevil being Daredevil. Then he was thrown into prison, but now he is being broken out of prison and has no idea who is trying to break him out. Well, he finds out who it is when he gets into a car and sees the Kingpin. While Kingpin is moving forward with his side of the deal, you have Master Izo and Daredevil chilling outside watching what could be a safe house to this Hand faction. Izo is not happy with what Daredevil has done, which of course made a deal with the Kingpin. To Master Izo, working with a man like the Kingpin, it can taint your soul. Now, you can see that Matt Murdock doesn't care, because to him, he is doing what Master Izo wants, which of course is to bring down the Hand. After he does that, he leaves, because this is Matt Murdock not listening to Master Izo, because Master Izo continues to tell Daredevil that the Hand is using the Kingpin as a way to get to him. Now, with Matt Murdock out there being Daredevil rather than being at home as Matt Murdock, well, that makes Foggy Nelson upset because Matt Murdock missed the court date to deal with the Milia issue, and Foggy Nelson is tired of always helping Matt Murdock out and being screwed over. Which also means with him missing that court date, it gives Milia parents what they want, which was their daughter. This gives over to Kingpin, and we see him with some random person that actually works for him. Apparently, Kingpin kept moving forward with his plans, which was to send a small number of his men to capture at least one member of the Hand from a group that was hiding outside a church. Of course, both sides ended up dead. But then we come to find out that with Kingpin being back in the States, and also after everything that had happened to him, he is now being hunted by his wife's ghost, who was, of course, Vanessa Fisk. She is just taunting him and telling him that he is going to fail with whatever he is trying to do. This leads into Daredevil going around and starting to feel bad for himself, mainly because of what had happened between him and Dakota North. Remember, they got caught having some fun time in the bedroom by Milia's parents, private investigator, and he had some photos. So that was one reason why things are bad between them, but also the fact Matt is making it seem like he should try to find a way to delete that accident out of his life, making it seem like Dakota North is nothing to him. This is him kind of telling us that he may have some kind of feelings for her. After Matt has done all of that, he goes back home where of course he is confronted by Foggy Nelson, who is upset because again, Matt Murdock missed the court session to deal with Milia's parents. That is when everything goes downhill, because you then have Kingpin call the home of Matt Murdock to tell Matt Murdock that everything is moving forward and they need to talk. When Foggy Nelson hears that voice of the Kingpin, he tells Matt Murdock that Kingpin and Daredevil is now working together, and the question is why? Matt tries to tell his best friend, but to Foggy Nelson, it doesn't matter. It is the Kingpin, and you have Foggy Nelson leave the house. Then we skip over to the Owl, where we see him with a small army of men, but he is meeting up with Lady Bullseye, where the book shows us that the Owl and Lady Bullseye are making some kind of deal. The deal is that the Owl is actually hiring Lady Bullseye and her group of ninjas to go around killing people that are on the Owl's list. Of course, she says yes, and now we know that everyone is making moves left and right, and things are only going to get worse. We saw the book open up with the idea that the hand moved quickly to complete the list that the Owl gave them. They went around and began to kill a ton of different people who were really part of the criminal underground. So that leads to Matt Murdock being Daredevil and meeting up with Detective Klutz, who is confused about what is happening here in Hell's Kitchen. To Klutz, Matt Murdock is the protector of this city and should be keeping it safe, except it is on fire. The hand is going around being able to do whatever they want. So this is kind of Klutz telling Daredevil to get his act together and save Hell's Kitchen before it is all gone. Then we pick up with Foggy Nelson meeting up with Dakota North and trying to figure out where in the world Matt Murdock is at. They know he is out there being Daredevil, but Foggy Nelson is worried because Matt Murdock is going out there making deals with people like the Kingpin. Also, Foggy Nelson is freaking out about how he was acting earlier when it came to his conversation with Daredevil and Foggy Nelson. So Foggy and Dakota are going to go find Matt Murdock. With Daredevil being out there going around the city and him thinking about how bad it is getting with the hand in Hell's Kitchen, he goes back to the home of Master Izo, hoping to get some advice on what they should do, except Master Izo is not there. And the question Matt Murdock has is, where in the world is Master Izo at the point when you need him the most? So now Daredevil has to go out there and find Master Izo. While Daredevil is out doing that, we see that Wilson Fisk is still being hunted by the spirit of his dead wife, Vanessa Fisk. It is just the ghost of Vanessa Fisk telling him that he is going to fail and there is nothing he can do about it, which of course makes him freak out and really feels like she is there, calling him a failure. But of course we know she is not there at all. Then you have the Owl walk into the office, and this lets us know that the Owl is still working for the Kingpin. The meeting the Owl and the Hand, including Lady Bullseye, had was all part of Kingpin's plan. What his plan is still a mystery, but he is making his moves. We see the Owl and Lady Bullseye meeting up one more time, and this time it is the Owl giving her one more name of someone else he wants the Hand to kill. We don't know who, but she hands the note over to Black Tarantula and White Tiger, two people who have been converted into working for the Hand. Except the way Black Tarantula acted, it made it seem that maybe he doesn't really want to complete this order that she has given him. While White Tiger and Black Tarantula are leaving, you have White Tiger notice that Black Tarantula was hesitant to say yes to the job that Lady Bullseye had given to him. He plays it off and makes it seem that everything is still okay. Also that the Owl wants the Hand to kill Foggy Nelson. So that is why he kind of froze up. Then we see that Lady Bullseye knows that the Owl did not come here for his own personal reason. Of course, she knows that he was sent by the Kingpin. So Lady Bullseye pulls out some swords and commands the Owl to tell her what the Kingpin is planning to do. You then have Daredevil going to what is Kingpin's new office. But when he gets there, of course, Kingpin is not there. And so, of course, Daredevil is running around with no idea where to go to find Kingpin. That is when you have Master Izo come around and tell Matt Murdock that he was right about the idea of Daredevil working with the Kingpin was a bad idea. So, of course, you have Daredevil tell Master Izo that he knows that, but they can't dwell on that. Except while Daredevil is out there trying to figure out how to stop the Hand, you had Dakota North following one of the men that was working for the Kingpin, which then leads to her seeing that Kingpin is meeting up with the Hand, and of course, Lady Bullseye. You have Lady Bullseye telling Kingpin that he has earned the respect of the Hand and hers as well. Except while they were talking, well, Lady Bullseye sensed that Dakota North was out there watching the meeting, which means they need to stop her before she is able to get away with the information that Kingpin and Lady Bullseye are planning to make a deal. So they do stop her, and now she's being held captive by the Hand and the Kingpin. With the final chapter of this book, which of course is Daredevil number 500, a lot of things happen in this book. It is a big one, and it starts with us jumping back in the past around 800 years ago. This is the moment we get confirmation that Master Izo used to work with the Hand. We also learn that he blinded himself because he was tired of seeing the Hand disgracing what they used to stand for, which of course explains how he knew so much about the Hand when he met up with Daredevil and the rest of the gang. Now, in the present day, we learn that thanks to Master Izo, he was able to find Millia Donovan for Matt Murdock, since her family had taken her away from Matt Murdock. He had no idea where she went. They just put her in some hospital, and also you have Master Izo tell Matt that none of this would happen if Matt had his head on straight. Also, if Matt just remembered to use his enhanced senses of smell, he would have found her a long time ago. Except he couldn't because he was out there in Hell's Kitchen as some wild animal. You then have Matt Murdock call up Foggy Nelson to tell Millia Donovan's parents that they can have everything they want, which of course means giving them their daughter back. Then he tells Foggy Nelson goodbye, but remember, Foggy Nelson wanted to say sorry for Matt Murdock for how he acted earlier, except Matt hung up the phone. But when Foggy looks up, well, he's confronted by Black Tarantula, White Tiger, and a small group of the Hand who are all there to kill Foggy Nelson. Then there is a page where we find out that Master Izo, after he left the Hand, he has started some other kind of group, but we don't get to learn the name of this other group of trained fighters, except we see that he is being kicked out by a character named Stick. Stick, of course, was a person who had trained Daredevil. So Master Izo had trained Stick, who had trained Daredevil, but again, Master Izo left. In the present day, we see Matt Murdock being Daredevil, and he is with Master Izo, who went after Turk. Turk being the guy who is working for the Kingpin. They are hoping to get some information about Kingpin from Turk, except Daredevil and Master Izo realize that Turk has Dakota North's purse. So when Daredevil sees that, well, Daredevil begins to question Turk about what in the world had happened to Dakota North. Well, you have Turk tell them that she has been taken, which then we get another page where we see that Dakota North is being held hostage by the Owl. So at least we know who is currently holding her. But then you have the Owl mention that Foggy Nelson is about to die, which we flip over to the next page and we see Black Tarantula, White Tiger, and a group of the Hand holding Foggy Nelson over the edge of a building. They are planning to kill him, but make it look like it was a suicide instead. Then we have this book established that back in the past, really 18 years ago to be more exact, which we pick up with Matt Murdock right after he had the accident, which of course that gave him his powers and also made him blind. So Matt Murdock is not used to his powers yet, but he is then greeted by Master Izo. Guess this was the moment Master Izo knew that Daredevil would be special. Either way, he leaves to call up Stick to have Stick, of course, train Matt Murdock. Back in the present day, we see Daredevil and Master Izo finding the place the Owl was holding Dakota North at. So we then get this section where you have Daredevil just beat down on the Owl, which is funny because every time the two of them fight, it usually ends up with Daredevil just beating down on the Owl, and the Owl always barely has a chance to actually win. This continues that trend of the Owl just getting another beatdown from Daredevil. Once the fighting is all done, you then have Dakota North tell Matt Murdock the fact that Foggy Nelson is in trouble. The Hand is planning to kill Foggy Nelson. So of course, Daredevil begins to freak out, except you have Master Izo tell them, don't worry because he has a secret plan. That is when we find out that the secret plan is Black Tarantula. Remember that earlier when Black Tarantula and White Tiger got the mission to kill Foggy Nelson, Black Tarantula was kind of hesitant to complete the mission. The reason why is because we learned that after Black Tarantula was killed to be part of the Hand army, so under their control, his healing factor was able to push out whatever was put in his body to make him work for the Hand. Master Izo knew that would happen and gave Black Tarantula the task in protecting Foggy Nelson. Then we see Kingpin meeting up with the Hand. The reason why Kingpin is here for two things. The first thing is to figure out who killed his second wife, Martha, back in Spain. Which of course you have Lord Hirachi, who is the leader of this group of the Hand, come out and say it was him. So you have Kingpin easily able to grab Hirachi and kill Lord Hirachi just like that. The leader of this faction of the Hand is dead, which to me is very anticlimactic, but either way, you did have Kingpin mention that he is here for the deal, to take the offer to be the leader of the Hand or this group leader of the Hand. Which of course leads into Daredevil and Master Izo just popping out of nowhere to stop this meeting. Of course, the Hand is angry about that. Also, Kingpin is down to fight against Daredevil, thinking that he is going to win, except Daredevil doesn't fight against Kingpin. You have Daredevil taking care of the bigger threat, which of course is Lady Bullseye. So you have Daredevil, who finally has his head on straight, being able to take down Lady Bullseye in literally a few panels. Then you have Master Izo take on Kingpin. With that being said, you should think and know that there is no way Kingpin can defeat Master Izo. So we find out that a half hour ago, Master Izo and Daredevil had a conversation about the next part of Master Izo's plan, which is that Master Izo thinks that Daredevil should take over the Hand. Don't let Kingpin be the one to receive the offer, that he should be the one to take over, because to Master Izo, Daredevil can corrupt the Hand to make them better, unless they corrupt him. If that happens, then Master Izo says they would have to kill Daredevil. So of course, the book changes back to the big fight in the House of the Hand, where you have Master Izo beating down on Kingpin, which he does win. But then this leads into Daredevil telling the Hand that they will take their offer to be the one to lead the Hand. Of course, Kingpin is upset because you have the Hand actually change their mind and think that Daredevil should be the one in charge, which in reality, they wanted him in the first place. Either way, you have Lady Bullseye get upset because she really wanted Kingpin to be in charge. Her reasons are unknown, but then you have the Hand asking Daredevil if he has cut ties with everyone in his life. He can have no ties to those past things anymore. Also that he will have to go under a process to make sure that he can be the leader of the Hand. That is when we get a couple pages to show us that Foggy Nelson and Dakota North go to the home of Matt Murdock, hoping to find him there, except he is not there because we know that he is gone. Also that Matt left a note telling Foggy Nelson to put all of his stuff in storage. Matt is saying that he is not coming back anytime soon, and Foggy Nelson and Dakota North are wondering what this all means. Then we find out that apparently Lady Bullseye and Master Izo were also working together, that he had promised her that she would be the one to lead the hand. So of course, she is upset to see Matt Murdock being the one in charge. Also that she is going to kill him for this one day because Master Izo just used her so that they can accomplish his goal. To close on this book, we see Black Tarantula and White Tiger with the hand, who are walking Matt Murdock down to some chamber. Of course, this chamber being part of the process to turning Matt Murdock into the hand next leader. So this is the beginning of Matt Murdock trying to change the hand for the betterment of good. Except, of course, Shadowland doesn't give us any organic growth to that story because Marvel wanted that event to drop quickly with hardly any organic buildup to that story, but that is the end of this book. And guys, next week we jump into Shadowland. Now, I'm thinking about doing like 3 videos a week so we can go ahead and get through Shadowland because we're going to cover every single tie-in of that book as well. But let me know what you guys think we should do. Should we do 3 videos a week for just Shadowland alone so that we can get through that event very quickly, or stick to 2 videos a week? Let me know how you guys feel about that. But anyways, please hit that like button down below and also subscribe to the channel for more content to come in the near future. Also, any suggestions on books I should read? Well, please let me know in the comments below because you never know, your suggestion could be a future video down the road. But I do hope you enjoy today's video. So with the first chapter of Shadowland, we pick up in, I'm going to mispronounce this, Jigokuchu Castle, where we pick up with the ancient sanctum of the hand. You have 3 members of the hand who speak about how they are slowly corrupting Daredevil, that he has returned back to his throne, which is Shadowland, except they state that Daredevil must corrupt himself to complete the transformation. We then pick up in New York, but pick up with Bullseye, who is being transported to prison. Something to point out is that this is after Dark Reign, which is important to mention since Bullseye was in the Dark Avengers. When Norman Osborn took over S.H.I.E.L.D. and replaced it with his own government organization called Hammer, after that Norman Osborn made Hammer. Well, he formed his own Avengers team, the Dark Avengers. When he asked villains to pretend to be different heroes, Bullseye pretended to be Hawkeye. Makes sense with the idea of both of them being great marksmen. After all of that, well, the real Avengers came back. S.H.I.E.L.D. came back as well, and that means everyone had to go back to prison. So, we see Bullseye being transported back to prison, but of course, he tricks the guards like he is dying. Then he kills all of the guards who were transporting him. That then leads into him saying that he should go see his old pal Daredevil in his new land, which is called Shadowland. We finally get a look of Shadowland, which used to be Hell's Kitchen, but it is not called that anymore. Also, we see that in the middle of Shadowland, we see the Shadowland Fortress and some of the characters who are going to be involved in this event. Kingpin, Moon Knight, Punisher, and Spider-Man. Of course, all of these characters have close connections to Daredevil, so it will make sense that they will be there in this big event for Marvel, and there are some other characters as well. Then we pick up with some of the Avengers team. Iron Man, Thor, Luke Cage, Iron Fist, and the last person is Captain America. Except this is not Steve Rogers. This is Bucky Barnes, who is known as the Winter Soldier. With the aftermath of Civil War, Steve Rogers had died and Bucky Barnes had become Captain America. Now Steve Rogers is around, so there were 2 Captain Americas, I think around this time period of Marvel Comics, but Bucky is the one we see in this this story. Either way, you have them talking about Shadowland and how messed up it is, and also that people are disappearing. This is the funny moment. You have Iron Man tell Luke Cage and Iron Fist to go talk to Daredevil and tell him to cut it out, to really get rid of Shadowland. They will give him some time to do it, and you have Luke Cage and Iron Fist ask, what if Daredevil says no? While Iron Man, Thor, and Captain America stand tall together to show if these three have to step in, they will beat down on Daredevil and Shadowland very easily. This was Marvel saying, no, your powerful Avenger characters will not be in this event at all. Back to Shadowland, we see that Bullseye has arrived at Shadowland and has begun the process of killing some ninjas who are part of the Hand, who of course are under Daredevil control. With those deaths, that makes Daredevil come out of nowhere and tells the Hand members to get Bullseye. We can see here with the way Daredevil looks now, he's wearing an all black outfit with the wording in red and other outlines in red too. While you have Daredevil and the Hand trying to capture Bullseye, while Luke Cage and Iron Fist were watching and wondering if they should step in. There is another page where they do confront Daredevil, while Daredevil lets his ninjas chase after Bullseye. You have Iron Fist and Luke Cage asking Daredevil what in the world is going on here in Hell's Kitchen. He has to stop, get rid of Shadowland, except Daredevil says no and wonders if they will join his cause. Of course, they also say no. He tells them that this is the only time he is going to say this. Stay out of his way. The chase down for Bullseye leads to Japtis Convention Center, a very interesting name. But the fight is to show that the Hand Ninjas do not stand a chance against Bullseye, and Bullseye is killing them left and right, except this is the perfect setup for what is about to come and what is going to make everyone think about stepping in to stop Daredevil. The last 4 pages shows Daredevil jumping into the fight, which is him getting tired of Bullseye, where you do have Bullseye continue to talk trash towards Daredevil, making fun of him and trying to kill him as well. Daredevil is not having it anymore, where you have Daredevil break one of the arms of Bullseye, which of course shocks Bullseye to see Daredevil do that, except Daredevil is not done yet. He then goes on to break the other arm of Bullseye. So now both arms are broken, but this is not what makes everyone freak out across the Marvel Universe, except it is when you have Daredevil actually stab Bullseye right in the chest, which of course kills Bullseye and leads us into the rest of the Shadowland event. And this is where So with the opening of this book, it is a funny book, and I hate that I'm covering this book, but this shows how crazy all of the tie-ins are for Shadowland. We open up at the funeral for Bullseye, which makes you wonder, who in the world cares so much for this serial killer to give them an actual service? Because we see people there and crying for the fact that this man is dead. Now, at this funeral, you have Ben Urich there as well, meaning that he could be there to report on this. Ben Urich at this point no longer works for the Daily Bugle. He left and formed his own newspaper called Frontline. That is supposed to be reporting stories that aren't part of some kind of overall agenda, except we're going to learn more about why he is here. Out of nowhere, you have some random old man freak out and run away. While he is running away, he states how crazy this is and the funeral is fake. Except he is attacked by some ninja stars to make him drop to the ground. Then you have some random biker looking dude make a threat towards the priest to tell him to continue or he is going to shoot the priest. Then you have some random man come behind Ben Urich to tell Ben Urich that Bullseye is not dead and they need to bring him back to life. The next page begins the trend of us learning how we got to the funeral, who the people are at the funeral with Ben Urich, and why this all happened. starting with some of the people who are thugs break into the home of Ben Urich and tell him that he has to come with them, which of course he really doesn't have a choice here since they have a gun pointed at him. We skip back a tad bit more because we have to know why these guys are all riled up for, which is because Daredevil had killed Bullseye back in Shadowland #1, which was huge. But some random people at a bar are upset about the fact that that had happened and how bad Shadowland had become. They even get more upset when J. Jonah Jameson, who is the mayor of New York, begins to talk. He does talk about the fact that it is wrong that they have a hero going around and trying to be the complete law system now, since Daredevil declared that Bullseye should die, and he did kill Bullseye. Except Jonah then goes on to say that Bullseye doesn't deserve to have a funeral, how bad of a person he was, and maybe he deserved to die. So you have the biker guy we saw earlier begin to talk about how they're going to give Bullseye the respect he deserves, which of course is a funeral. Also that they're gonna show the world what Bullseye really meant. Then we see the same little guy who was able to see the ghost of Bullseye. Well, he was there at the bar, and he even had the ghost of Bullseye back then telling him to help the bikers out. It is going to help him get rid of Bullseye in his mind. So we see him getting into the back of the van with Ben Urich, and they all leave. He tells Ben Urich that his name is Denny Danvers. We will learn everyone's name as we go through this book. We start with J.D. Asphalt John McGrady and his motorcycle gang, who are known as Hell Riders. This is a quick short story about them because we learn the reason why they love Bullseye is because Bullseye has stopped by their dive bar, except another gang stopped by and tried to pick a fight with the Hell Riders. That messed up Bullseye game of pool at their dive bar, so Bullseye killed that other gang. And this biker gang, they think he did it because Bullseye liked their style, except you have the ghost of Bullseye tell Denny Danvers that is not true at all. He only killed the gang because he flipped a coin and the Hell Riders won the toss to avoid being killed by Bullseye. The next person we focus on is Emerald Jax, where we see the whole gang of characters still traveling in the van from earlier. Jack's story was that he met Bullseye when Bullseye was fighting against Daredevil. That is when we learn at the same time Emerald Jax was working for the Kingpin, that was the same time Bullseye was working for the Kingpin as well. Either way, the gang travels to the base of Kingpin, where you have Emerald Jax thinking that he should invite Kingpin to the funeral service for Bullseye, except Kingpin tells Emerald he has no idea who he is, and also he never heard of Bullseye, showing that Kingpin doesn't care about anyone who works for him. The next person is Toro Zuki, who is just a hired assassin. Toro's story is just that he was on a mission one time with Bullseye to kill someone, except they couldn't complete their mission because the Punisher had stepped in and killed their target. Either way, Toro and Ben Urich had broken into the morgue so they could get the body of Bullseye for the funeral. There is a quick appearance of the Shroud, but only there to show that other heroes have to keep an eye out on the morgue because Daredevil and the Hand are giving out justice left and right, meaning they are killing people for the crimes they have committed. We then see that after they did their errands, well, they ran a few more, like get some flowers, kidnap a bus full of people, so that they can have an actual big group of people there at the funeral. Then they close down a park or part of a gravesite so they can have the funeral there. The reason why Ben Urich is there is because this group of guys want Ben Urich to report this, like it is some big time story, except that is when the biker guy sees that Ben Urich is not actually writing anything at all, because he left his first notepad back at the morgue so that Daredevil would be able to find it so Daredevil can save them. So that is when you have Daredevil, White Tiger, and some of the ninjas from the Hand come in and save everyone from this group of people who are in charge. There is a quick fight because the next page, the bad guys are all tied up, except this is the first moment where Ben Urich got the chance to sit down and look at Daredevil. He can tell just by looking at Daredevil that Daredevil has changed and not acting like he used to be. Because remember that Daredevil and Ben Urich used to be close friends, but right now it seems that they are no longer even talking. Now you have White Tiger be confronted by Ben Urich because Ben wants to know what happened to Denny Danvers, the guy who was able to talk to the spirits of dead people. Except you have White Tiger tell Ben that Denny Danvers really can't talk to spirits like he claims he can do. In reality, he's just some crazy person that broke out and claims that all kinds of spirits are telling him to kill people. The book closes with the idea of seeing Denny Danvers in some kind of shootout with the police, and the spirit of Bullseye tell Denny Danvers to go ahead and gun blazing towards the police. The book ends there, but we can tell that Denny Danvers was shot dead at the end of this book. And so at the opening of this book, we pick up with Elektra, who seems to be in some part of the world where it is freezing cold and snowing, except guessing the snow doesn't bother her at all, except she is greeted by Master Izo, who is coming to Elektra to ask her for some help. For the ones who are watching this video and wondering who in the world is Master Izo used to be part of the Hand, but when the Hand began to turn evil, he left. Then formed a second group of warriors until he was kicked out of that group as well. Either way, Master Izo was the one who trained Stick. Stick was the person who trained both Daredevil and Elektra, but before this book, Master Izo had asked Daredevil to join the Hand, hoping that Daredevil could actually change the Hand for the betterment of good. Of course, he failed. So it is Master Izo asking Elektra to help Daredevil for two reasons. One, Daredevil and Elektra used to have some toxic relationship. Well, they still do at this point. But also, she used to be in command of the Hand. That was her mission as well, hoping to change the Hand for the betterment of good. Then we find out that this is Master Izo talking to Elektra in her mind. Then we get a few pages to show us what Elektra was doing before her mind was invaded by Master Izo, which is that she was on some kind of mission to kill some random men. So we get a few pages that show us Elektra just taking out these random men with no problem at all. This is kind of cool because this is also reminding us what Elektra can do. She is deadly. She is not just a random character. There is a reason why these men are going to be dead, because they don't even stand a chance against her. Some time has passed by and we see Elektra is collecting some money from some guy that tells us that he was the one who was paying her to kill that group of men earlier. But this guy was planning to kill Elektra while she was counting the money, except she mentions that this man's life means nothing to her. To this random man, he is confused why she said that. That is when you have a group of the Hand being a ninja clan and the current version of a pseudo-religious cabal worshipping a demon known as the Beast. The clan is made up of different factions which are each led by a faction leader. Well, this group comes out of nowhere and kills this guy and then say that they were sent by Daredevil, and apparently he wants to get rid of her. Not really her to be killed, but he wants her out of America. The problem is that she finds the idea of Daredevil sending these guys and not coming himself as an insult. Now, the Hand weren't going to fight Elektra, but since she said that, well, the youngest member of this group decided to attack her, which teaches him a lesson on why that is a bad idea. Except while she is fighting against this guy, that is when she is confronted again by Master Izo in her mind, where this is Master Izo telling her that she should help Matt Murdock because it is not him doing things on his own will. He mentions that Matt Murdock is currently under the control of the Beast. Now, the name The Beast should not be confused with the X-Men character Beast. The Beast is some kind of ancient demon that the Hand has summoned to use its powers. Slowly, it had infected the Hand and made them change their ways. That is why Master Izo had left. But that is why Master Izo had sent Daredevil and Elektra to basically help the Hand defeat the Beast. Except now, Daredevil's soul is now being infected by the Beast and being controlled by it. After the fight and talking to Master Izo through her mind, we see Elektra go outside and we see something on the big screen. Of course, it is the actions of what had happened in Shadowland number 1. Which was the moment Daredevil had killed Bullseye. This is showing us that the whole world saw it happening. And we already knew that thanks to Shadowland Bullseye. Either way, when Elektra was watching the video, at first it seems that she is happy that Matt Murdock killed Bullseye. Bullseye was the one who killed Elektra a long time ago. But when she sees him kind of struggling to get control of his mind, it shows her that he is battling for the control of his body with the Beast. The book then closes on Elektra, where it seems that she is climbing the big wall of ice. She's in the same spot where we started this video, but it seems that maybe she is going to help Master Izo. Could be wrong there, but honestly, we will find out down the road in a later video. But this is where we are going to end. So with these tie-ins, they actually focus more on the supporting characters of Daredevil rather than the character himself. So characters like Dakota North, who became an interesting love interest to Matt Murdock, Becky Blake, who is a lawyer that works in the same office as Matt Murdock, and finally Foggy Nelson, the best friend of Matt Murdock. Except the problem is they are watching the film of Daredevil killing Bullseye. Except you have Foggy Nelson telling Dakota North and Becky Blake that they should talk to him and hopefully they can help him snap out of whatever trance he is in right now. This is when we pick up with Daredevil himself, who is right now swinging around Shadowland since Daredevil had turned Hell's Kitchen into Shadowland. But then he is confronted by White Tiger, who tells him that her and the rest of the Hand have cut off access to New York on the ground, which of course pleases Daredevil. Now, White Tiger is a character who inherited the White Tiger amulet that gives her powers from Hector Alea. I hope I pronounced that correctly. But he was the original White Tiger. She was killed by the Hand and brought back to life to be part of the Hand organization. Now she is concerned for Daredevil because he just killed the one person who has caused so many problems for Daredevil over the years. Of course, you have Daredevil say no and then leaves to continue his work in Shadowland, then states he has more plans for New York's future. We then pick up with Detective Klutz, who was this close friend of Dakota North. Anytime Dakota North needed some kind of information or inside man in the police department, he was the guy she went to. Detective Klutz then slowly built a bond with Daredevil as well. But with him being a police officer, he tells us that with Daredevil taking over Hell's Kitchen and turning it into the Shadowland, police are kind of being forced out because it is Daredevil law now, and man's law doesn't really work in Daredevil's territory. So it is him having a hard time adjusting to this new time in Hell's Kitchen. We skip back over to Daredevil, well, really a random man who is walking around Hell's Kitchen and minding his business. That basically, this is the book going to show us what happens when you break the law in Hell's Kitchen. When a group of thugs try to beat down on this old man, well, you have Daredevil and a group of the Hand appear and come in to protect this man from the group of thugs. Except when they beat down on these thugs, once done, they make them examples of what happens when you break the law in Shadowland. You get beaten down badly and hung up with a sign to tell the world what you did. Now, getting back to Dakota North and Foggy Nelson, we see them trying to get into Shadowland, but the problem is that it is blocked on the ground level. We were told that earlier by White Tiger. Speaking of White Tiger, she does appear and tell Foggy Nelson and Dakota North that they have to leave. Of course, you have Dakota North telling her that they need to talk to Daredevil, they need to tell him something important. Except, of course, White Tiger says no, and tells them to leave before she has to kill them. We then see Daredevil walking around his Shadowland fortress, just getting some update from one of his ninjas, except he begins to have some kind of headache, and we saw this in the Shadowland Elektra book, that something is bothering him, but then we see him go through some intense pain, and then tears half his mask off, making it seem that something has taken over his body. We then switch back to Dakota North and Foggy Nelson, who are driving down the road and trying to think what they should do next. Except while they are driving around, a random ninja shoots an arrow to take out the car. Car flips over, they crash, Dakota North has to pull out Foggy Nelson, but then they get confronted by a group of ninjas, which they make it seem that they are not part of the Hand. So the question is, who do they work for? We then pick up with Master Izo, who is right now in some place called the Wall of the Chast, and we see him talking to someone, how he has been trying to call this person to help him save Matt Murdock, or at least stop Matt Murdock. Now we know who he is talking to because we covered Shadowland Elektra, and of course it is Elektra who he is talking to, since she used to be the love interest to Daredevil and also used to be the leader of the Hand, and it seems that she's the only one who could stop him and save the day. Skipping over to the Fortress of the Hand, where we have Elektra and Master Izo both trying to break into this fortress. The reason why is they are hoping to learn more why the Hand are trying to use Daredevil so much for. They don't really have a plan to stop the Hand here, just trying to gather some kind of information, also kill some warriors as well. Once they are inside the fortress, they overhear the Snake Root. Again, we don't get the chance to learn much about the Snake Root. What we can gather here is that the Snake Root is basically 3 high-level members of the Hand who are really hoping Daredevil does get the beast inside of him. They have more plans for Daredevil once Daredevil has been infected by the beast completely. Once Elektra and Master Izo overhear the Snake Root group talk to White Tiger through some magic means, they get the idea how serious everything is about to be. Also, there is an artifact that I'm not going to pronounce that has been stolen, and we are going to see that item bring another character in this event. Getting back to Dakota North and Foggy Nelson, they are being surrounded by some ninjas after the ninjas had wrecked their car. Now at first, we couldn't really tell if this group of ninjas actually worked for the Hand or not. Well, we find out here because when Dakota North goes to shoot some of them to defend herself against them, the way they die like members of the Hand. See, when a ninja from the Hand is killed, they just turn to dust automatically. So when Dakota North kills a few of them, well, they turn into dust. Either way, you have Dakota North realize that there are too many of them for her to handle on her own. Lucky for her, when she is about to die by this group of ninjas, she is saved by Luke Cage and Iron Fist. This gives us a few pages where we watch the two of them beat down on this group. Once you have them being able to beat these guys, you have Luke Cage and Iron Fist ask why in the world they were being attacked by the Hand for. Dakota North tells them she has no idea why. Foggy Nelson thinks there is no way that Daredevil would send a group of ninjas after them because they are his friends. But Luke Cage and Iron Fist think it would be best for them to talk to Matt Murdock. The next few pages of this storyline, we see Elektra and Master Izo running out of the base of the Hand. They were caught, so that is why they have to run away, which makes Elektra mad. Master Izo told her that he had a secret route that should have got them in and out of the place. But of course, that did not work. But once they cross this bridge that is just a tree connecting the two sides, Master Izo tells Elektra that he is going to cut the tree so that it will let Elektra get away. It is him just sacrificing himself for the chance to stop Matt Murdock. Another character that gets involved in this event is a lady named Typhoid Mary, who is a pyrokinesis, meaning she can just start fires with her mind. She has been a Daredevil villain for a long time, and also she has personality problems. We saw her briefly in our Brian Michael Bendis Daredevil Run, where she went around working for the Kingpin, but this time she wants to work for Daredevil. He can't believe this because to him, she has so many different personalities that it makes it hard for him to trust her. Also that they have fought so many times in the past. But this is when she tells us that thanks to something called the Zero Room, her personality disorder is gone. So it is her telling Daredevil that she is okay now and she can help. She also wants to protect Hell's Kitchen. To close on this video, we pick up with Dakota North and Foggy Nelson going to some safe house that was given to her by Detective Klutz. This is them talking about getting some kind of help for Daredevil, more of like an intervention to be more exact, except when they look outside, well, there was some kind of explosion outside that was near Shadowland's fortress, of course being where Daredevil is staying at. And we have no idea what that explosion was, but of course, we are going to learn about that later on in our Shadowland coverage. But this is where So at the opening of this book, we pick up with some random couple who are thinking that they're about to move into their new house, except they come to find out someone has bought the house from them and there is no way they can pay more for the house. The question is, who bought the house? We come to find out it was Moon Knight who bought the house, and he is out on a mission right now taking care of some thugs. Now, when it comes to the character Moon Knight, the only reason why he became Moon Knight was because he was a mercenary who found a temple that was the home to the moon god Khonshu, who would choose his human avatar to do his bidding, which of course he chose Mark Spector, aka Moon Knight. But with these opening pages, it kind of seems that Moon Knight is not working for Khonshu anymore, that he is kind of just your regular day hero in New York. Ever since he has given up working for Khonshu, he makes it seem that life has been going well for him. Then we pick up with the profile, who has the ability to look at someone and learn important details about them. He really can't read their minds or anything, but his powers let him know the nature of someone and some details about their lives. It has come in handy for a lot of different reasons, but we see him meeting up with Daredevil in Shadowland. The reason why he is here is because for some strange reason, Daredevil wants Moon Knight, and since the profile has a past with Moon Knight, it makes sense to send in the profile to get Moon Knight. Getting back to Moon Knight, we get to learn from him how great things have been for him since he has moved away from being the Avatar to Khonshu, that he has a new house, which we already saw earlier. He moved in with his lady Marlene, and they are madly in love with one another. Everything seems to be okay. He even talks about how there are times he has a personality disorder because he goes by 4 different personas: Mark Spector, Steve Grant, Jack Lockheed, and of course Moon Knight. At the same time, Khonshu is still haunting him and trying to pull him back in to be an Avatar again, even though Moon Knight is like, nah, I don't want to. We then pick up with the profile again. I don't know where he is in this section, like what city or country either. He is just somewhere looking for someone who could challenge Moon Knight, kind of seeking out someone to become Moon Knight's doppelganger and going to cause Moon Knight so many problems and could be someone from Moon Knight's past. That is when we get some pictures that show the past of Moon Knight before he went into the army. I don't know if we have ever seen this done before. When it comes to the character of Moon Knight, we learn that he always had a love for war and violence, but with his dad couldn't accept the actions of his son because of their culture. But we also see Mark Spector influencing his brother Randall to become in love with war. Growing up, Mark Spector couldn't even stay out of trouble in school. He would get into fights so often at school. Once he was old enough, saw a poster about joining the army. Well, of course, he had joined the army, and that was it for him, really. But he never came back home because home did not feel like home to him anymore. At the end of this section, though, we see Khonshu is still constantly trying to pull Mark Spector back into being his avatar once again. Now remember, that profile is out there looking for someone to become a doppelganger to Moon Knight, which he does find this guy, and we don't get the chance to learn his name until much later, like the next video we pick up with this series and actually finish this series. Either way, we come to find out that this guy used to be in the army like Mark Spector. He also had a wife and 2 kids, so everything was going great for this random guy, except when he went out on one of his tours, something in his DNA unlocked and of course gave him powers. With those powers, he had badly injured some nurse because his powers let him shoot some kind of energy blast out of his eyes. Once that had happened, well, he was kicked out of the army with no pay, and everything began to fall apart for him. Even to the point he left his family. Now, at the end of this section, we see that the profile lies about being an acolyte for Khonshu, and Khonshu is looking for a new avatar. This guy is down to serve a god he just learned about, and his first mission is to kill Moon Knight. We see this random man work quickly when it comes to drawing out Moon Knight so that they can fight and he can replace Moon Knight and be Khonshu's new avatar. He goes out in the world and kills a bunch of random women and then goes on to leave a message for Moon Knight to find. So it is him telling Moon Knight to come and find him and bring it on. There is a point where you had the story do this weird thing. Mark Spector comes home from being Moon Knight. Marlene, the woman he loves, is on the edge of the building falling off, which makes it seem that maybe he is going to save her, except the next page we see Mark Spector and Marlene flying over the city and being madly in love with one another. So it was weird. Getting back to the idea of this random guy who's trying to replace Moon Knight, well, that is when we learn that he is going by the name Shadow Knight. But with word getting out, of course, Mark Spector finds out and knows he has to check up on this. At the same time, you have Khonshu reappear in the mind of Mark Spector to tell him that he was warned about walking away being an avatar. Now someone is out there trying to replace him and he has to stop this fake wannabe Moon Knight. This is where the story kind of gets confusing because out of nowhere you have Mark Spector decide that he needs to save Daredevil. So his next goal is to go into Shadowland and stop Daredevil, since word is getting out about what Daredevil did to Bullseye and the Hand becoming more of a serious group of people in Hell's Kitchen. He is going to do some kind of crime in Hell's Kitchen to get captured and be sent to the prison underneath the Shadowland fortress. While Mark Spector was doing all of that, well, you have Shadow Knight pretend to be Mark Spector, walk into the home of Mark Spector, and continue to beat down on Marlene. This is where we find out that Marlene was pregnant. So now the baby could be in trouble. And this is So finally getting back into Shadowland's main story, we pick up in Shadowland number 2, retelling us what we learned from the Shadowland Moon Knight number 1 storyline. At the end of that book, we saw Moon Knight causing trouble in Shadowland so that he can get captured by the Hand. For the ones who don't know who Moon Knight is, well, he is a character who has multiple personality disorder because he used so many different personalities to complete the mission. He has 4 different personalities in his head, the last one being Moon Knight, the hero. Either way, he does get captured so he can be dragged into Shadowland Fortress, a sneaky way to get inside. We then switch over to Luke Cage and Iron Fist. We pick up in one of Iron Fist soup kitchens. They are talking about what Daredevil did to Bullseye in Shadowland number 1, but Luke Cage brings up the fact that what Daredevil did, or he's doing right now, is just bringing fear into the city. So at first, Iron Fist thinks that maybe Daredevil is okay, but after a while, Luke Cage is able to convince Iron Fist that they should go into Shadowland and talk to Daredevil about things, except that is when they are confronted by Daredevil's worst enemy, and that is of course the Kingpin. Now, Luke Cage and Iron Fist knows who Kingpin is, and they know that he must be up to something or he wants something from them, which of course he does want something from them. With Shadowland being in Hell's Kitchen, it caused a lot of problems for Kingpin's businesses. So it is him kind of asking to work with Luke Cage and Iron Fist to stop Daredevil, which of course it is Kingpin is planning on doing something else. Finally getting with the star of the book, which is Daredevil, who is being confronted by Black Tarantula. Remember that Daredevil is in charge of the Hand and making the Hand do whatever he wants, which is to protect Hell's Kitchen. Now, Black Tarantula is one of the top guys under Daredevil's control, except he comes here to see how Daredevil is doing after killing Bullseye, since Bullseye was Daredevil's second worst enemy. Black Tarantula thinks the death of Bullseye is affecting Daredevil, except Daredevil says it doesn't bother him at all. The only thing he wants done now is for the Hand to begin recruiting more people to his cause. Then we get a section where we see Kingpin with Lady Bullseye. Remember that she wanted Kingpin to be the one in charge of the Hand, except the Hand went to choose Daredevil instead, the original person they wanted to choose. But remember, back in Daredevil 508 and 509 video, which are 2 books that tie into the main event, we learned that someone has stole a scroll that I cannot pronounce, but they stole it from the Hand. Of course, that person was Lady Bullseye, so Kingpin can use it, which is the Hand magic to summon one of the Hand's worst enemy and make this person be under Kingpin's control. That person is Ghost Rider, and we don't learn more about this until Shadowland Ghost Rider tie-in. We jump into the Shadowland Fortress once again, where we pick up with Luke Cage, Iron Fist, Shang-Chi, Misty Knight, and Colleen Wing. all there to basically talk to Matt Murdock out of what he is doing, which of course is Shadowland. They had lied about why they came to talk to him about it. They had told Black Tarantula that they wanted to join the forces of Daredevil, but of course, that was a lie. They just said that to talk to him and show him that he is turning evil. Also, you have Spider-Man come into the event now, since Spider-Man and Daredevil have a long history with one another. Now remember that Moon Knight pretended to be an innocent civilian to get captured and thrown into the prison of the Shadowland Fortress, so that he can find a way to help Daredevil, since Daredevil has gone mad. Except Moon Knight did not consider the fact that Ghost Rider would ride through the basement and start blowing things up left and right. Because remember that Ghost Rider was summoned by the Kingpin thanks to the hand magic to do whatever the Kingpin wants him to do, which will start to bring down the Daredevil and the hand. So with Ghost Rider going around blowing up stuff left and right underneath the fortress, well, Daredevil thinks that the heroes who are in front of him planned this to happen. So he tells his ninjas that they are now allowed to kill the heroes, since he feels like the heroes have betrayed him and they deserve to die for what they have done to him and his home. So now we get this big battle between the two sides in the middle of the Shadowland Fortress. So with the second chapter of this book, we jump back down into the dungeon of Shadowland, where we see Moon Knight kind of angry about the fact that Ghost Rider has ruined his plan. Then out of nowhere, you have Ghost Rider stop and tell Moon Knight that he realized that he has been played and feels like someone is controlling him again. He hates the idea of someone controlling him. So he says that he is going to go figure out who was controlling him and why. We know it is Kingpin, and we know why, but you want to see his adventure, you have to read Shadowland Ghost Rider #1, which we are going to cover down the road. Getting back to the fight upstairs, you have the heroes who came here to talk to Daredevil realize that he is changing big time. What I mean by that is that Daredevil is becoming very strong, more like a superhuman strong, which Daredevil never had been before. His powers are his enhanced senses. So when he goes around, beats up everyone, and makes everyone scared because of how strong he is, it is a sign that the demonic beast is taking over him. Remember, the Hand is an evil ninja organization of ancient time that has been trying to bring out the demonic being known as the Beast. So things are becoming very bad right now, and the heroes should really find a way to stop Daredevil. Except the heroes were not planning on Typhoid Mary, the pyrokinetic villain that recently had joined Daredevil's side. So with her being there, well, that gives Daredevil the edge because she can be a powerful threat. This leads into a huge explosion happening, and you would think the heroes are badly injured now, except this is the moment we have to add someone else into this book, because this person also has close ties with Daredevil. That person being the Punisher. And the Punisher is here to actually save the heroes and give them an exit so they can leave and come back to regroup on how they're going to stop Daredevil. We then get back to Kingpin and Lady Bullseye. You have Lady Bullseye tell Kingpin that he has messed up with summoning Ghost Rider. The reason why is because Ghost Rider will come back to kill Kingpin for playing him, except Kingpin mentions that this is the perfect plan. The scroll he used stops Ghost Rider from attacking Kingpin, since Kingpin was the one who summoned him. If Ghost Rider wants to kill Kingpin, he has to get rid of the Hand to break the magic spell that blocks Ghost Rider from attacking Kingpin. So Kingpin is getting what he wants, to get rid of the Hand. Picking back up with Daredevil, Mary Typhoid, and the rest of the Hand who stays in the Shadowland Fortress, where Daredevil thinks that the heroes who originally wanted to help Daredevil out were really a diversion so that Ghost Rider could break out all of the prisoners. Of course, we know that is not true at all. But Daredevil said they need someone strong on their side to help them complete their mission. We are going to learn who it is here in a minute. But while Daredevil was talking about this plan, Moon Knight was listening in. So we see Daredevil and Mary Typhoid go to some graveyard site, which should give you an idea who they are about to bring back to life. Except while they're about to bring out the person out of the grave to bring this person back to life, you have Elektra down to join Daredevil's side, and then we find out that Daredevil is bringing Bullseye back to life. So then we pick up with the heroes who were trying to help Daredevil out earlier, hanging out in some apartment talking about what they are going to do to stop Daredevil. Except you have the Punisher bring up the fact that they are going to have to stop Daredevil, but the only way to stop him is to kill him, and that is something the heroes know they are not ready to do. Except they are going to have to kill him if they want to actually beat him. Then you have Master Izo pop out of nowhere, which lets us know that he did not die in Daredevil number 509, the book we covered. Either way, he said that where he thought Daredevil could change the Hand into making them better, of course he was wrong. How the high-rank group of the Hand, known as the Snake Root, are planning to make Daredevil to be a vessel for a demonic being known as the Beast. And so this is supposed to be a Spider-Man tie-in book for Shadowland, but in reality, it is more of a Shang-Chi book. Or maybe Dan Slott, who is currently writing Spider-Man, was trying to make a Shang-Chi book in the early 2000s something special. So we get this book where we see Shang-Chi trying to battle some kind of beast that is trying to take over his body. And you're wondering what in the world is happening, because this is only the beginning of this story. Well, we go outside the mind of Shang-Chi, and we see that Shang-Chi is being choked out by Mr. Negative. Now, when it comes to Mr. Negative, he has two different personas, which is Martin Lee and Mr. Negative. Martin Lee, usually a good guy, and everything he touches usually heals people, except his opposite side, Mr. Negative, can bring the bad out of people. So we see right now, Mr. Negative is bringing the bad out of Shang-Chi to make him fall under his control, except something happened where Shang-Chi is able to absorb the powers of Mr. Negative, so it makes you wonder, what in the world is going on? That is when we jump back in time like literally 10 minutes ago, because we pick up where we left off with the heroes who were trying to stop Daredevil in Shadowland number 3. Apparently in that moment, Spider-Man left the hero meeting because he saw one of Mr. Negative's men running around Shadowland. So Spider-Man leaves the meeting because he felt that Mr. Negative is up to something and it is his responsibility to stop Mr. Negative. Since Shang-Chi saw Spider-Man leave the meeting, he thought it would be a good idea for him to follow his buddy and Spider-Man tell him everything that is going on. Then Spider-Man tells us that there is a war between the Hand and Mr. Negative. The problem with this war is that when you kill one of the ninja members of the Hand, they just go poof and they turn into dust. Except when you kill one of Mr. Negative's men, you can stab how many times you want, they will get back up. Their inner demons keep pushing them forward, so sooner or later Mr. Negative could actually beat the Hand and give Mr. Negative more territory to work with. But if he gets Shadowland, well, that will be really bad. That leads into a bunch of pages where we see Spider-Man and Shang-Chi fighting against Mr. Negative and Mr. Negative's men, and also some members of the Hand. Now, when Martin Lee is in his Mr. Negative form, Well, he also gets super strength and becomes an amazing fighter, which gives him the edge to fight against Spider-Man and Shang-Chi, which leads us to the moment that started the beginning of our video, where we have Mr. Negative choking out Shang-Chi. So with us getting back to the present moment of the book, we pick up with Shang-Chi somehow being able to use the powers of Mr. Negative. We don't know how it happened, they don't bother to explain it. With Shang-Chi being able to use the abilities of Mr. Negative, well, that gives him the ability to control the men of Mr. Negative to do whatever he wants. So of course, we get these pages where you have Spider-Man trying to help Shang-Chi break out of the negative energy that Mr. Negative had put inside of Shang-Chi's body. With this being a one-shot book, we know how this book is going to end. Mr. Negative's energy leaves the body of Shang-Chi, and of course now Shang-Chi is a good guy again. And with him being a good guy again, well, Mr. Negative's men leave because now they are no longer under Shang-Chi's control. The book ends with Shang-Chi and Spider-Man swinging away and getting ready to rejoin the rest of the heroes to help them get ready for the big battle between them and Daredevil. So like I said, this book was more of a Shang-Chi book, but they couldn't sell a Shang-Chi book because his character was someone not many people liked. So let's call it a Spider-Man tie-in to the Shadowland event. But So at the opening of this book, we pick up with the star of this book, which of course is Ghost Rider. Now, if you remember from our Shadowland issue number 2 and 3 video, Kingpin has summoned Ghost Rider by using one of the hand scrolls, which makes Ghost Rider do his biddings. Of course, Kingpin told Ghost Rider to go after Daredevil in the hand at the Shadowland Fortress. Of course, Ghost Rider did that, but the Ghost Rider felt like he was being played, that Kingpin was using him for something that really wasn't for a good reason. So of course, Ghost Rider goes back to find the Kingpin to have a conversation with him. Except something Kingpin forgot to mention is that Ghost Rider can't attack Kingpin like he wants to. There was a secondary spell that protects Kingpin from Ghost Rider, and of course makes Ghost Rider very angry because Ghost Rider knows that Kingpin is just using him to kill Daredevil. Once that is done, Kingpin will get the ability to control the hand like he wanted originally. Also, Kingpin wants to get rid of the hand as well because that will bring Daredevil down a few levels, because Daredevil will lose his army of ninjas. Now, if Ghost Rider wants to kill Kingpin or to make him pay, well, Ghost Rider is going to have to go to the source of the magic and stop it, which is really going after the hand at their main base. You then have Ghost Rider talking to us about some of the recent events that have happened in his life. Some not so recent, like how many people have used him over the years for their own personal needs. This leads to Ghost Rider telling us how recently he has saved Heaven from Zakel. Since he did that, he kind of expects that he deserves some kind of repayment for doing it. So it is him yelling out to Heaven, wondering if they are going to repay him as he is riding his bike towards the Temple of the Hand. Of course, Heaven does not answer back to him, which makes him even angrier. Now, a group that was introduced to us in the early parts of the Shadowland event is an elite group of the Hand called the Snake Root, a bunch of guys who were the ones trying to use Daredevil to become the Beast, the demonic being the Hand that has been trying to bring back so many times, and Daredevil makes the perfect candidate to be the one to bring back the Beast. When Ghost Rider gets there, well, he pops in drunk, like literally drunk, and of course you think that maybe he is going to become Ghost Rider and begin the process of fighting these guys, except no, that doesn't happen. Ghost Rider gets taken hostage by the Snake Root in the Hand. So we then see Ghost Rider being held hostage and being held over some kind of pit the Hand thinks that they are going to see him transform and try to fight against them. He doesn't, so then they stab him, which of course is slowly going to kill him. But again, he doesn't transform, and so it makes them think that if they make him fall in the never-ending pit, he will transform into his Ghost Rider form. But he doesn't, because Johnny Blaze wanted to die and finally be at peace, except when Ghost Rider reaches limbo where he thinks that he is finally going to die, some force comes out of nowhere and tells him that he can't die because that he is needed. Of course, Ghost Rider knew that he wouldn't be let go so freely, so he tells whoever this is that if he is going down there, he needs to be repaid for saving heaven, and this random voice tells him yes. So we see Ghost Rider come out of the pit, crawling out, and the Hand knew what was going on. That is not even the crazy part of this story, because once Ghost Rider comes out of the pit, well, we see that the voice from Limbo gave Ghost Rider the ability to summon some angels from the sky. So now Ghost Rider has the ability to control angels to make them do whatever he wants, which is to kill the Hand and the elite group of the Hand known as Snake Root. Now Snake Root is wondering who Ghost Rider is working for, which Ghost Rider tells Snake Root that it is the Kingpin. Now, the Snake Root knows that Kingpin wants them dead because once they are removed, that could give Kingpin the chance to control the Hand. To Ghost Rider, he doesn't care, because once he kills them, that ends the magic spell over him, and that is how the book ends. So at the opening of this book, we pick up where Shadowland number 3 left off at. Well, really in the middle of it. Because remember, with the combination of both Shadowland number 3 and Shadowland Moon Knight number 1, Moon Knight went undercover to get captured and get into Shadowland, hoping to help Daredevil turn good again. Except his plan fell apart because Ghost Rider blew part of the place up, and that made Moon Knight change his plan and help the other heroes fight against Daredevil like we saw in the middle of Shadowland number 3. The only problem is that I don't remember him actually being in the big superhero fight. Either way, you have Moon Knight try to go up against Daredevil in a one-on-one battle, where Moon Knight gets the chance to learn how strong Daredevil is becoming, because Daredevil is being affected by the demonic being the Hand has been trying to bring back for a long time, which is known as the Beast. But of course, Daredevil is becoming too strong for any of the heroes to handle on their own because Daredevil is getting stronger. In the middle of this fight, something begins to attack the mind of Moon Knight, but thankfully for Moon Knight, he is able to have Khonshu come in and save him from whatever it was. That is when you have Khonshu tell Moon Knight that basically that was the Beast trying to take over Moon Knight's mind. After that is done, you have Moon Knight tell the rest of the heroes that they need to pull away if they are going to be able to handle this problem. They need to regroup. This is where the tie-in really gets confusing, because you have Ghost Rider there at the battle, but he left in Shadowland number 3 at the very beginning of that book. So this is not correct. That is when you have Khonshu tell Moon Knight that there is a way to save Daredevil and stop the Beast, except for Moon Knight to learn more about this weapon or item that can stop Daredevil. Moon Knight has to basically take Khonshu back. Remember from our last video that Moon Knight had pushed Khonshu away because his life was becoming so great, and that Khonshu only wanted Moon Knight to be Moon Knight to have some blood spill in his name. Either way, you have Moon Knight get the info from Khonshu, and Khonshu tells him that he needs to find the Sapphire Crescent that has been changing hands left and right for the last few decades. So Moon Knight needs to find some clues to tell him where this weapon is. Remember that in the last issue, Shadow Knight, the evil doppelganger that is out there trying to be the new avatar for Khonshu, had actually gone and attacked the girlfriend or wife of Moon Knight, which is Marlene, and she was badly beaten by Shadow Knight, and Moon Knight finds his lady on the ground. She says that she was calling out to him and he never came. She thought the person who was there was him, but she was tricked by this Shadow Knight person. Don't worry, she is not dead, but she is knocked out for sure. We then get a few more pages of Moon Knight's past, and we had learned in the last video that Moon Knight's father in the past hated how his sons grew up loving war. He wanted his kids to follow other things that were less violent, but of course, Mark Spector, aka Moon Knight, he fell in love with war, enlisted in the army, but once he left the army, he went to be some kind of boxer, which again is more violence. Then his father comes out of nowhere to tell his son that he is disappointed in his son for the violent ways, and tells Mark Spector that his brother Randall had enlisted too. So we are learning more about Moon Knight's past. With Marlene being injured and him thinking about the past, he tells Khonshu that he will continue to be his avatar and spill blood in his name. So to close on the first half of this video, we see Moon Knight being able to find Shadow Knight and crash land his moon hoverboard right into Shadow Knight, which of course begins a fight between the two of them, and Moon Knight being able to learn that Shadow Knight has some powers of his own to use against Moon Knight. Now, after a few pages have passed by, that is when we get the big plot twist of this book. And for Moon Knight, it is hard for him to believe who is behind the mask of Shadow Knight. It is his own brother Randall, the one who went into the army. This of course leads into Moon Knight finding out why Randall had become the Shadow Knight in the first place. That basically when Randall came back home from war like his brother did, what we saw in Moon Knight #1, he was loved. But when he came home a second time after getting his powers and his powers ended up hurting someone, he came back and people had treated him like he was a nobody, especially his brother, since his brother Mark never had contacted him. Also that their dad still did not respect Mark nor Randall. At the end of this fight though, Randall had disappeared. We then get a page where you have Moon Knight kind of shutting everyone out, and this includes Marlene as well, because when she goes down into his study, he's ignoring her and she doesn't know which persona he's in right now. Is he Moon Knight or is he Mark Spector? Because you have to remember that Moon Knight does deal with personality disorder. Another page, we see that Shadow Knight is out there still killing people and using their blood to leave messages for Moon Knight to see. So it is him calling out to his brother to come and get him. You then have Moon Knight to begin to talk to Khonshu again, the god of the moon, who is telling Moon Knight that, hey, you still need to help stop Daredevil. The only way to do it is if you find the Sapphire Crescent. It kind of works out for Moon Knight since he is going after Shadow Knight. The reason why is because Shadow Knight also wants the Sapphire Crescent, thinking that it will help him become the new avatar for Khonshu, and the Sapphire Crescent is in New Orleans. So you have Moon Knight being able to go to New Orleans and also being able to find the person who is currently holding on to the Sapphire Crescent, which is some person who thinks that she can predict the future. She tried to predict Moon Knight's future to make him think that she is legit, but he tells her that the only thing he wants is the jewel. She thinks that there is no way he has enough money to afford it, and then he proves her wrong by pulling out a lot of money and flashing it in front of her face. She of course says yes and gives it to him. This leads into a big battle between Moon Knight and Shadow Knight, because when Moon Knight was thinking that he was just going to leave easily with the Sapphire Crescent, except of course Shadow Knight was there, and that began a big battle between the two sides. While they are fighting, Moon Knight learns what started Shadow Knight to go down this path, which was that he was visited by the Profile, who told him about Khonshu and made him go down this path. Profile lied and said he was also working for Khonshu, which of course it is not true. Moon Knight tells his brother that it is not true, but of course Shadow Knight is not listening, and this begins a situation where Moon Knight has to make a big decision. The reason why is because Shadow Knight had planted bombs all around him and planning to set them off. Of course, if he does, that will kill tons of people here, and this means a lot of blood will be spilled. Of course, this is something Khonshu wants, but not Moon Knight. So Moon Knight has to make the decision to spill his brother's blood to kill him so that the bombs won't go off and save the day. The last couple pages are more just Moon Knight going back into Shadowland to help the heroes fight against Daredevil. We don't see him team up with the other heroes. We do see him fight against a large group of the Hand, but that is it. And that is the end of the Shadowland Moon Knight tie-in. To be honest, this one sucks. The whole tie-in series sucks. We got 3 issues for a storyline with, to me, not that good artwork, but also that we were trying to force Randall, Shadow Knight, to be this cool character, and honestly, that didn't work out for them. But anyways, this is where we are going to end. So in the opening of this book, we pick up with the flashback, and we see a battle between Daredevil and Bullseye. With their battle, a building got blown up, and of course some people were killed or injured. But after their battle was done, we see that someone was still alive. This person is glowing though, letting us know that somehow he was able to receive powers, or maybe he had powers, they just finally activated after the battle. We then jump into the present day, where we pick up with a character who used to be a Luke Cage villain, still kind of is, but these days nobody really cares for him. That person is Cottonmouth. He doesn't really have any powers, he just has sharp gold teeth, and that is it. He is also a pimp. But with him being a pimp in Hell's Kitchen, that is now known as Shadowland. Well, of course, the Hand comes in to stop him because this is Daredevil's territory, and they are doing illegal crime in this area. So the Hand is here to stop him and make him leave the area. We then get introduced to the new Power Man in Hell's Kitchen, taking the mantle away from Luke Cage. For the ones out there who don't know, when Luke Cage first appeared in Marvel Comics, he went by the name Power Man, but later on just went by the name Luke Cage. This new Power Man is Victor Alvarez, and we can see here that he has a different kind of powers than Luke Cage. Yes, he does have super strength, but as we go through this book, we are going to learn more about his powers. His powers are actually very interesting on how they work. He is able to move fast, able to shoot sonic waves to make people move away from him. At the end of this fight, he smashes Cottonmouth's new teeth, saves some people, and Power Man leaves. Now, this begins the process of us getting an idea that Victor powers work in a strange way because of the new members of the Hand that are there now. One of them realized he used a move that only a few should know. We do get an idea that Victor is kind of like Luke Cage. What I mean is that we see him being a hero for hire, that people hire Victor to do superhero stuff. but there is a good reason why he is doing this for. As soon as he collects his money, he changes back into his regular day clothes, except he dresses as a pizza boy. So we know that he has a job, but it is not paying enough clearly. We get the idea that Victor and his mother had to move in with his uncle and his kids. We don't get the chance to learn all of his cousins' name, but for one, that one person is Sophia. Except with all of them living in one small apartment, of course, no one has their own space, and tension is high, except Victor's mother wants to know where he is getting the money from, because she knows that he quit his pizza man job 3 weeks ago. She is trying to make sure that her son is not going to end up like his father. Now, we don't get the chance to learn who his father is, but we know that his father is dead. Of course, him and his mother argue, and it ends up with Victor getting grounded. We then pick up with Iron Fist at one of his Kung Fu schools, and he is letting Shang-Chi, the master of Kung Fu, teach one of his classes. Now, we can tell that this takes place before Shadowland number 2 and 3 because they are talking about going to meet with Daredevil since he had stabbed Bullseye in Shadowland number 1. Of course, we know that they are going to go to help their friend, except then they sense that 3 ninjas from the Hand are in their school getting ready to attack them. We know why, since the new Power Man used a move that only a select few should know how to do. Except they come to tell Iron Fist that someone is going around and using the name Power Man. They also tell Iron Fist that it has to be one of his students since the new Power Man did this signature move on them earlier. They give Iron Fist a photo to show him the new Power Man, but Iron Fist tells them he has no idea who that is. We see that Iron Fist, of course, calls up his close friend Luke Cage to tell Luke that someone is going around using his own name, Power Man. At this exact moment, Luke Cage was asking Spider-Man to join them so they can talk to Daredevil about how Daredevil is turning evil. But this Iron Fist is telling Luke Cage someone is out there using his old name. We then see that Victor got an email for another job, so he still wants to be a superhero, except of course a hero for hire. So he takes the job and decides to meet up with this person who put the job out there. So he goes to meet up with this person, and this person gives him the job details, and I'm telling you now, the job details do not matter at all, because once Victor goes to the job location, of course he is confronted by Luke Cage and Iron Fist. Now, for Iron Fist, he wants to know how Victor knows how to use the Kung Long Kung Fu move. Luke Cage wants Victor to stop being a hero, except before they are able to talk, well, that is when you have Victor punch Luke Cage in the face and says it was for his father, letting us know that Luke Cage did something to Victor's father, except Victor's father is dead. We then jump into the second chapter of the book. We see Victor talking to his father. Of course, we know this is a flashback since Victor's dad is dead, but this is moments before Victor's father was killed. We learn that Victor's father was planning on leaving Victor and Victor's mother behind. To Victor, he begins to hate his dad because when it comes to fighting for strangers, Victor's dad will put all of the effort into those kinds of things. But for the family, it seems that Victor's dad doesn't care. Then we see some explosion happen. Back in the present day, we see that Victor's mother is waking up and wanting to apologize for their argument earlier, except he is not there, which makes his mother upset because she knows her son has snuck out. Getting back to Luke Cage and Iron Fist fighting against Power Man, we see that this fight is getting intense, except we learn another reason why Victor doesn't like Luke Cage for. To him, Luke Cage was a street hero for a period of time, but as soon as he got the offer to be an Avenger, he betrayed his people to live the cushy life, and he married a Caucasian woman. While the three of them are fighting, someone sees them fighting, and this person has connections to Cottonmouth, the pimp that Power Man had beat up last time. We don't get the chance to learn who this person is, but he calls up some lady. This lady begins the process to send out a hit for the death of Victor. Seems like this is the boss of Cottonmouth, and with Victor messing up her plans, she is sending a bunch of mercenaries out there to kill him. Getting back to Iron Fist and Luke Cage fighting against Victor, well, this is when we see Victor express his hatred towards Luke Cage, that Luke Cage failed to be the street hero because he is running off to fight on Mars with the Avengers. Now, Iron Fist brings up the fact that Victor is only being a hero for money, but to Victor, he is doing this to show that he is not going to go anywhere for his neighborhood. Now, when Luke Cage goes to punch Victor, and so does Iron Fist, somehow Victor is able to absorb the chi energy from Iron Fist, the energy Iron Fist used to do his signature move. Except, we have to remember, whoever that lady was on the phone earlier, who called in all of the villains that are basically mercenaries, well, the mercenaries do show up, and now Victor has to fight against them. Luke Cage and Iron Fist do jump in to help Victor fight against them, but honestly, this fight is not even important. What is important is what happens after the fight. You have Victor tell Luke Cage that he is sorry about saying horrible things about Luke Cage's wife, but he tells Luke Cage that he is wearing the mask to make things right in his neighborhood. This is the moment you have Luke Cage get a good look at Victor and has this flashback of him with 3 other dudes. These are some old friends of Luke Cage, and Luke Cage knows who Victor's father is, so Luke Cage lets Victor leave, which makes Iron Fist angry, except Luke Cage reminds Iron Fist that they need to go stop Daredevil. So that leads us into Shadowland number 3. Well, the couple pages from that book, where the heroes went to Daredevil to talk to him about him turning evil. Of course, the conversation did not go as planned thanks to Ghost Rider. So they got into a big battle, but Daredevil is in the middle of the battle and says his no killing ban is lifted, meaning that the Hand can kill now in Hell's Kitchen. So the ninjas who fought against Power Man earlier wants to kill him for using a move that is so sacred. Getting back to Victor, we see him go home, but was unable to walk inside because of how badly injured he was. Sophia, his cousin, finds him, and this is the moment she learns that Victor is the new Power Man in their area, which of course she helps her cousin upstairs and wants to learn more about his powers, except Victor can only tell us that he got his powers after surviving the explosion. So the explosion we saw in the beginning of this video and someone popping out, that was Victor. But Victor's dad died in that explosion. Now Victor's mother does walk in the bathroom to see her son, but luckily he is out of his Power Man outfit. Sophia lies to her aunt saying that Victor was beat up by some rival gang. We then learn who was that mysterious lady on the phone earlier who's in charge. As a way to lead us into a cliffhanger, her name is Deadly Nightshade, and this character is complicated, and I might explain her origin in the next video. Either way, she says that Victor, being the new Power Man, has something that someone else has stolen from her, and she wants it back. And this is where we pick up with the character known as the Shroud. Now, the Shroud is basically another Marvel's attempt to make Batman. The reason why is because he literally has the same origin as Batman. The only difference is that after his parents died, he was committed to fight crime. When he joined the cult of Kali, he learned how to fight there, but he was given a power source known as the Kiss of Kali, which then gave him the ability to enhance his eyesight. Later on, he learns he has some connection with the Dark Force, which lets him summon this thick cloud to cover his tracks. Now, the reason why we pick up with him is because he finds a dead body. With this dead body being found, it is making it seem like the Hand is responsible for the death of this B-list mobster named Mikey. Except the problem is that the Hand at this point in Shadowland only works in Hell's Kitchen, which has been renamed to Shadowland. Shroud is not in Hell's Kitchen, but also with his enhanced senses, he was able to figure out that someone is watching him from a rooftop across the street. But before he is able to figure out, that is when he is confronted by the cops, so he has to leave. We then pick up with Misty Knight, who is one of the many Marvel private investigators in comics. Misty Knight will have 2 stories. This one will be her first one, but we see her right now being confronted by Bobby Furtado, the brother to Mikey Furtado. He is here to ask Misty Knight to have her and Iron Fist tell Daredevil that Bobby is going to get revenge. Because remember, right now it looks like Daredevil and the Hand have killed Mikey. There is something else to point out, that Misty Knight did lose her arm by a bomb, but Tony Stark gave her a cybernetic arm. Then Iron Fist, her boyfriend, had it upgraded. She then tells Bobby that she is not going to help out with no blood war and actually asks him to leave. You then have Shroud come by and tell Misty Knight that everything she heard from Bobby is true. It does seem that he is here to have some kind of team up, but he asks Misty to talk to Daredevil since they are close. Then he leaves. We then pick up with Silver Sable, who is kind of like a mercenary of sorts. Sometimes she brings in people who are known terrorists. Right now, she is looking for a guy named Sergei, and I cannot pronounce his last name. We don't get the chance to learn much of why she is here and why she is looking for that person, except we know that she is looking for him and the story moves on. We then see Misty Knight going to meet up with Raphael, who used to be Misty Knight's old partner when she was a cop. This is her going to him asking about all of the clues about Mikey's death. Right now, it seems that the Hand has killed him. But this is the moment when you have Raphael tell Misty Knight that Mikey is not the first one to be killed by the Hand and Daredevil, pointing back to Bullseye dying back in Shadowland #1. Ever since then, a lot of people have been disappearing, and a lot of people have been found dead, with all the clues pointing at Daredevil and the Hand. So of course now, Misty Knight wants to learn more about what Daredevil in the Hand is doing. Now, going back to Silver Sable, we see her going undercover at some club to look for Sergei. Now, the reason why she is after him is because she is supposed to bring him in for Interpol. So with her disguise, she was able to get into the club and begin her search for Sergei. Except when she finds him, well, of course, he's dead, just like the way Mikey was killed. So of course, this is telling her that maybe Daredevil and the Hand are up to something. But just like the Shroud, the police arrive at the scene, and of course she has to leave. Now, once she is leaving out of the window, well, she sees an explosion happening at the Shadowland Fortress, the base that belongs to Daredevil in the Hand. We know that it has to be the moment Ghost Rider had blown up the fortress. Getting back to the Shroud, we see him going to the apartment that belongs to Bobby, the brother to Mikey, the first guy in this story. For Shroud, he wants to know who was watching him at Mikey's apartment. But of course, that is the moment you have the Shroud realize that the same person who was watching him is still watching him now. So of course, this mysterious person comes out and shoots the Shroud. Shroud is able to take the bullet, but then we learn who was watching him, and it was Paladin. Now, we don't get the chance to learn why Paladin was watching Shroud, but for the ones who don't know who Paladin is, Well, Paladin was a villain of Daredevil and actually first appeared back in Daredevil number 150. Paladin is a mercenary, and his job ties into the main plot of why he is here and why he is watching Shroud. Of course, this begins a battle between the two characters. Now, something else to point out is that Paladin does have superhuman strength, super speed, and the list goes on. Except, after a few pages, we see Shroud being able to beat Paladin and being able to take him somewhere else so they can have a chat. We then jump back over to Misty Knight, who is right now breaking into the NYPD crime lab. Now, I mean, she went undercover and she went there to look at the body of Mikey to get some clues from it. Now, while she is in there and digging around, she learns that the NYPD did not even try to do an autopsy at all on the body of Mikey, except that is when she finds something that doesn't add up and could mean that the hand in Daredevil actually did the killing to Mikey. We then get back to the Shroud and Paladin, who is right now wondering why in the world Paladin was following him around. That is when we learn that Paladin was hired by Mikey to actually kill his brother Bobby. Remember, Mikey was the first guy to die in our story, and his brother Bobby went to go see Misty and ask for her help. Apparently, Mikey hired Paladin to kill Mikey's brother Bobby. Paladin was paid half of the money that was promised to him before Mikey died, but Mikey died, and Paladin is wondering if Bobby has his money, thinking that Bobby got word about it and had his brother killed. Now, we know Bobby was concerned about the death of Mikey, but these guys don't know that yet. They don't know that Bobby went to Misty Knight. Shroud thinks that they should go talk to Bobby to get some more clues of what is going on here. Now, Misty Knight is back at her place looking back over some of the clues that she has gathered. With those clues, she learned that there is no way the hand is going around killing random monsters. The way these wounds look, they look amateur, not like a professional ninja would be able to do, except that is the moment you have the hand come by and surprise her. They are only here to tell Misty Knight that they did not kill Mikey and that she needs to stop her investigation, and that they are going to find the person who is going around framing them. Now, once the hand has left Misty Knight, well, that is when she calls up Bobby to tell him that he could be in danger. Except that is when Bobby tells Misty Knight that he does not believe his life is in that high level of danger. Except when he walks outside his bedroom, well, he sees that someone has killed all of his men. So now it is just him. But that is when he learns that the hand is there. Of course, they're about to kill him because it seems that maybe Bobby is the one who is framing the hand. Now, Silver Sable calls to the person from Interpol who hired her to bring in her target, Sergey. But of course, when she found him, well, Sergey was dead. To the Interpol agent, he thinks that Silver Sable killed Sergey because his crimes were so outrageous. She's calling this agent to ask if she will still get paid even though her target was killed. But of course, to the agent, he is not going to give her the money since he thinks that she killed Sergey. So for her to get paid, Silver Sable has to find the person who killed Sergey. Back at Bobby's apartment, we see Paladin go back to the apartment to see if what Shroud said is true. Maybe Bobby could help them figure out what is going on with all of the killings. Except Paladin finds the dead body of Bobby and also the phone of Bobby that he had just called Misty Knight. That is when Misty Knight walks into the room and she thinks that Paladin had killed Bobby. But of course, Paladin says that she can ask Shroud to prove that he is innocent. But before they can discuss anything else, well, that is when a bunch of Bobby's men break into the room to shoot at them. But in the beginning of the third chapter, we do get a quick glimpse of some ninjas going around killing some people in a random alleyway. Now at first, it does look like the Hand, but we are going to learn that these guys are not the Hand. finally getting back to Misty Knight and Paladin as they are trying to escape the men of Bobby, because Bobby's men think that these two were the ones to kill Bobby, except we know that they weren't the ones, and they are trying to figure out who is going around killing mobsters in the city. So you have the two of them work together to deal with these guys, hoping to find a way to escape from these guys. Except one of these guys realize that someone is coming behind them and taking them all out. Of course, it is Silver Sable, who is here to help Misty Knight and Paladin out, but also they can help her figure out who killed her target. So she is helping, but at the same time, she's only helping for her own needs. But getting back to the guy who was killed in the alleyway, well, Shroud is watching over the cops taking the body away. Except he tells us that the first few bodies we got or saw were all mobsters. This guy wasn't. But the question is, who is framing the hand for all of these killings? This leads us back to Misty Knight, Silver Sable, and also Paladin. We see them hanging out in Silver Sable's base. This is them trying to figure out who killed Bobby, who killed Sergey, who also killed Mikey as well. Now, Silver Sable was able to find Misty Knight and Paladin was because when Misty Knight went to the morgue to look at the body of Mikey, Silver Sable was there too under disguise and saw Misty investigating the recent dead bodies and followed Misty to see what Misty knew, except here they are. And all they know is that the hand is innocent, but no idea who is killing everyone, which Misty Knight thinks that it has to be Mr. Negative because he has been trying to expand his gang territory. And we saw that in Shadowland Spider-Man #1. Mr. Negative has been battling against the hand because they have been giving him a hard time to expand his gang territory. So of course, you have the three of them go their separate ways to figure out if it's true that Mr. Negative is behind all of this. Getting back to the Shroud, we see him going to a warehouse that was rented out by the guy that was killed in the alleyway. Come to find out that he was not a monster, but instead he was selling some illegal kind of porn that I'm not going to say on here. But this guy is different from the rest of the dead bodies that have been found, meaning that he was not a mobster. Now, Misty Knight goes back to Raphael, her cop buddy, to see that what her and the rest of the heroes think is true, that Mr. Negative is the one behind all the killings to frame the hand. Except Raphael doesn't care, because to him, all the dead bodies are people who have done something horrible. So to him, why should they waste the manpower on bad people, but also because it is the hand. To Misty Knight, Raphael is not acting right because usually he would handle things like this, but he doesn't care at all. Now, Paladin went to Chinatown to see if Mr. Negative was the one behind all of the killing and framing of the hand, since Chinatown is technically owned by Mr. Negative, so it makes sense for him to come here. But that is when you have the hand appear to begin to fight against Paladin. But while the two sides are fighting against each other, well, the hand mentioned that Paladin is digging into the hand's problem, something they are trying to fix. Meaning that they know they are being framed, and now Paladin knows they are being framed. And you have Shroud come in and save Paladin, but you have Paladin tell Shroud that him and the ladies, Misty Knight and Silver Sable, have concluded that it must be Mr. Negative. With Silver Sable, she was able to contact someone to give her some information to see if there is a connection between all of the dead bodies besides them being bad people. Well, come to find out there is. We don't know what it is, but it makes Silver Sable run to tell Misty Knight. To close on the third chapter, we see someone go on to attack Misty Knight. We see her being attacked by some random men. Of course, this is them going after her because she's investigating all of the dead bodies, except something I may forgot to mention is that she is pregnant. So with her being beat up on, it is not just her life that could be in danger, but the baby as well. We then pick up with Misty Knight being in a hospital. With her being there, well, we come to find out after the beating, she is okay. You also have Iron Fist show up because that is his girlfriend and baby. So it is him showing concern for the woman he loves so dearly. Skipping through some panels, we then see Raphael leave after checking up on his old friend. But that is when you have the story reveal that we have a fake nurse in the room. The reason why I say there's a fake nurse is because we see that Silver Sable had once again pretended to be a nurse so she could get close to Misty Knight. Remember that she had found out something important that she thinks Misty Knight should see. So she gives Misty Knight some kind of file that shows Misty Knight what she expected is true, except of course, to keep our interest in the story, we don't get the chance to learn about what she is seeing. The next page, we see that Silver Sable has someone named Tyler call up someone to tell them about another target, possibly for whoever is behind this to go after. She then tells him to leave because things are going to pop off soon. Then we skip over to the group of ninjas who we have been seeing, but these guys, of course, are not part of the Hand. They're the ones who have been going around killing people and blaming the Hand. This is the moment we find out that Tyler, Silver Sable's friend, had given them a target of another bad person to kill. Once this group of ninjas get inside the place, when they think they have found their target and stab their target, well, they come to find out that the body in front of them is fake. And they come to find out they have been played by Misty Knight, Silver Sable, Paladin, and the Shroud. But we come to find out these ninjas have a Bronx accent. So of course, these guys are most definitely not part of the Hand. There is a point where you have the story give us a quick fight scene between the two sides. Except you have the fight stop because you have them reveal who is behind all of this. Of course, it is a bunch of police officers. One of those police officers who is in charge is Raphael, Misty Knight's cop friend. It makes sense if you follow all of the breadcrumbs left behind, except you have Raphael explain why he is doing all of this for. All about the idea that the people they have been killing are people who have done horrible things and they keep getting free out of the justice system. This is the moment you have Misty Knight tell Raphael and the rest of the cops to turn themselves in, but of course they are like, no. All of the evidence points to Daredevil and the Hand. Also, who's going to believe a bunch of low-level heroes and mercenaries over the cops? Except that is the moment you have the Hand bust in because they're upset with the fact Raphael and his group of cops went around killing people in their name. So of course, they came here to kill the cops, but the heroes are not going to allow that to happen in front of them. So we do get a bunch of fight things happening in the next few pages of this book. Honestly, it is nice to see the heroes take on the Hand and also take on the dirty cops. This is probably one of the few times I actually like Paladin or I like Shroud in a comic book. The ladies, I have liked them a lot of other times, but the other two usually I don't. Either way, the fight ends with the heroes being able to beat the cops and the Hand, except then Misty Knight gets taken at gunpoint. This is how the book ends, with Misty Knight being taken at gunpoint by her friend Raphael, where he thinks that he is going to be able to walk away free, except when he gets outside, he is surrounded by a bunch of cops. The reason why is because Misty Knight was smart enough to call up Ben Urich. I think at this point, he is no longer working at the Daily Bugle. He has his own company now. But Ben Urich is known for writing big news that expose a bunch of bad people. So of course, Raphael has no choice here but to give up, but he doesn't. So Misty Knight has to use her Hand to break free and take him down. And the book kind of ends right there. And honestly, I like this tie-in. Tell you the truth, this is probably the best tie-in of all Shadowland. Like Shadowland, the main story was interesting, but the tie-ins, literally most of the tie-ins were trash. Except this one and like the Daredevil books tie-ins as well. But anyways, This is where So the story is about Colleen Wing. Now, this makes sense because back in the early days of Marvel Comics, Colleen Wing and Misty Knight were close friends. So if Misty Knight got a book in the middle of this event, it makes sense for Colleen Wing to get one as well. Now, Colleen Wing tells us in the beginning of this book that her grandfather had trained her to be a samurai, but she then became a hero for hire. That is the name of a group of heroes that have been used by a lot of Marvel characters who were heroes for hire. Luke Cage and Iron Fist were the first two, but other heroes had the name too. Now, in the beginning of this book, we see her attacking some shady business. In the front, it seems like a normal office, but in the back, a bunch of women who were brought here from other countries as slaves and being forced to work for evil men. The cops can't do anything because they don't have a warrant. But for Colleen Wing, she does not need one. So she goes in there and starts cutting up people left and right. Except when she's about to go in there to find the proof she needs to prove that the women are being held here as slaves, she is stopped by cops because they got word what she was going to do. That is because she is a vigilante, and since these guys had labeled this place as a business, she does not have the right to attack the place. So the cops made her stop attacking the place and send her back home. We then pick up with Colleen Wing, who is watching the news about how Daredevil had set up shop in Hell's Kitchen and turned it into Shadowland. She agrees with what Daredevil has done because she hears the news about how the crime rate has been going down rapidly. And that is a good thing to her because just a moment ago, she wanted to help the cops and they wouldn't do anything. Either way, one of her neighbors from the apartment down the hall, Tig, yes, her name is Tig, she comes by to tell Colleen Wing that she got a job with a councilman named Shake and she wants to celebrate, and they do. Later that night, while Colleen Wing was asleep, of course, she begins to hear footsteps in her home, wondering who in the world is in her apartment. Of course, it was the Hand. So when she goes into her bathroom, they left her a message that came from Daredevil since the Hand is under his control. The message says that Daredevil knows something about her mother, which is something that she always wanted to know about. So in the morning that day, she sees the news about Daredevil again. And also she thinks back to Shadowland number 2, when a bunch of heroes and her had gone to talk to Daredevil to turn him good but failed. She still believes what he is doing is right. Except while she is heading toward Shadowland to tell Daredevil that she will join his side, she is confronted by Misty Knight to remind us that at this point, these two are no longer friends. Reason why is because when the two of them were heroes for hire, they had betrayed some good, honest people. It was all Misty Knight's fault, and it made Colleen Wing mad. Now, Misty Knight knows Daredevil had asked to see Colleen Wing because while this book is going on, Shadowland Blood on the Streets is happening at the same time. And right before it as well, because Misty Knight mentions that Shroud is her partner and saw the Hand leaving Colleen Wing's apartment. Colleen tells Misty Knight, don't follow her, and Colleen leaves. So Colleen Wing does go to Shadowland, and when she gets there, well, that begins the process of the Hand coming out to attack her because they think that she is attacking the place. Except, of course, this will not last long. It will last long enough to show us Colleen Wing to fight against the Hand and kill some of these ninjas real quickly. Then you have the White Tiger come by to tell everyone to stop because she knows that Daredevil was expecting her, so Colleen Wing goes inside. That is when you have Daredevil tell Colleen Wing that her mother was trained by her grandfather, which makes sense, except instead, Colleen Wing's mother was also working for the Japanese government. She then joined the Hand, something that was in her blood was very important to the Hand. We don't learn what, but we learn that she led a team of women in the Hand known as the Nail. The Nail was a group of women who are like top-notch warriors of the Hand that took care of a lot of different things for the Hand. Daredevil then proceeds to ask Colleen Wing to lead the new formation of the Nail, telling her that she can go after evil men like the ones she battled with earlier and actually stop them. This is where we sit down and cover who is going to be part of the new version of the Nail that's being led by Colleen Wing, starting with Macro, who is basically an assassin, female Dr. Octopus. Apparently Daredevil had freed her from some kind of lab that was holding her. Then we move on to Yuki. She's the one wearing all of the Japanese makeup and taking out the guards. She has the ability to hypnotize her enemies, and then we meet Cherry Blossom, just a young 17-year-old girl with, of course, red hair. But finally, we meet Black Lotus, who is basically the second best assassin on the team, but does not follow orders. We see them on their first mission, freeing some women who are, of course, being held as slaves for different reasons. Of course, after that, we do see Colleen Wing meet up with Daredevil when she tells him how the team was not her choice. Everyone who's on this team is someone Daredevil had picked, but the reason why he did that is because they're all descendants of the original team the Hand had years ago. Daredevil tells Colleen Wing that he will make sure they follow her orders because he rules over everything. She is upset how they don't really follow her orders. So we see the Nail going on their next mission, which is them going back to the business that was holding those slaves we saw in the beginning of this video. Now, this is Colleen Wing feeling happy because she is being able to finish something that she was trying to achieve early on. Except while they are saving the slaves and killing all those bad men, well, Black Lotus has set bombs. And this makes Colleen Wing angry because what if the bombs have gone off before they were able to get everyone out? So again, going back to the idea that no one on the team is really following orders or her rules either. So when they all get back to Colleen Wing's home, that is when Colleen Wing brings Black Lotus over to have a conversation about everything she did wrong, mainly the bomb incident. But of course, to Black Lotus, she thinks that what she did was something amazing to do and something that had to be done. Except their argument is stopped when you have White Tiger come by to Colleen Wing, that they have found the leader of the slave ring. Come to find out, it is Councilman Shake, the same one Colleen Wing's friend Tig got a job at. So Colleen Wing wants to gather more information before they go, but of course, all of the Nail leave to stop Councilman Shake. So you have Colleen Wing and the Nail go to the convoy that is transporting Councilman Shake to whatever event he has to go to. This, of course, is going to be a huge battle in the streets now. At first, they do go after the wrong vehicle, which is the limo, thinking that he'll be hiding in that limo, but of course, he was in the van that was following behind the limo, so they now have to catch up to the van, which they do. They're able to grab him, except there were points that the Nail did not care for other people around their battle scene since they almost crashed a school bus into the wall as they were trying to grab Councilman Shake. After that, you have Colleen Wing coming back to the Shadowland Fortress and talking to Daredevil, how he is happy with everything Colleen Wing and the Nail has done so far, and also happy that she has joined his side. Except Colleen Wing gets upset when she goes back to the rest of the Nail group to find out from Cherry Blossom that all of the staff workers for Councilman Shake are being held to be interrogated because maybe they know something about Councilman Shake and the slave ring. Of course, this means Colleen Wing's friend Tig, who just got a job there only a couple days ago. When Colleen Wing makes it into the dungeon of the Shadowland Fortress, well, she does find Tig, where you have Colleen Wing leave, but she knows that she has to save her friend because the hand in the nail may think Tig knows something, but she doesn't. So to end the second chapter of this book, we see Colleen Wing leaving her apartment early in the morning so that she can sneak into the base of the fortress to hopefully save her friend. Except after Colleen Wing sneaks her way through all of the guards to get to the cage that was holding Tig, she comes to find out that Tig is not there when Colleen Wing gets her throat cut by none other than Black Lotus. So of course, the nail is now portraying their boss, Colleen Wing. So of course, we then get a battle between Colleen Wing against her old team that she only had for a couple days. Either way, you have Colleen Wing having a hard time trying to fight against her old team. One, she is dealing with a wound, and two, well, she is outnumbered here with them having 4 to her 1. It is Colleen Wing realizing that she is going to lose this match. Now, Black Lotus wants to go ahead and kill her off, but Cherry Blossom stops Black Lotus because she says if they kill Colleen Wing without any proof that she has betrayed Daredevil, it will look bad on them. So why not take her to their boss? Except we learn that Cherry Blossom was on Colleen Wing's side this whole time and not on Black Lotus. It's Cherry Blossom telling Colleen Wing, to make it look like that Cherry Blossom is unable to take Colleen Wing so that she can escape, which she does. Now Colleen Wing is an enemy of the hand now. The next page, it is Black Lotus coming to Daredevil as he's interrogating Councilman Shake to see how Shake is getting his slaves. Black Lotus tells Daredevil about Colleen Wing escaping, but Daredevil is confident that she'll be able to get captured again because he thinks Colleen Wing will come back soon. We see Colleen Wing go to Misty Knight since she's the only person she can go to for help at the moment. Even though the two of them are at odds at the moment. She has no choice here really. But while that is going on, you have Black Lotus going to the rest of the Nail asking them to help her as their leader. She promised that she'll be able to protect them and be able to make them look great in their Lord eyes. Of course, that Lord would be Daredevil. You then have each member of the team agree to work with Black Lotus and Cherry Blossom saying yes so that they won't attack her at all, letting us know that they know she helped Colleen Wing get away. Now getting back to Colleen Wing and Misty Knight, this scene is more of the two of them kind of realizing that the two of them should be friends again. Also, this is the moment Colleen Wing realizes that she was being played by Daredevil because Master Izo told them that Daredevil has been taken over by the demonic being known as the Beast. She should have listened to him, but because Daredevil had information about her mother, something she always wanted to learn about, but she realized that she needed to go back and save her friend Tig. Which leads us into the last moment of this book. Well, the second to last moment of this book. You have Colleen Wing trying to sneak into the base of Shadowland, but of course she is caught by Black Lotus in the Nail. Now you would expect this to be another battle between the two sides. The Nail attacks her all at once, but you have Black Lotus ask Colleen Wing to do some kind of duel to see who should be the true leader of the Nail, or to see who is the better warrior. This battle does go on for a while and becomes a bloody one, except at the end of the battle, you have Black Lotus lose to Colleen Wing. Colleen Wing was able to walk out of the Shadowland Fortress thanks to Cherry Blossom and Tig. But this is where At the opening of the 4th issue of the main storyline, we pick up with Elektra in one of the secret tunnels of the Shadowland fortress. Remember that Elektra had joined Daredevil in the Hand side as an undercover person for the heroes who are trying to turn Daredevil good. We then see her beginning to kill off these members of the Hand that was with her. There is a good reason why she is doing this, because once she is done with killing everyone that was with her, well, that is when she opens up a tunnel door for some of the characters that are part of the whole Shadowland event. Some of the same heroes are back here again, like Spider-Man, the Punisher, Iron Fist, Luke Cage, Master Izo, and Shang-Chi. Now, out of nowhere, we get Wolverine in this event now. The reason why he is here is because he has some connections to the Hand and wants to stop the Hand before things get out of hand. No pun intended there. To me, this is Marvel adding him in, hoping it would boost the sales for these last few books of the Shadowland event. We then get to Kingpin, who is right now watching the Shadowland area, which used to be known as Hell's Kitchen, burning. Something we talked about in an earlier video. The longer Daredevil is being controlled by the demonic being known as the Beast, the crazier the people of the city get. And right now, the city is burning down. Now, Lady Bullseye is there too, but she was, I think, originally supposed to be a bigger character in this event, and now she is kind of like a Kingpin assassin. Either way, you have them leave because to Kingpin, it is almost time for the endgame of his big move. Soon, he will get what he has been trying to get. We don't know what that is yet, but we know it is coming soon. Getting back to the heroes, we see them discussing what is going on at the moment. Well, making a game plan. Since Daredevil is getting stronger by the Beast every single second, that means sooner or later, he could become too strong to kill. But also, this is the moment you have Elektra tell the gang that Daredevil is planning on bringing back Bullseye. Remember that he was killed by Daredevil back in Shadowland #1, but Daredevil is planning to bring him back to have Bullseye help the Hand out, just building up an army of people. So now the heroes know they have to hurry and stop Daredevil before things get out of hand. Sadly, they have got out of hand already. So we pick up at the ritual that will bring back Bullseye to life. So of course, we know what's going to happen next. Elektra does appear and she begins the process of being a distraction. Also, some of the other heroes are there too. Again, they are also a distraction. The reason why is because remember, the heroes went straight to killing Daredevil as their big plan. So of course, you have Wolverine coming out of nowhere and stabbing Daredevil right in the chest, letting us know that he was serious when it came to killing off Daredevil. Except here comes the big problem. Daredevil doesn't die. He actually survives the whole thing. Wolverine is looking confused, but this shows that when it comes to the demonic being known as the Beast, it has taken over the body of Daredevil. So right now the heroes are going to need a new plan if they plan on actually stopping Daredevil today. But with Daredevil not dying, of course, that leads into a huge big brawl between the two sides in the Shadowland Fortress. Honestly, the heroes should have the edge on Daredevil since there are more of them fighting at the moment. I mean, Daredevil does have the Hand, but these are just low-level grunts helping him out. Daredevil does have Typhoid Mary, the pyrokinesis, except again, she can't do much either. So right now, it seems like the heroes should win this battle. But to wrap up this book and to wrap up this story, well, we see that Daredevil is at the point where he is going to be too much for the heroes. The reason why I say that is because when all of the heroes try to jump on Daredevil to hold him down, except he is too powerful and throws all of the heroes off of him. And we can see that the demon has completely taken over his body. It now means the heroes need to find some kind of way to stop Daredevil. Except we see that the Beast has now completely taking over the body of Daredevil. And this is So, in the beginning of this book, we get reminded of what is happening at the moment in the Shadowland event. That the longer Daredevil is affected by the demonic being known as the Beast, the crazier the people in the city become. And we open up with J. Jonah Jameson, who is the mayor of the city. He tells the police to begin crowd control. And of course, it is to show that, hey, everything is beginning to fall apart now. Well, I mean, they already had, but of course, now the city is on fire, and we have seen this in our earlier videos. But with this being the main Daredevil series that is a tie-in to the main Shadowland storyline, we focus on supporting characters of the Daredevil books around this time. We see Dakota North, who was this private investigator. The last time we saw her, she was trying to leave the city with Foggy Nelson. The car crashed and she is trapped in this mayhem crowd now, and she is able to beat everyone down so she can leave the crowd. We switch over to Detective Klutz, who was this cop buddy to Daredevil that was introduced in the Ed Brubaker Run, and he is out there trying to be the good cop the best he can. Of course, he runs into Dakota North. He tells her how bad things have gotten in the city. Like, there have been different forces trying to help out, but of course, they all have failed. One of them is Hammer, the organization that had temporarily replaced S.H.I.E.L.D. around this time. Now, she mentions that she lost Foggy Nelson, and she's afraid that he might do something stupid. She is right, and you will see here in a minute. But then she remembers Becky Blake, a character we have not seen in a good period of time because of the story of Shadowland. So Becky Blake was this other lawyer that had joined Matt Murdock in Foggy Nelson's law firm. She is wheelchair bound, but of course, with this city going crazy, it is Dakota North trying to get to her friend to save her. It leads to Becky realizing that she needs to leave the building because the building is on fire. The only way down is the stairway, but she is wheelchair bound, so it makes things even harder for her now. Now, remember how Dakota North was scared that Foggy Nelson might do something stupid? Well, she wasn't wrong, because we pick up with him actually heading towards the Shadowland Fortress. Foggy blames himself for this, that Daredevil turning evil and joining the Hand. So his plan is to go there and talk to his best friend because he believes that maybe he can convince Daredevil to turn good again. So we actually see Foggy Nelson climbing up the fortress to get inside to tell you that this man is committed to saving his best friend because he believes that he can save him and everything is going to get better once he does it. Honestly, this makes me hate Foggy Nelson a tad bit. But we do jump back over to Becky Blake, who is trying her best to find a way downstairs while this building is on fire. Of course, she is struggling because of many reasons, so it seems that maybe she is going to die, and that's going to be the end of her life. Except, of course, she is saved by Dakota North, who comes in by some different fire escape, so we're able to wrap up this problem really in 4 pages of this chapter of the event. Getting back to Foggy Nelson, who is sneaking around the Shadowland Fortress area, he is able to get inside, which, remember, this man was able to climb a building and find a way in. Honestly, really impressive for Foggy Nelson. But once he's inside and trying to catch his breath, well, that is when he is confronted by White Tiger, and she is going to take him to see Daredevil. Now remember, in Shadowland number 4, the heroes who have been trying to change Daredevil back into a good guy, they all went back there and actually fought him, but they lost, since he has been taken over by the Beast completely. He was able to wipe out all of the heroes, so it does seem to be the end for everyone close to Daredevil, and this man has his best friend in the room, where this is the moment you have Daredevil say that he plans on killing Foggy Nelson, leaving us on a big cliffhanger for the book, and picking up with Shadowland number 5 next video. So this So the final chapter of the main series for the Shadowland event is not the last chapter of this event. There were 2 more tie-ins for this series, but we pick up with the reminder how crazy the city is thanks to Daredevil being affected by the demonic being known as the Beast. The more the Beast is in control, the crazier the city gets. So we have J. Jonah Jameson wishing the Avengers step in and stop this. Now in our last video, Foggy Nelson has snuck into the base of Daredevil in the Hand to hopefully save his best friend Daredevil. Now in this book, we get told that he was saved at the last second by Ghost Rider. We did not see Ghost Rider saving Foggy Nelson from falling off the building in our last video. There is a reason why we are adding this in now, because we get a cool scene here in a minute, but yeah, Ghost Rider is back in the book now. Finally focusing on Daredevil, who has been taken over by the Beast, we see Daredevil has already beaten the heroes, except there is one more hero left who may be able to stop Daredevil. Of course, that person is Ghost Rider. The spirit of vengeance is here to stop Daredevil. With the demonic being known as the Beast being in the body of Daredevil, maybe only Ghost Rider can do it, except Daredevil is able to beat the living crap out of this man. Ghost Rider hasn't been seen since his one-shot tie-in book, Killing the Snake Root, the elite group of the Hand that was trying to control Daredevil. Ghost Rider did not stand a chance against Daredevil, and also Daredevil is able to absorb the Hellfire energy from Ghost Rider. So Ghost Rider is defeated, and that is it. We jump to the moment where we had left off in our last video. White Tiger had found Foggy Nelson walking around the fortress. Remember that Foggy came here hoping to talk to Daredevil to make him good again, except when he meets Daredevil, Daredevil is down to kill Foggy Nelson. Actually, this man is about to kill his best friend until you have Foggy Nelson cry out to his best friend. That begins the process of Daredevil and the Beast fighting over the body of Matt Murdock. Also gives the heroes a chance to finally win this battle. So out of nowhere, you have Iron Fist punch Daredevil with all of the chi energy that he had left. So you would think that this is going to be some big moment for Iron Fist to take out Daredevil in one powerful punch, except the energy Iron Fist used was really meant to heal Daredevil's mind, to give him the edge to fight the Beast, to also have him cry out for Elektra, the one woman he loves no matter what is going on in his life, and he is begging her to kill him. He knows that this is the only way for him to be free and to save everyone that is close to him. This is the moment where we get the set of pages that has Matt Murdock spiritually talking to his parents. If you are new to the comics of Daredevil, when it comes to Daredevil, his mother left him and his father to be a nun, and then his father continued to be a boxer, except Matt Murdock's father was killed when he did not throw a fight for his son. Either way, they are talking to him about how they are better off not being around him since he is so evil, or he has the devil inside of him. And it is hurting him mentally having to hear this from his parents. More his dad than his mom, since his mom wasn't around. It is all in his mind though. We learned that this is all in his mind because you then have Elektra come out of nowhere in his mind to talk to him, to tell him everything he is seeing is just the Beast, trying to use his parents to get to him. Except after she is able to tell him what is going on, she tells him it is time for him to be a man, that he needs to do the one thing only he can do to stop all of this and save his friends. Of course, that means taking a sword and stabbing himself in the chest, killing him. That was the only way for him to make sure that his friends will be okay and no one else is going to get hurt. Of course, this is the moment you have all of the heroes thinking that maybe they can save him still after he stabbed himself. Of course, Elektra tells them that he is gone and that was their plan, to kill this man. So it has to end that way. So it is the heroes realizing that they have won. The Hand and Daredevil are defeated, but also that the city is still burning out there. So now the only thing they have to do is to go out there and actually put the flames out. The people have stopped going out there being crazy, which is great. But then they realize that the body of Daredevil is missing, wondering where in the world did he go? And of course means he is somewhere else to deal with his mistakes. We did get this moment after everyone has left the fortress except Typhoid Mary, who was this villain that joined Daredevil's side in this event. She is someone who has multiple personality disorder. She is also a pyrokinetic, meaning that she is able to start fires with her mind. Well, we come to find out that this whole time, she was working for the Kingpin. Remember that this whole event, Kingpin has been telling us he has some big plan in motion, and we had no idea what it was until now. That with Daredevil being defeated, the snake root being gone too, that it gives him the chance to now be in charge of Shadowland, the Hand, and everything. We learn this when he says some code phrase that unlocks a certain personality in Mary Typhoid to reveal she was just a secret agent of Kingpin. The book ends with us finally seeing Daredevil, or Matt Murdock, arriving at a church using a cane to help him walk. It is also the moment that says he is back at church looking for guidance, and the book ends on that moment right there. There is one more book after this actually, but we will see if I actually cover that one. But this is technically the end of Shadowland. Shadowland number 5, the final chapter of the main storyline. Oh my god, this event was interesting. With that being said, if you did like today's comic book story, please hit that like button down below and subscribe. Also, if you have any suggestions on books I should read, well, please let me know in the comments below, because you never know, your suggestion could be a future video down the road. But I do hope you enjoyed today's comic book video.